Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, in week 7 of the LEC Spring Split. The race for playoffs is on fire, with 6 teams fighting tooth and nail for those final spots. One of those teams is SK Gaming, who are facing off against the superstars of G2 Esports in our first matchup of the day. Welcome to the LEC Spring Split. I'm Trevor QuickShot Henry, and I don't know which lineup is more stacked. Is it G2's or this Ready Checks? Because we have amazing Ender and FLICKR, the best set of analysts I could get. Hi, Vedius. If you thought the race for playoffs was heating up, it exploded yesterday. Look, we've only now got 1 win separating the 6 teams between G2 Vitality and the rest of the table. I mean, this standings table is insanity right now.
And it's the fact that we have basically 6 teams competing for 4 spots. And the teams that I really want to hone in on is kind of the fall of Splyce, Schalke, and SK. It felt like everyone was talking about, you know, are Misfits, Fnatic, or SK going to grab those spots? And it might actually be up for grabs because Schalke and Splyce have suddenly plateaued and are now sitting in a rut.
Yeah, and I mean, and while those teams are falling down, it's giving room for Fnatic to slip right back into playoffs, right? This team is on a winning streak. They're continuing to find very pivotal wins. And I mean, 2 weeks ago, we said, look, the odds are slim, but with every game they continue to win, the odds of them making it get even higher.
I mean, take a look at Bwipo yesterday. His Jarvan was fantastic. The fact that Misfits dropped that game, it just means the gap between Fnatic and this middle of the table is shrinking every single day. And those teams that Frosky just talked about, they might drop out of playoffs.
It's also the fact that Fnatic aren't just winning through the Reckless show. The fact that Bwipo was able to take over the game are now showing why Fnatic are starting to climb up the standings. It's not just that Reckless is the hard carry, not just that they returned to form, but that they're starting to evolve and pick who they carry through.
Yeah, and on the top half of the standings, we see Vitality even gaining more and more ground because Schalke is struggling, Splyce is struggling. They actually don't have competition at the top anymore. And even if they're an enigma to me to a certain extent, even like, because I still don't quite believe in them, especially when it comes to playoffs, they actually understand the win conditions so much that it doesn't matter if they have a sub or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It doesn't matter if they have a sub. This team is still a second-place team, even without Jizuke. That was my biggest question for the team is, you know, do they continue to win when they bring in someone different for someone so pivotal on the roster? And they still looked fantastic.
And for me, it's that dirty word of consistency, especially when we're talking about Vitality. But it feels like the top 3 is going to be defined by consistency. And frankly, Origen don't have that consistency yet. They hold the place right now in terms of the standings. But if I'm looking at 3 consistent teams, it's actually G2, Vitality, and again, Fnatic.
Well, look, this is the standings, of course, and we're going to take a look in a second at the breakdown. But, I mean, power ranking-wise, is this reflective at all who the best teams in Europe are amazing?
It really is. And I think the top 2 is kind of steady, and maybe you can make an argument for Origen. But I think the Fnatic, actually, even though they're at 6 and 7 right now in 6th place, they're actually way higher in this power ranking right now.
Reese knows.
I mean, yeah, of course I do. And Fnatic per se, like the way that they play, and as we already said, as FLICKR already said, the consistency they've shown, like especially recently, and the versatility in their play is really, really dangerous for anyone above them right now.
Well, it just brings us back to that hashtag we started once again yesterday. Every game counts. Do not forget it here in the LEC. For a closer look, though, on the state in LEC, we're heading to Medic for his playoffs checkup.
Thank you very much, QuickShot. Now, coming into the end of the split, we are looking at one of the closest ever playoff races. After a couple of upsets yesterday, and with each team only having about 5 games left of the regular season, I thought I'd take a quick look at the road to Rotterdam for some of our major teams. Now, as you can see, G2 are well at the top of the table. 5 games clear of the place. They've already qualified for playoffs, but I wondered how close are they to locking a top 2 spot? Well, just 1 more win will lock the former champions into that top 2 and guarantee themselves a game in Rotterdam. That's because they sit 5 points ahead of Origen, Schalke, and Splyce, and with only 5 games left to play, they only need that single win. Next up, let's have a look at the stalling Schalke. After a dominant 7-2 start, they have yet to get a win in the second half of the split, culminating yesterday in a loss to Fnatic. Although they currently lie in 3rd place, this team is nowhere near as comfortable as they appear. Schalke still have yet to play Splyce, Misfits, or Origen a second time, and they're all teams that are close to them in the standings, meaning that every game counts so much more for Schalke. A morsel of good news for the fans of the Royal Blue is that they still have Excel and Rogue left to play. But as we saw yesterday, those games are nothing but guaranteed. Finally, wouldn't be playoffs without Fnatic. And after their 3rd win in a row yesterday, their redemption arc is still very much on the cards. I did not doctor any of these numbers. I put on my best cape, got out my time stone, and looked at the strange ways that Fnatic might make it into playoffs. In 10,000 simulations, if you take 50-50 odds for either team to win the game, Fnatic are locked into playoff in 42% of scenarios. That's up from just 26% yesterday. If they keep playing the way they have, though, I think they have a relatively favorable schedule, meaning their true odds may be a little bit higher than that 42%, sorry. It may not seem like much, but it could be that the old adage is true. In Europe, everyone beats everyone, and it's Fnatic that wins.
Everybody beats everybody, and in the end, Fnatic wins. I mean, it's before playoffs. They've got to qualify first. Amazing. How difficult is it to be a player on stage knowing how tight this middle of the pack is, knowing that every single loss could be the loss that eliminates you from playoffs?
It's extremely stressful. I've been in those situations, and for me as a player, I always felt like if I didn't obviously already establish routines throughout the split that I can fall back on, I felt uncomfortable as a player. I didn't know what to do anymore, and you basically get into a habit where you're almost like struggling, you're grasping for things, and then the real panic sets in if you don't know what to fall back on.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you have to be able to execute in those high-pressure situations. And for some of these teams, these newer teams, newer players, I'm not sure if that's actually going to be something you can hold up with.
G2 Esports one win away from a guaranteed showing in Rotterdam. Before we talk a little bit more about the matchups today, Frostgoon, we had a couple of highlights in LEC, so break them down for us.
Yeah, so yesterday we saw some big surprises on the Rift, and I want to look at 3 of them, starting with Vitality and their sub-mid laner Seiken taking down Misfits. Now, most jumped ship upon the announcement of the Vitality sub, but Vitality turned off the nameplates and slotted Seiken into Jizuke's shoes with a smooth Rise performance. In tandem with Mowgli and Cabochard and some flashy side lane plays, the Vitality B mid laner debuted with ease, and what should have been the easiest form to tackle Vitality suddenly reminds everyone that this team is second for a reason, and it's not just about Jizuke. Now, next up, Excel aren't dead and went from Banana Peel to Blue Shell with a clean performance across the board. And I want to highlight Special in particular. From what seemed like a side grade from Exile, Special slammed critics with his Zoe, helping Excel blow up SK and the standings to show everyone that they cannot be overlooked or counted out. And finally, it's Silas. Now, he won 3 out of his 4 games, going from XD to OP. Silas is showing off his high priority due to his versatility in Keystone, Build, and Roll. Both Cabochard and Nukejuk hijacked their games yesterday, and with the EU finally in step with the 9.4 buffs, we expect to see Silas unchained and on the Rift.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of the reason why we're seeing so much better performances from the Silas is that he's actually being flexed into the mid lane. I think that we saw him in a lot stronger matchups yesterday, which let him sort of be unleashed and perform in these really important games.
Yeah, it may have to do something with comfort too. Like, we see a lot of teams now first picking it actually and putting enough pressure on the enemy team to actually react to it, because at that point, when you first pick it, what are you going to do? You cannot pick champions that have strong level 6 Splyce. You cannot pick the Alistar. You cannot pick the Nocturne. You're basically gifting Silas tools to operate on the map and basically play against you.
And that's the big question, as we swap from 9.3 to 9.4, and Urgot has those massive nerfs, is Silas going to be kind of that go-to, since Jace is always banned, of the blind pickable top laner? And it feels like because of his flex, it's either Kennen or Silas that are showing up every game.
And of course, there's some of the numbers just to help really illustrate this. Take a look at the win rate. 0% on 9.3, hence the XD. 75% yesterday, hence the OP. Listen, I want to touch on that Urgot for a second as well. 9.4 landed yesterday. We saw some Conqueror coming in, Ender. Maybe with the exception of the Misfits draft with the Urgot and really red side. Last pick, Thresh. I mean, what do we make of some of the adaptations outside of Silas?
Wait. Before he jumps in, I do want to defend a little bit. Yes, it's very questionable to blind pick an Urgot like there, but if you knew that the Silas was going to go top lane, because you can itemize into the Executioner's Calling, I don't think it's automatically a throwaway. Didn't work out for Soaz, but just a little bit of a defense
Glass
there.
half empty. I'm not sure I buy into it just yet.
Yeah.
Now you can take it into
I'm not sold on the Urgot after this patch. The mana cost really hit his laning phase pretty heavily. As for the top lane question in general, I think that we are going to see a lot of the Silases, the Kennens you mentioned. I also think Jarvan is another one of those flex picks that's going to be very, very important. And as for the Conqueror champions, I really see them more as counter pick options and not blind pickable choices.
Amazing. One of the other other champions we talked a lot about in preparation for this weekend was the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
I know that we had some performance, I think 2 games yesterday. What's your take on the Rek'Sai, the Splyce, and maybe some of the other 9.4 patches from your perspective?
I mean, I like the Rek'Sai change. Basically, like, it gives her actually playability, because beforehand, Rek'Sai was completely useless. Now you actually can at least red side first trade it, because then you force the enemy team to kind of react to you, especially when you have like another flex pick coming in that you can play around on top of mid. But on the other changes, like, I really like that Urgot is finally out. I'm actually really happy. But he's also only being replaced by Jace. So basically, Jace moves into the Urgot position of being this universal top laner that he can pick into any situation. Yeah, I mean,
trading the better the devil you know for the devil you don't, I suppose.
Quick fire question: Conqueror or Hail of Blades on Rek'Sai? Don't say a word, Ender.
I think if you take Hail of Blades, you're trolling.
Yes.
Ender may be trolling.
Whoa, no. I'm on the Conquer hype train now.
Really?
Yeah,
Sure?
because the Q change, right? It means that you can actually stack your Fury so quickly, and the extra attacks of Hail of Blades aren't as important as they were on 9.3.
It's not what you said 2 days ago.
If we get a Rek'Sai, now for context for the fans at home, these two, as well as Medic, had a very heated debate about which keystone was more important. Let's see which one we get today. We can debate it a little later. Let's also take a look at only 5 games left for each team in the regular season. I wanted to ask the analysts to look at some MVP candidates. Our analysts, I've made them pick 1 player each, and I want you to present your argument for who should be the MVP right now. Amazing, you're our guest. Who's your MVP and why?
My MVP is Jankos, because he is the jungler that fits the best into G2 and basically operates the best for them. So what he basically does for the team is that if you have great lanes, you basically need to facilitate like your jungle presence. You need to basically coordinate everything that's happening. And Jankos is one of the only one, if the only one in the West that can actually do this on this high of a level, where I feel like no other jungler could replace him in this kind of role, where he's both aggressive in the right place at the right time and knows when to play defensive and basically back up his lane. So there's a lot of things that other junglers couldn't do, and he does, and that's why Jankos is my MVP.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you have G2 who are hyper-aggressive in all of those lanes, Jankos has to juggle perfectly where he's giving his resources and who he's backing up. Because when everyone is playing super forward in their lanes, they open themselves up to ganks, and Jankos is always right there with the counter gank.
Skurin, you're not meant to be agreeing with him. You have a different candidate.
Oh, wait.
Who's your MVP? Okay, give me your pitch.
Right. What's the guy who makes Jankos shine? Right. It's Caps. Caps is the easy one. I feel like I did draw a little bit of the short in the stick because it's just so easy to talk about the best player in Europe. Oh, nice.
Hey, those two. Carry on with Caps.
I was just saying the best player in Europe. Caps, even when G2 do fall behind, this guy just has incredible miracle 1v9 performances. I honestly feel that if Europe is ever going to lift a Summoner's Cup, it is going to be because this guy is helping lift it.
I mean, I agree with that. I like it. So we got Jankos, we got get Caps, 2 G2 players. You are forbidden from going G2. And,
I'm not going to go G2.
Where are you going to go?
Because everyone on G2 is on easy mode right now. You have 4 other players on your team that are so fantastic that you don't have any one player that's more valuable than the rest. They're all great, right? I don't want to take anything away from them. A player that is absolutely valuable to his team, though, is Cabochard. Vitality right now are in 2nd place, and it is largely due to his incredible performances in the top lane. And he really does it all, you know? He's plays for the 1v1. He always gets counter picks, so he knows that he's going to have these strong matchups. And then on top of that, he's also often leading the charge in these initiations when we go for team fights. I really don't think that you could put any other top lane into this team, and they would be even near where they are in the standings currently.
Okay, so I have one last question for Amazing. Why is Selfmade not even in the discussion right now? Because isn't he the reason SK is even in playoff contention?
I mean, honestly, I think you need a couple more wins to actually get to that MVP discussion, because even though he's the most valuable player for his team, you still need to, at least, in my opinion, be like top 4, top 3 to actually get into the MVP discussion.
Okay, you guys at home, who is your MVP? Join the conversation, hashtag LEC. Ender's nomination of Cabochard will be playing later tonight as he and the rest of Vitality face off against Origen in our match of the week.
Wait, are we starting already? Sorry, I was just watching Vitality slam OG back in week 3. Yeah, I mean, Cabochard was just a monster.
Cabochard just picking kills out of the woodwork. Blast cones away, but eventually will get taken out by Cabochard. Look at the damage coming out. The Fear Beyond Death. That's 1 Fear off.
In my opinion, Cabochard is MVP of the split. He's a leader of our team. He's gonna crush every top laner that is standing on his way.
Fari has been really stepping up lately, and I expect it to go his way this time.
It's Origen that have beaten G2, that teams and players behind the scenes are talking about could be the 2nd best team in the league.
When we beat G2, I think all of us had this feeling of we actually did it.
Origen on the cusp of history!
Vitality, they're just not going to let them come in and take their spot from them.
They won against G2, something that they can be proud of. And just best of ones are really random and everyone can win against everyone.
If you beat G2, that doesn't mean now suddenly you're the best team. You need to keep grinding and you need to be on the top.
2019 is supposed to be a redemption year for Mithy, and so far it's looked good. But now he needs to take Origen to the next level, push themselves to Rotterdam, and that's what this match is all about.
When Mithy came back to Europe, I met him in solo queue, and I just laughed my off.
We got in this game and I inted it really hard, and then he all-chatted me, see ya in January XD. So here I am.
Even though I have so much respect for Mithy because he's a legend, but I think it's time for young blood to take over.
It stood in the back of my mind, so I do have that drive to win against him.
He gets the hook off, but there's the quickness. So much damage coming out from Patrick already. Mickey dead.
Doesn't matter what lane we choose to play for, because we can survive bot lane on our own pretty well. But if we have 50-50 matchup, at least there is no chance.
The best way to play against Attila is like, you just treat him like a normal person. You start talking about him, then he will start performing.
Never trash talk me again, you little... That's what you are upset.
He's a good player, no hard feelings against him, and then we will just win.
Oh, I love the spiciness of that match of the week video. Both of these teams won yesterday. Vitality is fighting for second place. Origen is fighting for seeding in the standings. There is a lot at stake in our final game of the day.
Oh, there absolutely is, Trevor. And for me, I'm focusing on the top lane. We got Cabochard versus Alphari. And you guys already know my opinions on Cabochard. I think he's going to come into this matchup and lay down the hammer on Alphari.
Do you know what hammer is going to be laid down? It's Nukeduck versus Seiken. That guy eats rookie mid laners alive. This is what, his second game in the LEC? Like, Nukeduck's gonna obliterate him.
I don't know. I saw that man's rise. He looked pretty clean.
Well, listen, you can actually watch Nukeduck's view in our POV stream over at twitch.tv/RiotGames2 for our match of the week. It is the final game of the day. Before we get there, we have 4 more games to work our way through. Let's take a look at how those games play out. And amazing, outside of our match of the week, where are you drawing your attention to?
What do you think?
Schalke versus Splyce?
Exactly.
But tell me why.
Of course, because Schalke...
I don't know what that was.
Okay,
showing your age, Trevor.
No, Schalke is obviously... I mean, if you guys didn't know, I'm working for Schalke, so in the end, I obviously am focusing on them because they have been in a recent slump, and I want them to overcome this. And today is the perfect chance because I think they actually match up really, really well against Splyce, which are both kind of AD carry-centric teams where both of them rely on both upset and Kobe to carry the game for them. And I think in that case scenario, Schalke has the upper hand.
And for me, I'm actually looking at Misfits versus Excel. The game that I was excited about wasn't this one initially, but after Excel's upset yesterday over SK, I'm like, who's actually the favorite there?
Okay, so you're setting me up now for a prediction, which is beautiful. Before I get the reveal, after Vitality's win yesterday, which the fans correctly predicted, they've increased their lead in the race for Superior Analyst. They now have a 2-point advantage over Dracos. Get well soon, buddy. I entered my predictions yesterday, so I'm not going to be on the list in a moment. You guys at home, keep sending in your votes to @LOL Esports. Huge shout out to Romar, who actually managed to get lucky for the first time on Split with those outlandish predictions. I'm not going to acknowledge them. And actually, Frosk, you did put your money where your mouth is. You were calling XL over Misfit.
Now, here's the thing. I got to catch up to Twitter, which means I got to make calculated risks here.
Oh, nice cop-out.
I knew that they would go for Misfits, and I'm like, you know what? At this point, I'm a coin flip. Misfits, their drafts are all over the board. I know I defended SOAS. Still, it was a blind pick. I got a 9.4. I'm going to stand by
Okay, but now hold on. So that's fair. I can justify that. You're the only one that's gone Splyce over Schalke.
Yeah, what's his
yourself.
excuse?
I don't know. Like, both. So honestly, this was a really hard game to predict because both of these teams have been struggling in the last few weeks. But I think the big difference for me is the jungle. And I think Xerxes is going to come in and give Splyce enough of a lead to eventually close out for a win.
Amazing. Your turn to chime in. You're allowed to rebut if you want to. But you picked Origen over Vitality for this one. Why is that?
I feel like Origen is really good when they can actually prepare for an opponent, so the day 2 actually helps them a lot when they see Vitality play. And I think, as Frostcorn already talked about, Nuke is going to be a lot better than Seiken, and that matchup is going to be hell for the rookie.
Well, the LEC secret agent me has returned to Europe, and I'm going to continue to be asking the tough questions both on and off the Rift. Earlier this week, I caught up with a familiar face, and it went okay. Let's check out how it went.
Hello and welcome to another installment of Between Two Iverns. My name is Ender, and today my guest is a legend in the esports community. He, of course, was a superstar Spanish mid laner back in the old days of League of Legends and went on to found one of the most successful league organizations in Europe. It is, of course, FLICKR.
You really called me Spega, didn't you? I'm Ocelot. I'm Carlos Ocelot. I'm also Spanish, maybe that's why. I used to play Milan as well.
Who?
It's Ocelot. You probably should have known that.
I mean, I had a clip that we were going to be showing FLICKR.
Yeah.
It was sort of an iconic moment for him back in 2013.
Okay.
But
you know what? I kind of know what you're gonna show me right now.
I mean, yeah, it's right up here, the FLICKR backdoor, of course.
Yeah, I've watched a couple times.
Can you just imagine what the other team was thinking, though? Right? Like,
yeah.
it's Caston's on your Nexus, and
that's kind of me. You know, that's. Yeah.
Wait a second.
That's
wait.
I'm
No. Can you do this for me? Just. Okay. Oh my God, that is you. I know you. You're the Gamers 2 guy, right?
So, first of all, do not ever say Gamers 2 again. Do me that favor.
Gamers 2, right? I mean,
I really, really don't like you.
I'm just trying to do my job, man.
Try harder.
Okay, well then maybe answer my question. What do you miss about the old days of League of Legends?
Oh, don't worry, I got this. Don't worry, I'll answer seriously.
Can you stay on that side, please?
You know, League of Legends was, best game for me. Although League of Legends today is much better than it was yesterday. But I do kind of miss, winning as a player and being in front of the crowd and raising trophies and,
I mean, it's been a long time for you, right?
Nah, as an owner, actually, it's been a few weeks only.
Since you lifted a trophy, I don't think so.
It's a comfortable interview.
Yeah?
I'm liking it.
So, you and Steve from Team Liquid, combined, how many titles do you think you two have bought?
Bought?
Yes, bought.
Oh, bought.
Bought.
Not one.
I mean, let's be honest.
Okay. Let's keep going. Next question.
Okay. So how many scarves are in your closet back at home, would you say?
Before I met my wife, probably around 60-ish. Then I met my wife, and she threw away all of my scarves. And
that's horrible.
And made me buy really expensive ones. So I have like 10 maybe.
There's one
I see what you're
scarf
doing.
that money can't buy.
Well, are you sure about that?
I guess we'll find out this split. This, of course, is the Fnatic Madrid Championship scarf.
Yeah, okay.
G2 wasn't even in Madrid.
You know one thing Fnatic doesn't have?
What's that?
Caps. I think Fnatic choked in Worlds Finals. I think Fnatic overreached and didn't have the hanger to win Worlds. You know what? You have more questions, you say, right?
Yeah.
You can send them. You can send them to Keanu. He's my assistant. Fantastic guy. You'll love him. Is it your first day? It wasn't too bad, man, for your first day.
I still don't really know who this guy is.
I have to admit, I am blown away that you can actually pull that off with such a straight face. It's impressive. Do you know the difference between FLICKR and Ocelot now, at least?
Well, one was better than the other.
Who won the backdoor?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Maurice, how would you do in that interview?
On which side?
What, if you're being interviewed by Ender?
I think I would have walked out a bit earlier.
Let your emotion get the better of you, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
A little bit. Well, listen, we will see Ocelot's G2 in just a few minutes as they will be going up against SK Gaming in our first game of the day. We'll turn our attention to the pre-match because, of course, G2 Esports, they are still the best team in Europe. They are one win away from locking in a spot in Rotterdam, and this is a gigantic challenge for SK Gaming, FLICKR.
Especially in SK's current form right now because they were just upset by Excel. Now, that said, it is a bit of a trend that SK tend to lose their first game and they win their second game. But when you're looking at the Goliath that is G2 Esports right now in current form, I don't know if that's going to hold out for SK today.
Okay, let's turn our attention to SK just for a little bit. They're fighting in the race for playoffs after that loss to XL. I have a very difficult question, but there are some reasons, and I want to hear them. However outlandish they may be, how does SK pick up a win today?
It's going to be tough, honestly. But I think what it has to come down to is the man we always talk about, and it's self-made. And I think that when G2 have been exploited in the past, it's through smart early game pathing. Specifically, I remember Cold in the Origen game. And what self-made has to sort of do is contain Jankos, stop him from making plays, and then actually just force on the opposite side of the map. I think that worked very well for Origen, and it's something that SK should be trying to replicate.
I think they have to target caps, honestly. I think Pyrion is actually mechanically a really good player. So if you actually target caps and take him out of the game, you kind of take away a lot of the roams that G2 is trying to orchestrate in the early game, where, for example, they dove top yesterday really early on. And I think that's something that a lot of teams haven't quite looked into, because they think of caps as such a superstar that is untouchable. But in laning phase, he's sometimes over-aggressing, so you can attack that if you want to.
I mean, frankly, in the blueprint, when Origen did take down G2, and that's the only tape that we have of G2 actually bleeding, that was what they did. They managed to get nuked on the Zed pick. So if you're able to counter-pick caps and kind of delay his impact on the map, as well as hopefully solo kill him, if you can, and then stall if you can, and then stall out the game. Because I think another problem that teams fall into is they try to step toe-to-toe against G2 in the lane phase, and they just get blasted before 50 minutes. Just take a step back, see if you can neutralize the map, and take your chances in the actual team fighting phase.
And for me, it's the sort of window between 15 and 20 minutes where G2, even when they're down in gold, because sometimes they are, let's be real, they just fight you so rapidly, and teams just can't keep up with that type of pace. They just keep forcing, and they have these comps usually on G2's side that are very good at beating you in that tight window. I think that these teams need to recognize that, play a smart vision game, avoid going blow for blow in all these, frequent skirmishes, and that's how you sort of draw out the game and then beat G2.
Yeah, just don't get better into fights. Like from the 15-20 minute mark, I saw, for example, Schalke, when they actually were up 2K, they suddenly got forced into a fight that they actually didn't want to take. You play your own pace, even if G2 is over-forcing or forcing into you, and you can actually operate the map properly. If you play their style, you will lose.
And I will say that trying to stay away from fighting G2 is very difficult, but it's specifically who they fight around, and it does go back to caps. G2 will always fight on priority because they know that they can make the faster rotation and outplay you. But if caps doesn't have that priority, I'm actually curious if G2 will be as bold to pull the trigger as many times as they like to when they do fall behind.
Okay, now let's see if SK can even do it. We're about 2 minutes away from draft, so I'm going to turn to Amazing and say, in this game, SK Gaming are on the red side. You've already alluded to some of the matchups. Frost mentioned maybe a counter pick to go into Jankos. You mentioned maybe a favorable pick for Pyrion. What specific champions would you like to see that could help SK in this regard? Or do you think it really just comes down to counter-picking a lane as a priority and then playing around that?
I think it would actually make sense for Selfmade to kind of pick out of Jankos' champion pool and kind of take away certain things. For example, the Elise would actually be good against G2 style, because if they try to force onto you and Elise is basically used as a counter pick, you will more likely than not lose, because you cannot face check brushes in the river. You cannot really fight 2v2. You cannot fight 3v3 because Elise is such a strong champion in the mid game. So I would like to see that, and potentially, and as I already said, Pyrion to get a counter pick. I don't know how his champion pool is. I don't know if he's playing Zed. I don't know if he's a Yasuo player. Like, we have not seen too much from him yet. He's more been on scaling picks. So I'm actually just eager to see what he's going to bring out.
For me, I actually really want to see a Nocturne. Now, that seems counterintuitive in that Nocturne's not one of those junglers that can gank before the level 6. He's pretty reliant on it. But I think against G2, who like to play so far forward in their lanes, the counter gank potential or setup potential for a Nocturne can actually be quite punishing when G2 want to have that forward percentage in the lanes and catch them off guard.
And here's a play-by-play question, so forgive me if I'm way out there. But champions like Shen or Galio have traditionally been pretty good into teams like G2, who like to pick fights, like to dive. Could SK use some sort of global counter or counter-reaction type of strategy to also shut them down?
Yeah, I mean, I think the champion to bring up is Galio. I think Galio support is pretty strong right now, and it's very good at neutralizing sort of numbers advantage fights, and that's what G2 tend to go for a lot. They'll bring their support jungler and group up for these fights, above mid lane, and that's where a Galio can sort of react to those types of plays. So I don't think it's actually that far out here for SK to go for that type of a pick.
Well, listen, SK are going to have to put their money where their mouth is, because there is so much on the line today in the LEC. Without further ado, G2 versus SK.
Prepare for trouble.
And make it double.
To denounce the evils of instant feed.
To bring all the laughs that you might need.
Medi.
Vedi.
Medi blasts off at the speed of sound.
The greatest games you have now found. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
League of Legends.
League of Legends. The LEC is here back once again for some fantastic stuff. You almost kept a straight face.
I can't believe we just did that.
So close.
We do the strangest things. Anyway,
G2 versus SK. Tell us some storylines, narrative. I've heard you're good at that.
I think the big thing you have to look at for this game is SK. You know, they lost yesterday to XL. They're 6 and 7 at the moment. You really need to be picking up these wins because although on the leaderboard it says they're tied 6th, they're actually sitting about 8th place in the league because there's so many teams tied around that 6th point.
It was a really interesting comment that our writer actually made yesterday, Evan. He was saying that SK now have the hardest strength of schedule because after losing to XL, which should have been a win, they now only play against teams that are around them or above them. And G2 is one of those teams, so their road to playoffs now gets so much harder when they were one of the teams that many people expected to actually kick out the likes of Fnatic and Misfits.
Exactly. A lot of people thought they came into this week with 2 easy wins left on the board. You had Rogue and you had XL. Losing to one of those easy wins means you now have to beat one of these top teams to get to that magic number of 9 wins, which usually guarantees you a playoff spot. Syndra, Ezreal bans out here from G2 on the blue side. Jace removed by SK alongside the Lucian from the red side.
So I'm surprised by the Syndra ban. This is not something that we've really seen prioritized a huge amount. I believe Pyrion has had 1 game on the champion so far this split, but it's not been something that's kind of dominated the meta. To me, this implies that G2 have something in mind that they don't want the Syndra to go up against. It could potentially be something like an Oriana. Maybe the Zoe is something that G2 want to put some priority on as well. Regardless, they're clearly showing respect towards Pyrion's Syndra and saying we don't want to have to deal with it.
Bit of respect towards Selfmade there as well with the Karthus bans. Once again, a Sylas first pick, though. It seems like week 7 is the week that people have finally realized in Europe how good Sylas can be.
Typically in the mid lane, but he can be flexed to both jungle and top. I personally think the tank Sylas in the mid is the strongest, and I do think that we saw some very good performances on it yesterday, and now SK need to find an answer to it, because so far in Europe we haven't really seen that many counters. Usually he only lost 1 game yesterday, and that was against G2, and they didn't even play against the Sylas. They just had Caps roam around everywhere else and snowball the other side lanes.
Definitely did. Thresh picked up here for SK as well. It's going to go into the hands of Dreams. I'd like to see an aggressive pick for Selfmade. That's exactly what we're going to get. It's the Rek'Sai
very exciting.
Star jungler.
Many consider Selfmade to be one of, if not the best ganking jungler in the league. He just seems to turn every single gank attempt into some kind of success for his team, and Rek'Sai is one of the best champions to enable that. So very excited to see it in the hands of Selfmade, but G2 immediately answer with a bot lane of their own.
Yeah, get the Kai'Sa and the Alistar for themselves. I like Alistar as a pick into Thresh. It's quite hard to actually take him down in the lane. Kai'Sa, not the strongest laner though, but I'd like SK to go to something a little bit more aggressive in Crownshot's hands, maybe even the Draven that we saw hovered.
Well, so far, G2 have pretty solid scaling.
Yep.
They've got a form of engage with the Alistar, they have good side lane threat with the Sylas, and they also have good late game damage with the Kai'Sa. So I'm not too concerned with what we're seeing so far. We are seeing Pyrion go for the LeBlanc. We saw this matchup yesterday. I believe it was Nukeduck who played the Sylas into the LeBlanc of, I forget which team they were playing up against yesterday.
Humanoid?
It was Humanoid, yes. And we saw that the LeBlanc struggled. I'm personally not a fan of the matchup. I think Sylas can do very well into it, but clearly mid laners in the LEC consider it to be a form of counter pick. And if G2 is scared of it, they can always move the Sylas out of the mid lane and put him up towards the top side or even the jungle.
A lot of flexibility still in that pick. You can see SK Gaming a little bit scared of Jankos. His Elise last week was terrifying and has been for his entire course as a player, really, in the LEC. Tristana taken away by G2 as well, getting rid of a bit of that all-in potential from the SK Gaming bottom lane. Crownshot has gone to things like the Ezreal in the past. Not sure that's what you want to pick into this Kai'Sa lane, though.
They may look to ban away the Jinx now. This is something that he actually used to play a lot when he played in the regional league. And I also think it can be a very solid pick into the Kai'Sa, but they're actually going to go towards the Vayne. Very scared of that potential out-dueling and out-scaling champion, which means that Crownshot does have the Jinx available. We were just talking about it, and immediately it is going to be that high priority for SK.
I still only hovered over it right now, but wouldn't be surprised at all, as you say, if it is locked in. One of Crownshot's signature champions from his days in the regional leagues. Good prediction there. Vedius, G2 said they've got a bit of scaling, they've got a bit of side lane. How do they round out this composition?
Well, I think they could go for the Olaf here if they want someone that can match the Rek'Sai in terms of early game pressure, but it depends how much towards the early game they want to go. Jarvan would arguably be one of the safest because it just acts as better follow-up engage as well. But the problem with G2 is you can never really predict what direction they go with their draft because they're so versatile. But now we see that, again, you can still flex the Jarvan, but there's no value at this point because you have to lock your next 2 picks in. So Jarvan, they have engaged, they have decent scaling. If we assume that the Jarvan is in the top lane, then I would say either an Olaf or... I don't know. Yeah. I'm out of champions.
I think it's a little bit tough. Looking at the composition, I wonder if they needed just a tad more damage to round it out, if the Sylas is going for that more tanky build.
That's fair. That's fair.
I like the Aurelia pick here. Looks like the Jarvan probably going to go to the jungle, although we have seen a couple of Sylas jungles
No, it's
as well.
definitely, I think that we can safely assume that the Jarvan is in the jungle and the Aurelia is top. So this is something that G2 have showcased now, that they're happy to blind pick the Aurelia. I think that's quite cool. But SK immediately have an answer to it. I really like Poppy into the matchup. I think that she can mitigate a lot of the mobility that Aurelia can bring. And I also think that after they removed the shield shredding power that Aurelia used to provide, Poppy now holds her own much better in this 1v1 as well. Also, a very good answer into just overall the mobility from the side of G2. The Alistar engage, the Jarvan EQ combo, the Sylas dashes. I'm not entirely sure if the Kai'Sa ultimate counts. I think it is a dash rather than a blind.
You stop her at the edge of Poppy's steadfast.
Which means that Poppy can interrupt every single mobility skill that G2 is running for themselves right now. So I like the pick overall. I can see how it is in terms of the overall team comp. The only thing I'm concerned about for SK is that late game, because I do think that while they do have some insurance with the Jinx, by going for Rek'Sai and LeBlanc, it means that you almost have to get a lead towards the early stages so you can transition into a solid mid-game. And what we see is that the mid-game is where G2 seem to explode. That 15 to 25 minute mark, when the game seems even, is when this team really turns online and starts to get very proactive, looks for a lot of skirmishes and fights. And I think their team, again, is very good at these skirmishes. They have very strong 2v2, 3v3s. They have the ability to move around the map pretty freely, and I think this game is going to come down to, can SK get Pyrion ahead up against Caps? Meanwhile, I feel like that for G2, their focus is going to be once again to try and get Wonder ahead, see if they can get this Aurelia strong in a side lane, and then they can set up for a 1-3-1 with Sylas on one side, Aurelia on the other.
Yep.
And then just basically control all 3 lanes.
And you have the Kai'Sa for any late game team fights that you might have as well around those neutral objectives. Last time these teams met was about even at the 15-minute mark. At the 25-minute mark, G2 had ended the game with a 9,000 gold lead. So as we heard on the desk, as we heard from you there, Vedius, SK need to avoid losing out in those mid-game skirmishes. We're going to jump onto the Summoner's Rift. I think you've kind of already alluded to it, but I'm going to ask you to elucidate just a little bit more about where you think SK are going to play this early game.
So very much around the mid lane. I think you have to kind of get Pyrion ahead. On the LeBlanc, it's very important that you have an advantage up against the Sylas. And we might take a little closer look at the mid lane matchup, but we'll see how this plays out in the early stages, because Jankos right now setting up an invade, but he has been spotted.
Uses the Spears to check out. Pyrion takes stun first. Jankos has to use the flash, and that is a Summoner spell burnt already on the G2 jungler.
So he's showing that respect. He didn't want to run the risk of getting collapsed. Note how you think initially they don't have enough damage, but then if Wurlib decides to skill his wall slam ability early on, combined with the Q damage from Selfmade on the Rek'Sai, that might have been enough to actually secure a first blood kill. So Jankos just avoiding all possible risk and just flashing out very early.
Wurlib has gone for the Conqueror on the Poppy in the top lane as well, so expecting maybe some of those more prolonged trades.
Yeah, Conqueror is, from what, having spoken to pros, I've heard that it's good again on champions that can, number one, easily stack it, or champions that are very good at sticking to champions, so that is easier to stack. And I feel like Poppy's one of the champions that, in terms of abilities, she probably doesn't get the stacks very quickly, but just because she has the slow on her Q, she has a decent amount of ability, she gets the bonus movement speed on a W as well, along with the E gap closer. I think that it just allows her to stay in these fights for an extended period of time, which can then generate those Conqueror stacks.
Stickability of that top laner. I want to just look a little bit towards the mid lane as well as we explore the matchup between the LeBlanc and the Sylas, because Pyrion did decide to to pick the LeBlanc into this Sylas pick here. And at the moment, it looks to be going okay. He's gone for the Electrocute into the Aftershock. Caps pretty tanky on that Sylas, always pretty easy for him to be, and not too much else happening. I think bot lane is always a key point of awareness. Dreams and Crownshot got the level 2 first, so they're about 5-6 CS up here, but Perkz and Mickey, they're not looking to do too much in this lane. Kai'Sa isn't really a very strong lane bully, so the ability for them to scale up into the game is all they really want out of this bottom lane.
So the thing is, in terms of the bot lane matchup, Crownshot has a range advantage. I don't have time for that because Selfmade already looking for a play in the mid lane. If that chain does land from Pyrion, they can find a kill.
Chain does not connect, Caps just dodges to the side, and Selfmade comes in and immediately just sheepishly walks his way down towards the bottom side of the map. Still has his blue buff to pick up, so he'll go towards that, but you can already see G2 trying to keep vision control around this mid. They know that's where SK will be playing.
Well, if we take a quick look at the minimap, you'll notice that Wonder has priority in the top side of the map. The Aurelia versus Poppy matchup usually means that Aurelia has push in the early levels, can trade a little bit more effectively, and as you can see already, it does cost a bit of mana for Wonder, but it means that he can just keep this wave push underneath the tower and just kind of force Warlib to play on the defensive. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, the opposite is happening in favor of SK. When you pick the Kai'Sa, you are outranged by the Jinx, which means that every time you approach the wave, you're always going to take that form of harassment, which means that it's very difficult for Perkz to actually get priority, and then when you're playing up against a Thresh as well, one wrong move, you get hooked up into the Flame Chompers, immediately you lose a lot of your health. So SK have priority bot, G2 have priority top, and then in the mid, it's fairly neutral, and that's why jungle influence is so important for the side of SK, because when you're playing on this bit of a timer, when you're on this LeBlanc champion, and you kind of want to get to that Ludens as quickly as possible, you want to have an early lead so that you can start moving around the map and use your mobility to find these picks. It's very crucial that you put resources into the champion so that you can get her ahead. And it doesn't mean that you have to be like 5 kills by 15 minutes, but having a kill up, having an experience advantage, having a CS advantage is all really important in the LeBlanc matchup. And I personally feel that it can be very difficult when playing up against a Sylas.
Especially if the Sylas is as tanky as Caps is with this Aftershock rune as well. Looks like engaged in the bot lane as Mickey flashes into Dreams. Dreams ignited straight away, looking for the stun. Should be an easy enough kill here. Mickey gets it with the ignite, and G2 are on the board.
Now, I would not expect Jankos to actually invest the gank towards the bot side of the map, but the execution was very well done. Mickey, all he had to do was flash in, get the knock-up onto Dreams, and immediately he's able to get the knockback combo because Dreams wasn't able to flash in time. I mean, he may have even been CC chained for so long that he didn't have an opportunity to flash. So G2, they find themselves first blood. They get it towards the area of the map that SK even have pressure, which is going to make this early game a little bit easier for G2.
The only benefit for SK out of that is they don't burn any summoners in losing this. But you can see Jankos in position, Mickey with the flash engaged. Not really much you can do here. Dreams only able to get a flay. Doesn't want to use his flash because he's flashing straight into the stun from Mickey. And it's an easy enough kill for G2.
Yeah, not really much to break down there, just very well done. Now Jankos could be in some danger, doesn't have the flash yet.
Flash in from Pyrion, doesn't have that much mana. Jankos pushed into the wall with a heroic charge, and that's a good kill from SK. Opposite sides of the map, but both teams are now on the board.
So while Jankos is able to find the first blood, he's immediately punished by the side of SK. And this was simply a matter of, I'm not entirely sure when that ward was set up, but Jankos gets spotted in the river when he doesn't have pressure in mid or top. That means it's easier for Warlib and Pyrion to get the collapse, which means that immediately a numbers advantage is in favor of SK, and they find themselves a kill onto a flashless Jankos.
Now, Jankos is on his way up here. Selfmade's been sitting on a ward for a very long time. Flawless duet from Wonder, maybe trying to bait Selfmade here because Jankos just waiting around the corner. You can see him coming in now. Selfmade has spotted him with the Tremor Sense. Doesn't land the knock-up, and both junglers pass like ships in the night.
Thing is, Selfmade was very aware that Jankos was there as well, because we already talked about that ward that was on the blue buff. Both junglers actually had full information of each other without knowing that they had full information of each other. So, as you said, they just back away from each other, don't stress too much about that. Meanwhile, we see Mickey now on the roam. Boots of Mobility already picked up very early on into the game. He doesn't have that much vision available to him, so he's just scouring, seeing what he can find, maybe a control ward or two, but SK, they've actually invested all their vision up towards the top side of the map, and that's somewhat expected because based on yesterday's performance, when they're running the Aurelia, you would expect G2 to try and snowball this lane, and they've been trying to protect that, but Unfortunately for them, Jankos decides to go bot early, and it ends up in first blood for G2.
And part of it's the matchup as well. Yesterday it was an Aurelia into Jax. You don't want to let that Jax get any sort of leeway into the game, whereas here, Wonder can just win the 1v1. Mickey caught out a little bit down towards the bottom side, has popped the trample. Dreams taking a bit of damage, Selfmade on his way as well. Good flay back, Mickey with a knockback, but Crown Shot has a lot of damage coming out on this Jinx. There's the kill, Jankos coming across now as Caps joins the fray, steals away the Void Rush, jumps straight into Dreams, might look for a little bit more of the chase. Not going to get anything more out of it. Pyrion doesn't want to jump in onto Caps.
Ends up being another 1-for-1, just supports traded as AD Carry picks up a kill on the side of SK, and the same can be said for Caps. He managed to make the roam down much quicker, and he had the Rek'Sai ultimate available in the event that someone were to flash away. But note how all of the summoner spells are now gone for SK, as they committed hard for this. Now, Mickey, he's just trying to get a bit of vision down. Dreams rather, just flashes on top of him, gets the Lantern. They set up the choppers to try and lock him down, but he's able to walk around them. And here, I think Perkz could have healed him a little bit earlier. While the Ignite is running, having that extra bit of HP would have been enough, but Perkz uses the heal too late. That means the Crown Shot gets the kill, but then Caps is able to make his way down much faster because SK is so overextended towards G2 side of the map, so Pyrion can't really offer a huge amount.
Some very fancy feat there for Mickey to dodge out a lot of the stuns early on. As you say, the heal may have saved his life in the top lane. Wonder still has about a 20 CS lead or so. Has burnt his teleport. It's going to be back on about the same sort of cooldown as Whirlibs. But 8 minutes in, both teams just trading kills here and there. I think SK will be happy enough, although they probably would have preferred a few of these kills to go across to Pyrion. I think the Wonder you have to think for, Selfmade has always been this jungler that really sets up SK for success, right? He's the guy that gets them ahead in the early game, that gives them these leads. And on a champion like the Rek'Sai, who's risen to priority on 9.4, who is all about the level 3 to 20-minute portion of the game, he has to be the one to take the initiative for this SK team.
Yeah, he certainly does. We wanted to see him play a lot around mid lane, and so far we've seen one gank attempt from him that hasn't resulted in a huge amount. He did assist in that bot lane play, but he still has enough time to create opportunities for his team. Once these level 6s start to come out, that's definitely going to be a point at which he could try and leverage, but while the laning phase is continuing, you're seeing that G2 is starting to build leads across the board. And in the top lane, Wonder has built up a massive CS advantage, showcasing his confidence on the Aurelia champion. But fortunately for Whirlib, he did get that kill onto the Jarvan, so he's not too far behind in gold. Mid lane is actually getting pretty significantly in favor of Caps, not only in terms of the farm, but also in terms of the gold. And the same can be said in the bot lane, where Perkz is just slowly ramping up as he's building up a pretty hefty CS lead himself.
You can see Jankos and Mickey just teaming up, clearing out as much of this vision as possible, even getting in to the SK jungle. The hook lands from Dreams here, only onto the Alistar. Selfmade coming across as well. Pyrion jumped on with the Cataclysm. Pyrion jumps all the way forward, but Mickey lands a great headbutt, just deletes him. And SK thought they could react, but G2, once again, just that step ahead.
And now the LeBlanc is in a very dire situation as he has to go back to base with nothing. G2 pick themselves up another kill. They're looking to even steal away the blue buff. Caps, he probably isn't going to secure this one though, as Selfmade is hanging around, and we see a fight in the top lane.
Well, gets a shield from picking up his buckler, but Caps does just take it. Selfmade didn't want to go for the fight. There was no vision in the river from SK at all, so you just didn't know where anyone else, and G2 they just take everything off the bottom side of the map. They get a kill, they get the blue buff, they get the dragon, they get a lead in the top lane. This is pretty dirty to watch. Wonder just going for the dive. Great heroic charge there from Whirlib into the steadfast presence. Might even have the 1v1, but Wonder flashes. Will be a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane. Whirlib getting what he could out of that.
You can see the smirk on Wonder's face as he knows he got outplayed there. That was beautiful stuff from Whirlib. We're going to start off with the replay down towards the bot side of the map. You'll note how Mickey, he feels he's safe. He does have the flash up as well, so he's just trying to clear up some vision. We don't have time because we have another fight in mid.
Void Rush came out from Selfmade there. Rocket. Oh! Caps almost jumped into it, but didn't quite. Looks like it was a 2v1 in the mid lane that Caps comes out of alive.
Nearly gets the kill there onto Pyrion as well, showcasing the power of Silas, going for the Proto Belt early. But in that last replay, what I wanted to highlight was the fact that Mickey, he actually played with very good awareness of what was going on. He knew he had support from the rest of his team. He knew that Caps was going to collapse first. And what I thought was interesting was how Jankos burned the ultimate onto a LeBlanc. And initially you think this isn't the best target because you can't lock her down, but what you do is you force her to W. which means that there's that small delay period where she can then be CC'd because she can't then jump back, and then that's immediately what Mickey's able to punish with a good knockup. So I really like the decision-making there from Jankos to kind of force Pyrion into this awkward situation.
Decision making here as well from SK, saying we can't fight in that bottom lane anymore because we want to go for this Rift Herald, so they move everyone up to the top side. Now Crownshot and Dreams will push out that top lane, and Werlib has already gone down towards the bottom lane to answer Perks' pressure.
He's just trying to hold out against the pushing Kai'Sa, and he was able to clear the wave as well. Now he's immediately backed off, but with SK having the Rift Herald, they should be able to siege onto this tower much quicker. Notice the positioning of Dreams right now. He hasn't hit the tower, which means they can funnel all this gold onto Crownshot, but in the bot lane...
Yeah, Werlib getting dived on the other side of the map. Lands the heroic charge only onto Jankos. Mickey's still tanking up the tower. Cataclysm actually pulls him in. Mickey's so low, Werlib will go down as well. G2 with the perfect tanking of that tower. They lose the tower in the top side though, and SK keep that gold lead at only about the 600 mark.
Werlib showcasing how tanky he is on the Poppy, is able to buy a lot of time for his team while they secure the top lane tower. Very nearly secures another hit onto that objective, but Caps was able to land that last hit. So all in all, SK find themselves first tower, so overall team gold is good, but individually, G2 still ahead.
Yeah, I think the AD carry role is the only one with an SK lead. It's about 600 gold in favor of Crownshot. He's now got the Infinity Edge, but Perks has finished his own IE and has the pickaxe, so he's got that Acathian Rain upgrade on the Q. He's evolved that to chuck out 12 little spiky boys instead of only the 6.
Certainly is. Sorry, Medic was having a swig of water there.
That's all right, mate.
Meanwhile,
no one would have known.
The dive on the bot lane. Mickey gets interrupted with the W from Werlib. You can see, just Poppy is so obnoxiously tanky. The last hit does come through from Perks, but you're right, Mickey leveraging the most out of his ultimate to just buy time, stall underneath the tower. And they end up finding that kill. Now, no objectives have been secured. I say no objectives. The Cloud Drake has been secured. No towers have been secured for G2. But regardless, they still sit with a 1,000 gold lead, largely because of the massive advantage Wonder's been able to build in the top lane, and Caps has been able to build in the mid lane. SK have not been able to get Pyrion ahead. We haven't seen a huge amount of early game action from Selfmade. And while he's not in a bad spot, it's only going to get worse from here, as Werlib is down to 1v1 against Caps.
1v1 in Caps. He steals his ultimate away and knocks him over the wall, though. Oh, that's quite pretty to watch. Selfmade caught out here by Jankos, though. The stun's going to land. Flawless Duet comes out. Vanguard's edge used as well, but Selfmade, nowhere for him to go. He's taken out, and G2 get a kill on the other side of the map.
Good use of the flash there from Jankos to interrupt Selfmade as he's burrowing to try and escape from that situation. Ends up being another kill going in favor of G2. I think that went in the back pocket of Jankos, and now they're setting up a siege onto the mid lane.
And as much as we said, G2 have not got any towers yet. Last time these two teams played, it was only about a 900 gold lead at the 15-minute mark for G2, and then they finished it 10 minutes later with a 9,000 gold lead. So we expect G2 to play in the 15 to 25-minute phase of the game. That's when they really come online, and that's when SK need to be aware, because they haven't got the early lead they would have wanted. Perks caught out a little bit here. Crownshot did use the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it was tanked up by Mickey, who once again is in the right place at the right time. Selfmade coming across, Jankos on his way as well. Mickey dodges out from the zap. And Dream's actually going to flash in here. Unstoppable onslaught. Sorry, the ultimate used by the Alistar. Selfmade gets the kill. So good stuff once again from SK to find a pick.
I think that was a mistake from Perks there, that Mickey had to then use his life to cover for.
I think so too.
Yeah. Good guy, Mickey, doing what he can to protect his AD carry's KDA. So we will get a replay of this one. Yeah, so he ends up getting hooked. He walks over a wall that he doesn't realize is there. Mickey not only body blocks, but he also just absorbs a lot of the crowd control to make sure that his AD carry doesn't die. And then Dreams comes in with the flash to help secure the kill, which then sets up for Jankos to say, yeah, no. If Wonder had more mana and maybe was in a better position, had the ultimate, they could have gone for that fight, but he wasn't in a position to do so, and therefore they just backed away. What surprised me is that they even had Wonder in the mid lane when Silas doesn't have teleport. Maybe they feel that Silas at this point in the game is stronger into the Poppy, especially seeing as he has no magic resistance. I guess I could see it, but it does mean that playing for these objectives could be a little harder. That's, of course, your G2, and you'd already set up that vision earlier to secure this objective.
Well, we'll see if they keep Silas in that side lane, because it looks like they've gone back to keeping Wonder up towards the top side with Caps here in the mid. He's actually gained about a 40 CS lead over Pyrion, so he's in a very strong spot, and both teams just sort of gesturing down towards this bottom side of the map. G2, as we see, sitting on 2 dragons, have already got a tower down as well, about a 2,000 gold lead for them now, and you getting to the point of the game where SK, you feel, have to do something. Just have to do something a little bit quicker, because they haven't got the early lead they wanted in the 2v2 mid. They haven't got their AD carry ahead. Whirlid is behind, mid is behind, bot is behind. And when you come in against a team that can 1-3-1 and you have no one who can answer in those side lanes, it's not a pretty sight.
Nope, not really. G2, they don't have to force anything too hard right now. Their scaling is going to be pretty good. As you rightly said, they have the Silas, who's in a very strong position right now. So what SK have decided to try and do is actually group up, get some vision with more numbers, which means that G2, while they're isolated, obviously can't fight this, so they're forced to back off. But it does mean that they regain control of the side lanes. You can already see Wunder up on the top side of the map, setting up towards that tower. He's going to try and clear this out as quickly as possible with his Tiamat. And Whirlib then forced to split apart. You have Crownshot trying to catch the farm on bot. And this is the kind of situation that G2 want for themselves. And you'll kind of see this a lot. SK just starting to group, trying to force something in their small windows, and then G2 trying to keep the map as split open as possible so that they can leverage their strong 1-3-1.
So I have to see where SK think those windows are. There's opportunities for them to force fights against G2. Usually you look at neutral objectives. Baron up in 2 minutes. Infernal Dragon, the next one to spawn as well. Caps gets the tower down towards the bottom side. Pyrion trying to get some damage here onto Mickey as they realize the rest of G2 are split up. There's the hook. Super Mega Death Rocket going to be tanked up with that Unbreakable Will. The Alistair too darn healthy when he uses that ultimate.
So Mickey chose not to flash there, which I think is fine. It does cost the heal from Perks and the ultimate from Mickey as well. But G2 have traded it for a tower towards the bot side of the map. Now though, SK actually have a numbers advantage, meaning they can look to push in the mid lane. And they're set up for success, but I don't think G2 want to give this one away for free.
Yeah, Wonder going to flash in with the ultimate, lands it onto Pyrion. There's a teleport straight away from SK. Pyrion jumps back in. Chain's not quite going to connect for all this duet hit onto Whirlib. No minions left here. Cataclysm comes down. His core Dreams. He's healed up, but they get Yankos. And Wonder unable to jump onto the backline. Dreams still alive as well. SK somehow got out of this one. The stopwatch as Mickey engages. Self-made there. 3-man stun. Pyrion jumps onto the backline, but now it's all about Caps and Perks just getting damage down they can. Pyrion jumped all the way across. It's a second kill for Perks. He's on the chase. Whirlib has to flash away. Caps can't quite land the stun, but it's a triple for Perks. The Kai's is well and truly online, and G2 just turn around SK's play in the mid lane.
Mickey hunting for more. He has his eyes on Crownshot and Selfmade, but the rest of G2 are going to be more than happy just taking the objective for themselves. I love the ultimate from Whirlib. It looked like he had found a very good fight setup, but Caps, he wants more.
Oh, he almost just bursts out. Crownshot steals the ultimate away. Can't quite land the Super Mega Death Rocket. And now, actually, maybe SK can turn it around because Mickey's so low. Crownshot can't quite get the damage down. And so it's a 1-4-1 trade.
That was greedy from Caps. He wanted more. He thought he could burst out Crownshot, but he ends up getting punished for it. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in that final trade, but ultimately G2 do come out on top. And as we said, 15 to 25 minutes is usually where this team really turns online, really starts to apply that pressure, and this fight is a good example of that. So remember that Mickey got forced back to base. He used his ultimate, so they 3v4 fight to try and force them away. And in this Alienware Predator replay, what I want you to keep your eyes on is Whirlib as he knocks away the 2 core carries of G2, allowing them to just burst out onto Yankos. But G2 is saying, you know what, we can still commit to this. We still have the Kaisar ultimate, we still have the engage from Mickey, and SK have lost a lot of their abilities, so we're not afraid to commit to this fight. And that's exactly what they do. So they just slowly run down onto SK, they keep finding these kills, and they end up securing a tier 2.
You see Crownshot only getting like 4 or 5 auto attacks away as he's just trying to retreat. Caps went in a little bit too deep. It would have looked sweet if he had got the kill by stealing away the Super Mega Death Rocket, but wasn't quite able to do it, and we always wonder how effective Silas can be, where you can see Caps topping the damage charts there on the mid lane mage, showing us just how strong that champion could be. But 1-3-1 once again, it seems to be from G2 as they put actually Perks in towards the side lane here. He picked up a lot of kills in that last fight, so now has that Ginsu's complete 1,000 gold bounty on the Kaiser as well. So maybe if SK can find a pick, they can start to eke their way back into this game, but they are 5k behind. It's not looking too pretty.
The next big objective will be the Infernal. 10 seconds on the clock. Wunder does have TP, while Whirlib doesn't. G2, they're just going to go for an engage.
Mickey hard forces the engage onto Dreams, onto Pyrion. Only 2 members of SK off towards this side as Wunder just separates the rest of the fight out. Pyrion jumping back, but that's a second kill already for Perks. He's down to about 1/3 HP. Crownshot couldn't land at the Super Mega Death Rocket. Wunder's teleported into... no, Wunder Not going to join the fight just quite yet as Crownshot jumped on by Caps, knocked away. Crownshot getting some damage in here. Chased back by Mickey. Selfmade tried to get onto the back line, but the stopwatch stops him in his tracks. Crownshot, though, still alive. Just needs a couple. Caps jumps in. The double comes out for Crownshot, but Caps answers it with a couple of his own. And Perkz will clean up the fight.
Definitely a messy team fight there from G2, but ultimately they are the victors. They find all 5 kills onto SK. Caps and Perkz are the core ones to pick them up. Question is, can they convert it into any objectives? Perkz making his way towards the Infernal as Caps pushes in the mid lane. Looks like they will be able to, at the very least, get the Drake, which is what primarily they were playing around.
That's what the fight was all about. And you have more kills on Sylas now. He's got that Ludens. You've got more kills on the Kai'Sa as well.
So the key thing about this fight is G2 wanted to force something before SK got in a position to set up. You've always got to respect the potential, the team fight potential of this SK team. And they notice, hey, you know what? There are just 2 members sitting here. We have 4. Let's just engage and burst. Now the mistake is the TP in from Wonder, who TPs onto the traps, into the CC from the rest of SK, which means that while it should have just been an immediate 2 for 0, the rest of SK actually get a kill. That means that with 3 members still alive and a lot of health bars actually chunked out on the side of G2, SK are actually in a position where they can start to kite back. Now, Crownshot gets chunked out. You think at this point they're going to lose the fight, but look at how much damage Selfmade and Whirlib are tanking up. And Crownshot is just left unkilled on the backline. He could have potentially won that fight if it weren't for Caps diving onto him and securing that kill. But considering how far behind SK are, finding a 3 kills in that situation is really kind of what the best case scenario for you.
5,000 damage coming out from Crownshot, but now G2 move from the Inferno across towards the Baron. They have some deep vision already set up. SK can't see anything in this pit. Poppy's down towards the bottom side. Whirlib does not have the teleport. Caps just chasing Selfmade away here, stolen away the Void Rush. Pyrion jumps in. They know the Baron's going down. Perkz has got it. And now Mickey X and Caps, Caps on the wrong side of the pit. Void Rush in from Caps just takes the kill. That is disgusting amounts of damage, and G2 have just opened up this game entirely. They're almost 10,000 gold ahead. They're just destroying SK after a very slow sort of early game. They are now just turning the screw. Whirlib caught out by Perkz. And Perkz just taking the Scuttle Crab while he can. Supercharges in, heals as well. The Vanguard's edge comes out. SK lose another man.
That was definitely personal for Wonder. After that outplay in the top side, he was like, nope, I'm going to kill you, Whirlib. And he ends up actually having the kill stolen from him by Perkz, who continues to pan out his KDA 8-0-4 right now. Remember to thank your support for that one. Yep. Could have been 1 death to blemish that record if it weren't for Mickey earlier on in the game. But G2 with the Baron, looking to siege onto the base. I don't know if SK can even defend at this point, as G2 are on a tear.
Whirlib still 15 seconds before he gets back up. Wonder very low, but Caps jumps in once again and stolen away the death rocket. Selfmade gets a kill on the backline, but he's caught up in the Cataclysm and stunned up. He will not quite fall, but eventually he does, and Caps is on a rampage. Pyrion, though, can jump forward here. Caps so low, the shutdown. Oh, great play back onto Mickey there as well. Stops him from getting engaged. It's going to be another kill for Crownshot, and once again, the Jinx shows what she can do in a team fight.
So G2 get a little greedy there as SK continue to pick up more kills. 6, 1, and 4 is the scoreline now for Crownshot, and he is a big threat that G2 have to be careful of. Let's look at how this Baron came to be. Mickey and Caps basically just acting as zoning tools. Selfmade can't get anywhere near the Baron, which is why G2 can afford to skip out on a lot of the setup in order to allow the rest of their team to just secure it. Really good zoning from them, and then they just decide to commit to the fight. They recognize Whirlib is out of position. They I say overcommit. It's a very easy kill for them. I don't think Wonder needed to flash.
No. I don't think you need the heal either. Supercharge, I think, gets you in range of the Poppy there.
I mean, yeah, but anyway, they end up securing it. They will secure the mid inhib as well. Now they need to play towards these side lanes. And fun fact, this is where that 1-3-1, which they could have leveraged, really now comes into fruition. But this is a really good example of why some fans, analysts, even other players are skeptical of G2, because you look at this game and you're like, well, they're just stomping their opponents. They're better. This isn't a clean game of League of Legends. This isn't like an 18-0 performance. This is actually messy. They're losing a lot of fights, and that's why some teams actually do have that doubt. And for me, it feels like G2 definitely take a lot more risks than they need to, but I think it's one of those situations where they understand how far ahead they are, and so they're willing to take more gambles. And it's part of that fun aspect that you always hear from them that I think is something they end up getting punished for.
There's also the idea of standard deviation, right? You can make one play 100 times, and 90 times out of 100 it comes off, and then 10 times it doesn't, and you G2 seem to be willing to make that play a lot more often than other teams would. Like they make the play that's a little bit closer to the edge.
It's the other way around, where it's like a play that works 2 out of 10 times, and then G2 go, no, I can make that work.
Yeah, because they're just so good. I mean, it works then. It works for them.
Well, you say that as Perkz now loses, what, 80% of his HP?
Yeah. It's always the risk against the Jinx that you talked about this yesterday. If you use
You need to play on a side lane, my friend. This is... I don't know what I'm seeing right now. G2.
Well, I agree with you there, yes. They might be waiting for Wonder's teleport to be back up before they completely commit to the side lane.
That's fair.
He's just going to steal away this blue, but I mean, it's still a 9,000 gold lead. We're still only 27 minutes into the game. There's still another Infernal Dragon for them to pick up.
The other thing is, so on top of not having teleport, he also doesn't have Baron. So I guess they were very much of the opinion, well, you know what, we may as well just group up and leverage this Baron to siege onto the towers. They do still get the tier 2. Nobody ends up dying. They don't cost any summon spells, so it's not the end of the world. And I think the Baron has now worn off. So next objective is the Infernal.
He jumps back as Mickey goes for the engage. Perkz is in the side here. SK caught out as 4 players in the middle. Caps off towards the top side of this is sort of a line of scrimmage between the 2 teams. Perkz just dodges out the hook. He jumps straight onto the back line though. Perkz maybe gone a little bit too deep, but he gets onto Crown Shot and takes him out. 1-for-1 in the edge. The AD carries fall. Shutdown goes over to Whirlip. Dreams caught up in the Cataclysm. Caps still doing a lot of work on this back line, but Mickey is the next to fall. 2-for-2 trade so far. Jankos getting the chase in onto Whirlip. Pyrion's backing down towards the bottom side of this fight, so it's 2v3 up towards the top. Selfmade maybe looking for the engage. Pyrion rejoins the fight though. Whirlip there, Selfmade gets in, Wonder's down, and SK turning this one around. The Void Rush used by Selfmade, Jankos dead. It's only Caps left alive. Whirlip knocks him back. Can Pyrion get the damage on Caps? Trying to trade him for 2v1. No way! No way! He can't quite do it. Whirlip shuts him down, and G2 lose the fight.
But SK, they find themselves an ace against a G2 that was 10,000 gold ahead of them. Fantastic stuff from the SK lineup as they fend off G2. Now, the commitment here for G2 is we have to kill Crown Shark. He's the only threat on this team. And Perkz, he seems to go back to his old mid lane days where he seems to think he's the assassin. And while you can do this on the Kai'Sa, you put yourself in a position where Whirlip had free reign onto that primary AD carry and was able to shut him down. And then at this point, you've lost the Kai'Sa, Sylas is out of the fight, and you still have a Rek'Sai, a LeBlanc, and a Poppy that will have plenty of damage to turn this around. Now, we can't even see the end of the replay because the the Dragon rather has been started off, and both these teams won it.
SK really need this. There's no jungler for them yet. Perkz is down though, shut down by Whirlip. 7-5 now on that Poppy. The silent assassin for this SK lineup. Jankos maybe looking for the steal, can't get it. Crown Shot secures the Inferno, so SK extra 10% AD and AP going across to them.
Crucial mistake there coming out from Perkz. Getting hit by the hook means that he loses his life and so much of the damage disappears from G2. This sloppy play is definitely not what you want to be seeing if you are a G2 fan, as SK now look to get priority around the Baron.
One of Whirlip's most played at the top level of competition is this Poppy. Mickey now set up for a flanking play. All of that vision for G2. SK do not know he's there. Mickey can look for the engage, has the Hex Flash. SK have started up the Baron though. Do G2 realize they're going to go in for it now? Mickey coming in from across the wall. This could be perfect. There's a blast cone there for him as well. Easy setup for them. Caps coming across. Wonder there as well. Jankos chased out by Pyrion. Selfmade's ultimate stolen away. The hammer's coming down from the Poppy. Whirlip knocks back one. Mickey comes in, but the Baron goes down. And now it's only Caps and Mickey in the pit. They get put in the box. Caps getting a lot of damage out, but Crown Shot's still alive. And SK take down 2. And they are turning this game on its head.
This should have been an extremely one-sided, done and dusted game for G2. They had a 10,000 goal lead, and now SK are turning it around. They find another 2 kills onto G2. They secure themselves the Baron, and now you look at that scoreboard and you're like, that Jinx is level 16. She has 4 completed items, and Crown Shot can now be the carry that helps add another blemish to the G2 board.
You can see what G2 are trying to do. Mickey is in the perfect position.
But Pyrion zones away Jankos. He gets chunked out before he can even get close to the pit. And it means that Caps is just sitting there, diving on the back line with Mickey, but they just don't have enough damage. 5 versus 2, that's not enough. And now G2, they're the ones being pushed back. They're the ones in a dire situation. Even though they have the gold lead, what does it matter when SK have the Baron buff and they're sieging onto your turrets?
You cannot stress enough how monumental this win would be for SK. Yesterday, they lost to XL, the 2nd worst team in the league according to the standards. Today, if they could take down G2, their playoff hopes are still very much alive. Even after you've seen those last 2 fights, even after you've seen SK get back into this game, you still look at it and you still think it's still G2, right? It's still
No,
Caps,
I don't.
It's still Wonder.
I mean, when I look at how this game has played out in the second half, I think the SK have been the better team. How many times have we seen Perks now get caught out? His positioning has been greedy. We've seen Caps be very impactful in these fights, but you then look at Wonder. This is a shadow of the performance that he had on his Irelia yesterday. Sure, the scoreline doesn't look good, but you look at his target focus in these team fights, and it's been all over the shop, and I just feel like Mickey has been setting up the fights well, but the execution from some of these members from G2 just has not been crisp. And again, we go back to highlighting some of the criticisms, some of the concerns that people have around this G2 roster are really being exemplified in this game.
I want to bring us back to something we discussed in Picks and Bans and in the early portion of the game. Was about getting the LeBlanc and the Rek'Sai ahead in the early game. SK weren't able to do that, but they seem to have got back into the game now. In terms of team fighting, in terms of scaling, are they on equal footing with G2 now?
So, because they have such a strong front line with the Poppy, and because of the extremely long range with Crown Shot, I feel like just in a straight-up 5v5, SK are in a really good position. But I still think that it's really difficult for Perion to leverage this LeBlanc, who doesn't have that much damage at this point in time, and you still have these split-push threats of Wonder and Caps that are just causing chaos in a side, and you can see Caps is able to even secure an inhibitor tower, but he doesn't have the teleport. So G2 now getting sieged on in their bot lane tower.
SK looking for the inhib. Teleport comes out. Caps immediately goes for the inhib himself. G2 trying to stall SK, but SK might just take the fight. Wonder down to about half HP. Whirlib jumps in, Pucks, cleanses it away. Great knock up. The Cataclysm comes out as well. But already Jankos is down. And now SK just trying to turn and burn on this fight because Caps is on their inhibitor. He's looking for the base. One down. Jankos falls. Crown Shot takes down the inhib. He takes down Mickey as well. Is this it? Is this the moment that SK keep their playoff dreams alive? They take down G2 in their base. Wonder trying to do it again. Perks there as well. But already the second Nexus Towers fall. Caps is on the Nexus Towers, but SK are on the Nexus, and they will take down G2.
Elation on the side of SK as they get the upset win against G2. That game should have been done and dusted. That game should have been over. But SK, they took those team fights. They punished the mistakes of G2. They found themselves a Baron, and then they ended that game cleanly. I thought it could be difficult. I thought it couldn't be done. But SK, they were the better team in the second half of that game.
Definitely were.
And now G2 add another loss to their record.
Incredible stuff all round from SK. I think you have to give some credit, well, both to Whirlib and to Crown Shot. Crown Shot's kiting in some of those late game team fights was impeccable. Whirlib, after being put so far behind, even ended at almost 100 CS behind Wonder, just had so much impact in team fights, was able to do so much on this Poppy, and really had, probably, to me, the best performance he's had this split.
I was really impressed with how Whirlib played this game. I feel like, as you rightly said, given how far behind he was put, the fact he was able to have such a massive impact on these fights was really monumental. He really locked down the crucial targets. He found himself a number of kills. He did his best to try and deal with Silas off in a side lane, and I'm surprised that Caps tried to go for the end game, but I guess they'd realized that they couldn't win those 5v5s. They decided not to try and do it, and they end up losing in the very end. But, you know, it's one of those things where Crown Shot, it's one of those situations where you could make the argument, well, he just had a really good scoreline, but did he do that much? But the thing you really have to credit him for is the fact that when you consider how far behind this team was, he actually only died twice in the entire game. Yeah. When you had all those divers, you had the Jarvan, you had the Irelia, you had the Alistar flashing on top of you every single time. But I just feel like that with the combination of Whirlib and his peel, with the fact that Crown Shot had all this threat onto him, these two together were a large part of why SK were able to find this extremely important win against G2.
Well, they definitely were. That's also the reason that Whirlib and Crown Shot, alongside Perion, are looking to become your key player of the game. Make sure you vote on LOL at LOL Esports on Twitter. I don't know who I'd give it to.
That's
I do
a tough
not know.
one. That's
I
what I'm
think
going to
it's
leave it to
a
the
super
fans
tough
to
one.
decide.
Yeah, we should leave it to the fans.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it to you guys.
I think looking at that game as well, though, you can't only talk about SK's success. You have to talk about a couple of mistakes G2 made. I mean, I look back to the tower dive from Caps on that mid lane inhib. He went too hard. They could have just got the tower. They could have just got the inhib with the Baron buff, but instead they lost out on their mid lane.
Well, ultimately, it's one of those situations where I felt like they had a 1-3-1 comp. They didn't try and leverage it, even when they had the Baron themselves. They kept trying to team fight, and ultimately, that's where their undoing came to be. So I felt like that was a pretty disrespectful game from G2. They got rightly punished, and SK, they earned themselves a very important win in the race for playoffs.
Well, to hear from a, I am sure, elated Crownshot, we're going to head on over to Law.
Thank you, guys, and thank you, Crownshot, for joining me. I mean, you lose to Excel yesterday, you beat G2 today. What does it mean for SK?
I think it's quite sad that we're so inconsistent, because every game is important right now to get playoffs, and we shouldn't really be dropping games to the last place team, but of course it feels good to win against G2.
And you had a new coach this week. I mean, you had 3 coaches in only the spring split, so how did you work to make this one happen with the new coach?
We felt that it would fit us better to have him on stage for the draft, and we all thought this would be the best idea, so we just went with it.
I mean, talking through the game, you had a rough early game, and then you started to come back. When did you know in-game that you could actually take it?
We started winning some fights when they started being a bit too aggressive and a bit too sloppy in their fighting. And when I got like 3.5 items, I knew that we can actually win this game through team fights.
So with this win, do you think you can actually tank on every team from now on and reach playoffs in the end?
Well, I think the level in LEC is quite close right now between all the teams. So I think if we just keep improving, we can beat every team, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much for your insights on this game, and congratulations on this immense victory. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Splyce versus Schalke 04. Stay tuned, guys.
I saw the crowd. Almost every people was SKT fans. So everyone just shouting SKT, SKT. I got a little bit mad. I wanted to show how good we are. In game, I just want to play well.
I have not seen a Western team this confident in them.
We missed the chance to win against SKT. I exactly remember that situation in comms, and I said, no dive, don't dive, and we started to dive suddenly, so it was really bad choice. I saw the crowd. Almost every people was SKT fans. So everyone just shouting SKT, SKT. I got a little bit mad. I wanted to show how good we are. In game, I just want to play well.
I have not seen a Western team this confident in them.
We missed the chance to win against SKT. I exactly remember that situation in comms, and I said, no dive, don't dive, and we started to dive suddenly, so it was really bad choice.
We're going to a game 5.
Riv Misfits were one team fight away from taking down the reigning world champion.
People shouting Misfits, even we losing, it was really grateful. Usually I don't cry in-game and on stage, but I was cry only one time there.
I'm sure all Misfits fans are very proud of this performance.
I chose to go back to Korea. I think it was better to be happy. The big differences between Korea and EU is just pressure. The pressure is in live and in-game as well. I had really bad result on BBQ. In off-season, I get many offers from EU. So I was really happy because I prefer to play in Europe. I feel less pressures in live and in games overall. When I contact with Schalke, I can feel this team really want me, and I think Schalke's roster will be top tier. I chasing more good roster than money. That's why I joined Schalke. I'm good with Offset because he has good mechanical skills. When we have winning like bot lane matchup, he knows how to abuse it and I know how to abuse it, so we can make game boom easily.
Well, let's see if Ignite and Schalke can make it back to Worlds, and if they can start that by taking out G2. Oliver, I'm Trevor Quickshot. I'm joined at the Castles by Andrew. Ready to stay for our match of the week. G2 versus Schalke.
We had good trap, just we couldn't play like our scrims on stage.
But there is a lot of time. The chains interrupt Abadage. He's got no self-cast.
Possibly we can beat G2, but when we are ahead, we want more fight with that comp, so we didn't fight that much.
He's alive long enough to escape with his life. Here comes Upset. He picks up a kill onto Burst, but it's at the cost.
When we died, many people on top side.
He's looking to turn it back around, but it's a 3-on-2.
Was little bit coin flipping. We had bad result. I think more important is just we play different, thinking differently, and just nervous.
Manages to land from Mickey. Jankos is looking to chase a little bit further. The cocoon interrupts the claw. Odo fancies himself a shot, trying to get fear beyond death. Here comes Abadage. Flash forward, looking for the two. May need a self-got, doesn't get a chance. Abadage's down. The chain CC sends him through the fountain, and G2 Esports find 2 quick kills. Of the Nexus goes down, and G2 defeats Schalke.
Sucks to lose. I want to play World again because last year I was in my home and watching World games in my PC. It feels really sad. Korean fans usually forget the players who go to other region. I can show my face again to Korean fans. They can remember and they can get more memories from me. They can just think, we have Ignars.
And welcome back to week 7 of the LEC Spring Split, where we just saw a massive upset as SK Gaming took down the first place G2 Esports. Before we get into our next match, though, we do need to award the key up player of the game. It's not self-made. For the first time in a long time, Crownshot picks up 47% of the votes. He was, in fact, tied with Werlib at 47%, and he won by less than 33 additional votes. Congratulations to SK as well as Crownshot. Now let's move on to our next game, which is a monumental battle in the race for playoffs as Schalke 04 will be taking on Splyce. These are two teams that are looking to bounce back after some tough weeks. And I mean, Frost, this is one of the most pivotal matches in the day because of the playoff race. And with SK just picking up a surprise win, these two teams could fall behind SK.
That was the reality of the situation, is that a lot of people were looking at Fnatic, SK, and Misfits, and kind of one of these teams is going to be the killer of the other two. But with Schalke and Splyce both kind of sitting in the rut and in a slump, combine the two words.
There you go.
They're starting to slide down the standings. And at this point, if you're watching this from like a Fnatic lens, you're like, okay, which one's the weak zebra here that I'm going to pick off?
And of course, if you're watching it from a Fnatic lens, you're very tilted. G2 just lost. Now SK have stepped up. But listen, we'll get to that matchup later. And let's turn our attention a little bit to Schalke. Of course, this is a team that came out swinging, really, really impressed for the first few weeks, and now's really, really sucked for the last few weeks.
Yeah, that is the story of Schalke, unfortunately. And I think a lot of it has come down to this team just making individual errors and not being able to actually pull the trigger. Because when I look at this team, they do a lot of things right. I think they're good at putting down vision, knowing where the enemy team is on the map inside of the fog of war. But then you have these compositions that they're just not actually using to go in. And you're having, individuals like Ignar, Memento making these mistakes that make it so that when you do want to force fight, you just can't because someone's got picked off and died.
And for me, it's kind of back to basics for Schalke and kind of figuring out the formula that worked for them. And number one, it's unlocking Ignar. Now, Ezreal's a big pick for them simply because not only is Upset a phenomenal Ezreal player, but it means that you don't need to babysit him. Ignar can actually be unlocked from the lane and he can roam around and start getting plays to happen. Then you need a Memento on a high-impact jungler to team up with Ignar, and then make sure Upset has something to hyperscale with, because you're against Splyce, chances are you're going late.
Okay, I love this. You've already drawn some comparisons on what Schalke needed to do to fix to take on Splyce. Splyce 2 wins, 5 losses in their last 7 games. I have the same question, but I'm going to throw this one to Frost. What does Splyce have to work on? Because they were more reliable at picking up wins. They do not suck quite as bad as Schalke in recent weeks, but their style is simply not as successful. And you can see in the stats, you can see in their win-loss column, they are not picking up the same advantages or the same Nexus kills they were earlier this spring.
The dirty word for Splyce right now is 1-3-1. So far that they've shown that they can play the team fights because they have clutch team fighters, which makes them such a strong late-game team. And then they can play the early game because Xerxes is so powerful and play that 1-4. But their ability to spread out and eat up an entire map is what's causing them a lot of fumbles. I think it comes from the inexperience of Humanoid and Norscaran. These guys have really high ceilings on them, but they just need the experience, the time on the map to figure out how they sink in and what the correct way to play League of Legends is, where they need to be, where they're placing the vision, how they're setting up picks. These guys get lost in the mid game, and they're not being as impactful as some of the other veteran support mid lane combos that we have in the LEC.
Yeah, and I mean, where I get concerned for this roster is when I look at Splyce over the course of the split, right? They did better earlier, they're doing worse now. I actually don't think I've seen much improvement at all. I think earlier on, when they were picking up wins, they still lacked some key components that you just brought up. But it worked because the other teams around them actually hadn't gotten to the point where they can overcome, Splyce's very weak mid game. Now they really need to kick it into gear because it's getting to the point where it's almost too late for this team.
It is do or die. There are 2.5 weeks of the regular season left before playoffs, and both of these teams are in desperate need of a win as they fight to keep their playoff spots. Let's see who comes out on top today.
Thank you very much, Quickshot and the analysts. I'm looking forward to this game, I have to admit. It's very spicy in terms of playoff contention, both these teams sitting at that 7-6 scoreline.
From a League of Legends perspective, I don't know if I'm the most excited.
Okay, so here's the thing.
No, hang on.
Okay.
I have a point.
Okay.
But from a stat... So the reason why it might not seem exciting on paper is because you look at Schalke, you look at Splyce, both these teams have been struggling in recent weeks. And you're like, is that really a fun match to watch?
Yes.
However, it is, because I'm confident today that Memento and Ignar are going to return to form. Yesterday, I feel like we saw glimpses of it, even though Schalke ultimately weren't able to play around their win condition of trying to get the LeBlanc ahead. And then, for Splyce, you know that Xerxes is one of the best early game junglers in the league. So what I'm hoping today is that we actually see a lot of early game jungle action. And this will largely come down to the draft. Will we see Xerxes continue to prioritize things like the Nocturne? And if he does, will we actually see him set up plays in the early game compared to what we saw yesterday where we didn't really get to see anything from?
I mean, I'll be honest, Vedios, if both these teams play badly and it's a bit of fiesta, I'm looking forward to that as well. I love a bit of a fiesta on summer.
I mean, but I feel like in Europe, we rarely have fiestas these days. They just kind of slow the game down rather than just kill each other all the time.
We need Origen back. Origen Rockat, the teleclown wars that we had in the good old days. We are going to pick some bans. Schalke on the blue, Splyce on the red. Schalke haven't had a win in their last 4 games. And here they decide we're going to get rid of some of those picks that Xerxes might be good on. The Carter's taken away. LeBlanc removed from Humanoid, and Lucian and Jace are the bans from the side of Splyce.
So the respect ban for the LeBlanc is because Xerxes actually does a really good job of getting Humanoid ahead. The problem is he tends to struggle to leverage his lead once he gets to the mid game. So I don't know if the LeBlanc ban was really necessary, but they still show that respect. The Lissandra ban also coming out towards Abadage I think is a great one. We've seen in recent weeks that he has also been underperforming, and he's like one of the highest death leaders for mid laners in Europe. So the fact that that's going to be taken off the board means that he's going to be forced to play something else that perhaps can be punished. But Schalke, they're going to prioritize that Sylas. No real surprise. It's been heavily picked here in Europe. I'm surprised it's left open so often, considering its record, even though it's already received another loss today. I still feel like as a champion, he's very strong. He can be flexed all over the shop. Speaking of flex pick, Splyce immediately going to answer with a flex of their own.
Yeah, Jarvan just seems to be must-pick first rotation either side at the moment. So flexible, you can take him jungle. Have seen him in the top lane, and not probably in the mid, but support is a very rare possibility that has happened over in Korea. Alongside that, the Galio, a very strong support pick these days.
So I really like what Splyce is doing, because the Galio can be flexed both mid and bot. But what we're potentially seeing is Jarvan in the hands of Xerxes, Galio in the hands of Norscarin. Really strong playmakers, not only in terms of the early game, but really strong team fighters as well. And the thing about Splyce is, while their mid game is very questionable, they make a lot of mistakes, they get caught out a lot. If they just guarantee these already strong team fighters, it means that they have that late game insurance, which, to be fair, they've proven multiple times that they still have good enough players that they can win out on these late game fights.
They definitely have. Kobe, so consistent for Splyce across the course of his career with the team. Has been with the team ever since it got into the LEC as well. Ezreal picked up here for Upset. That's one of his signature champions. Played it 7 times already this split. Alongside that, you take the Tahm Kench for a bit of safety. Ignar not going to be on a playmaker today.
So Schalke going back more towards their 1-3-1 style that they played a lot at the beginning of the split. Usually leaving Odoamne on an island. He would typically just kind of win or go even in lane. If you discount yesterday, he's had a pretty solid performance in the 1 versus 1. And he, right now, could be looking at grabbing that Sylas for himself, but I'm really liking this Splyce draft, if I'm being honest. I feel like that it plays very much towards how they have won in the past. The analyst desk talked a lot about going back to their identity and kind of talking about how this team can find wins, and you're now seeing Rise being picked into the Sylas. That can be picked both top and mid. Spoke to Amazing, he says it's a really good matchup. You can really, you scale well in a side. Because of the prison, you can kind of lock him down, and who cares if he steals your Rise ultimate? What's he gonna do? Yeah. So, yeah, I think so far, Splyce have a very solid draft to answer a lot of what Schalke's doing.
Gonna see some AD carry bans coming out here from Schalke as well. Sivir taken away. I'd like to see them, I'm trying to think what Kobe is been really strong on this split. He's played basically a mix of everything. The Jinx is something,
got a really deep pool.
Jinx is something I mean, always associate with him.
Kai'Sa's the first one that comes to mind. Yeah. Just because I think it's a really good pick into the Ezreal. You could go for a Draven, but I think it's really hard to snowball. It looks like Schalke have the same read that I do. Vayne is the other one. If you really want to go like late game, strong duelist, good answer into something like an Ezreal, Vayne, really good pick. And it is something that Kobe has played in the past. I don't know if he's played much this split, though.
Hasn't played it yet this split, but we have, as you say, seen it from him in the past. I think we saw it in playoffs in summer, if I recall correctly. Rek'Sai was the ban. Tristana, though, still on the cart. A very strong AD carry on the current patch, and that will be locked in for Kobe, leaving a probable top lane counter pick left for Splyce.
Yes, looks like it. Because again, they can flex pretty much everything. You know that the Galio is going to go into the support position at this point, which doesn't really come as much of a surprise. Ooh. So, I'm not a massive fan of the cannon pick here, just because now this to me, if I'm Splyce, I would lock in the Java for top. I would run him airy, and we saw when Wonder played into the cannon matchup, it actually does really, really well. It's really difficult for the cannon to have any kind of kill pressure, and you can just farm pretty safely in the laning phase. It does kind of fit into the 1-3-1 style. What they want now is just a bit of engage somewhere, because they're kind of lacking that initiation tool, so the Sejuani fits that role comfortably. I think for Splyce, if it goes the way that what I'm expecting, then I think they can just go for a jungle pick here. With Nocturne being banned, something like an Olaf perhaps wouldn't be optimal. Maybe they just pick a safe top laner instead.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you go top,
because you're kind of
limited
the
Jarvan into jungle. You take someone safe that can scale up.
Ooh.
Cho'Gath is going to be the pick for Chachi in that top lane.
This is like a...
It's an old school threat.
Yeah, old school comp for sure. Like a lot of area of effect, a lot of crowd control, a lot of reliance on the Tristan to be the primary damage dealer in these team fights, but you have a lot of wombo combo potential for Splyce. And they can kind of match, they can very much set up the 1-4. It's funny because to me this feels very much like what I was hearing from Amazing earlier in the day. He wasn't on the analyst desk, but his opinion was very strongly around, if you're gonna play 1-4, then just stick to it. If you're don't try and draft a 1-3-1 if you can't execute upon it properly. Just commit to the 1-4, and which is what they've done, and they still have strong late game team fighting as well.
So I want to expound a little bit more upon that. Like, how does a 1-4 really differ in terms of team style and team play style than from a 1-3-1? Because to me, it just seems like where you just put one of the people that's in the 4 into a different lane.
So we can probably talk a little bit more about it in-game, but it's a pretty large concept.
Okay, well, I will make sure to come back to it in-game.
For argument's sake, just believe me.
No, 100% I believe you, Ben. 100% I believe you. I just think it's good to discuss these sorts of things. We'll talk about it a little bit more in-game.
Speaking of 1-4s and 1-3-1s, Schalke have drafted 1-3-1. This basically means they will send a Kennen and the Silas off onto 2 separate side lanes later on to the game. They do have strong scaling, and it's going to be difficult for Splyce to handle them, but Ryze should be able to hold his own against the Silas. But again, if both the Kennen and the Silas get ahead, Cho'Gath is really going to struggle to deal with that Kennen off on a side lane later on. But in any case, win conditions seem pretty clear to me. Splyce want to fight, Schalke want to split up the map. Can Schalke get their solo laners ahead in the early game? Can Splyce successfully stall and not fall too far behind, and maybe even shut down some of these split pushes?
Well, that is what we'll keep our eyes on. A massive game for both these two teams. Schalke up against Splyce, both sitting at 7 and 6 in our standings. And I always, when you get to this portion of the split, you know, we've only got 5 games left for all of these teams. You have to start looking at who teams are playing up against later, who teams have already played up against, how many of those easy games you've gone past, how many teams you have still ahead of you that you have to play. And I think when you look at that, for Schalke, it actually looks like it's a relatively easy road for them. They've got XL left, they've got Rogue left, 2 guaranteed, in inverted commas, wins. They don't have to play G2. They've got Misfits, who aren't on the best run of form. They've got Origen, who've looked a little bit shaky as well.
For sure. Schalke still have a very solid strength of schedule, and I think that if they get a win over Splyce, it kind of it separates them from the pack that's very quickly closing in around them. But you kind of compare that to Splyce's strength of schedule, and you can see that their path is a little bit tougher. They have to go up against all of the teams that are kind of on the rise and pretty much all around them as well. And G2, they're going to be going up against next week, who are obviously going to be very annoyed after this week. And we've seen what happened to G2 when they come back after a deficit. They look very, very scary. They still have to get through Schalke today. And even though Schalke have struggled, they're still considered a strong team. And there's the Fnatic game that they're going to have to play, which is very, very difficult. And especially SK as well, getting a big win today. Like, Splyce definitely have a tough road ahead of them. So if they can grab this win today, it means that there's more room for errors later on. And it gives a little bit more opportunity if you do happen to drop a game against one of the stronger teams.
Especially since they lost against Schalke last time they played as well. So if Schalke win here, they would have the head-to-head. That means if the teams were tied at the end of the split, Schalke would be put above Splyce in the standings. But that's enough about playoff information. Let's have a look at the jungle pathing from the start of this game. You can see Memento actually going up towards the top side quite early. He's got that Scuttle Crab, went red into Scuttle now. Maybe trying to put Chachi behind on this Cho'Gath. A level 2 dive is not unheard of, but I think Memento will just decide for the Krugs instead. Norscarin with the taunt onto Ignar. That explosive shot doing a huge amount of work onto him, and Kobe on this Tristana off to a good start.
Level 2 really strong with the Tristana Galio. The all-in power is very, very scary. I was a little concerned about the Tahm Kench pick, but I think it really does fit into the whole idea of being able to play towards side lanes because of what his ultimate can do. It offers that extra bit of mobility, and we do know that Ignar loves to roam whenever he sees an opportunity to. And obviously Upset and his Ezreal is something you always have to respect, one of his favorite champions. So I feel they definitely have comfort and it makes sense in the comp, but in terms of the 2v2, it's definitely a rough matchup, and if you make one misstep, you can very quickly lose your life, especially given that the Ezreal doesn't have the heal. He can't provide that extra assistance for the Tahm Kench in the event that he does get caught by a taunt or a knock-up from the Galley.
Memento was able to steal away one of Xerxes' camps here. Xerxes going to realize that in just a second, so Memento has a very slight advantage. And as Xerxes paths up towards the top side, we do have to look at this Kennen pick from Odawane. He's running the Klepto in this game.
And I want to quickly just put into the minds of people's heads AD Kennen. Only because when I think about late game, the thing about Cho'Gath is in a side lane, because of how just naturally tanky he gets, it's really difficult for an AP Kennen to kind of threaten the side.
You can't burst him.
Yeah, so what's actually better is to go AD, because the thing about Cho'Gath is once you start landing autos, especially on things like a Blade of the Ruin King, it's very easy to chase him and run him down, because all of his crowd control abilities are very slow, they're very telegraphed, and if they land, they're obviously very impactful, but the drawback is that they're quite difficult to land. So I think AD Kennen could be a thing this game, and they already have enough AP damage with the Silas anyway. So it is a possibility, just want to introduce that. But also the Kleptomancy, it makes a lot of sense into tank matchups where the tank can't really do anything and gets regularly, freely harassed.
Right, if you have called it out, we will call you Nostradamus, Vedius the Predictor. As Xerxes was spotted here by Amadage, so it's not the sneakiest gank in the world. We have seen that both these supports actually roam with their junglers quite often throughout the course of the split. Norscarin and Ignar try to make plays for their team, and don't really expect Ignar to be able to do that too much this game on the Tahm Kench, much more about how Norscarin will facilitate his mid lane.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
It's true.
And the thing about Ignar is he definitely doesn't like convention. His performance hasn't been the best in recent weeks. I feel like he's made a couple of questionable plays, and but overall, I do feel like respect towards him is very high. And I was one of the people coming into the split that was like, I don't know how people can put Ignar as a top 3 support. He had a really bad year on BBQ. I feel like his champion pool is really limited, especially when the Ardent Sensor Mesa existed and he just refused to play those champions, and I was skeptical, but I do feel this split he showcased that he is still a very talented support, one of the best in Europe, and he wants to try and help Schalke secure a top spot at the end of the split. So we'll see if he can pull it off.
Memento was looking for a gank there towards the middle lane, has got a control ward in the bush, but actually dodges away from Chachi's vision here. I wonder if Chachi is aware that Memento is around. Obviously aware of the possibility, but hasn't spotted him out yet. Odo, it looks like he's going towards the AP Kennen route.
Yeah.
He's got the Hextech Revolver.
Yeah, it's sad. I was really hoping for the AD Kennen.
Yeah, I was thinking
really
about
good
it
in
as
the
well.
side lane, but it does reduce your team fighting power, and maybe Schalke still want to have that option. But now we see the gank coming in from Memento.
Slicing Mass from used. Chachi's stunned up underneath the tower though, and Chachi uses the flash to get away.
So typically, you'll max the Feral Scream, the W, on the Cho'Gath, because the silence duration, you'll want the lower cooldown, and I believe the silence duration increases per level as well. But basically having it is really useful, especially in ganks, because the moment people charge in, you silence them and then they can't follow up with any crowd control. So really good, especially against ability-reliant champions like the Kennen and the Sejuani. So I like the pick overall. The sustain it has is really good in the matchup as well. And the Merc treads that he's already picked up on his first base mean it's going to be tough to kill indeed.
I think Splyce have just, they've gone to some sort of shoe shop recently, because first item completed boots on Kobe as well, trying to crack out the Yeezys or something, showing off.
So given that it is a very, it's probably going to be a pretty slow early game, Sejuani not the strongest ganker, she doesn't have that many lanes to play around outside of maybe top. Little fun story for you.
Oh, here we go.
I used to be a Cho'Gath mid one trick.
That does not surprise me in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, there was a period of time where I only played that champion because of how strong it was. Like, I don't think people appreciate how powerful a silence is against some AP champions. And one of my favorite matchups was Cassio, because if she landed Q and then ran towards you, silence her, and she can't do anything. And then you chase her down with the E, and then you knock her up, and then you eat her. Cho'Gath mid, one of the best counters to Zed as well.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And given that he was buffed on this patch and he's solo queue players at home, if you want a good counter to him, go for that Cho'Gath. Get a Rod of Ages early, get that AP in. You can also go for an early Zhonya's, doesn't matter. AP ratios are insane on Cho'Gath. And yeah, really, really strong mid. Obviously, he's not been going AP this game, but there was a
hope as well.
There was no hope that he was going to AP this game.
I did look it up. Feral Scream does scale the silence scales with levels. Yeah.
Did you doubt me?
It's a 1/10 of a second each level that you put into it, and he's not maxing at the moment. He's maxing Vorpal spikes for the wave clear. He's putting points into the E, which makes sense as well.
Yeah. I thought that you would max the W just into this matchup because it's really good against ability users and it helps with the poke. But yeah, I have seen Emax was not super uncommon, especially when Cho'Gath was like really, really popular. When he was like first pick and ban. The Emax was the usual go-to because it does help with the wave clear and it's very useful like sticking to targets as well.
So for the moment, both teams seem to just be pretty happy scaling up, starting to get these first bits of items, first completed items in across the board. And I think coming out of pick and ban, when we talked about the win conditions and the style each team's going to play, this is very much to be expected, right? Neither of these teams really need to accelerate an early game lead into a late game. They both have good scaling.
Yeah.
Both teams will be happy just starting to get towards a 1-3, starting to get towards a 1-4.
So this could be an opportunity to talk about the differences between 1-3 and 1-4.
That's what I set you up for, but it's your choice,
So the basics are, in terms of the difference between a 1-3 and a 1-4 is, when you play a 1-4, you play on 2 lanes. When you play a 1-3-1, you play on 3 lanes.
That makes sense.
And Splyce's issue is that they would often draft 1-3-1 comps where 2 champions would be really good in a 1v1 or 1v2 situation, and they would put that champion with like the Ezreal in the mid lane.
Okay.
And so all that would end up happening is you wouldn't generate pressure anywhere on one side lane, and they wouldn't have enough pressure on top side. Speaking of top side pressure, Schalke have actually sent 3 members up towards this top lane.
But Norscaren's roamed all the way up from bot lane as well. Memento gets the stun. Norscaren trying to get enraged for the hero's entrance. He'll keep Chachi quite tanky. Gets the double knock onto Abadaji, who has to flash away. Chachi's still under the tower. Odo is quite low as well. The Captain comes out from Xerxes, chases Memento off. The flash use. Abadage now caught underneath the tower. Chachi almost gets taken out with his own ultimate, but will get it in the end. Odoamne running away here. The Realm Warp is used from Humanoid, but Splyce answer the Schalke dive incredibly well.
Yeah, beautiful response from Splyce, and Chachi showcasing his Cho'Gath skills. Very rarely do you get to make that comment, but he buys enough time for the rest of his team to show up. But while all that has been happening, Schalke have continued to push towards the bot side of the map. Kobe doing what he can to try and hold the line, but Splyce, they find themselves first blood.
And part of it was off Norscaren's roam up towards that top side as well. Got in range for the hero's entrance, made it even harder to dive onto Chachi, and Splyce just had a read on Schalke here.
So there's actually no vision here from the side of Splyce, but because they get spotted from the cone, they recognize this is happening, and it actually takes them a while to set up this dive, and then the ultimate comes out, but the Galio was already making his way up there. Abadage tries to get the ultimate, and he's going to set the execute up here, but unfortunately for him, a really good knockup from Chachi buys enough time. The stopwatch then comes out, Abadage then misses the stun, and then another really good knockup. Comes in through Chachi, and you think, oh, but the ultimate would have been enough. No, because he gets the heal back from the minions that he was able to kill earlier on. So honestly, really well played from Chachi there. Really good response from the rest of Splyce. And now Abadage, once again, padding out those death stats in the early game.
Can't afford passive coming in for Chachi pretty well there. Teleport used towards the mid lane here by Ignar. Just wants to get back towards his team as quickly as possible. We'll try and clear out some vision here. Norscaren takes a little bit of chip damage from Upset, but not too much. The Ezreal going Iceborne Gauntlet first with that tier stacking up as well.
So I do want to highlight as well, even though Upset is running the Kleptomancy, in the Tristana lane, he's been really struggling to actually get procs, which means that the gold is dead even in the mid lane, or in that bot lane. There's only about 100 difference between the two, and I think that's largely because... Ooh, Odoamne forced a flash, but he was the other guy that I want to talk about. His Kleptomancy up in the top lane has been where he's been building a lot of his gold advantage towards the top side of the map as well. This is now going to extend a little bit more for Schalke because they're picking up these turret plates. But this is what I mean by Schalke didn't necessarily need to force anything, because when you run the double Klepto, you hit those item spikes a little bit sooner, which means that you can then threaten more on a side lane much earlier on than Splyce should have been able to.
And Splyce had moved their bot lane up towards this top side now as well with a teleport from Kobe. Looking for the Rift Herald. Should be an easy enough secure. Abadage maybe looking for a little bit of action, but not going to get anything out of it. Xerxes will get the Rift Herald. You get a couple of towers up towards top. And it actually looks like it might even be a 4-man stack from Splyce. The question is, do they use the Rift Herald top? Because that tower's going to fall pretty quickly in the bottom lane. Upset on it already. The Rift Herald here will take this out, but I think Splyce have realized they're not going to have the time to put it down and get the charge off. So they give Schalke the first tower, and they just settled for some plates in that top lane.
And Memento going to trade it for a Mountain Drake towards the bot side of the map as well. But Odoamne forced to play much more defensively. He's going to be sitting on the back foot, just waiting for this tower to eventually drop. To me, this suggests that Splyce actually have their focus on using the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Silas does have decent wave clear, especially with the Q-Max. However, he's not going to be able to do much against a Rift Herald that's sieging onto his face, and especially when you pair that up with a Tristana, then the siege from Splyce is going to be very, very strong.
I do want to give a bit of credit to Splyce for this rotational play, though, because it looked like Upset and Ignite were going to get that bot lane tower anyway. They'd already chipped away a couple of plates because of the Norscair and Roam, and Splyce still managed to get a full 5 plates onto Kobe. So the goal difference between those 80 carries could have been really big, and it's actually only about 200, 100 or so. So you have to give some credit to Splyce there, realizing they couldn't make the play bot lane, change it top, and still get those plates out.
Then we give a lot of credit to Splyce. I think they're playing this of the game very, very well. Their big win condition is very much about relying on that 5v5, maybe even the 1-4. But when I say 1-4, it's very much just about having Humanoid push out one of the side lanes, which, fun fact, he's doing right now. And he's just going to try and mitigate the Silas. And then what he'll do is he'll push out the wave, and then he can use his Realm Warp to join a fight, or he even has the teleport himself. So he's basically just going to be following Abadage around, as Chachi now could be caught out.
They're going to get stunned up by the Sejuani. Abadage doesn't land a stun, but the Glacial Prison comes out. Chachi already down, and Ignite and Upset join the party to separate the rest of Splyce. Humanoid still pushing in the bottom lane means this is a 3v5, and you can see Memento coming down. Maybe trying to catch out Humanoid in that bottom lane. He has a lot of movement speed, doesn't have the ultimate, of course, does he just use it? Odo traded with Humanoid, Xerxes on his way down here as well, but he's gone over Vision. And Splyce unable to react to that too much. Didn't get that much damage from the tower in the bottom lane, didn't really get that much in the mid either.
But Vizichachi, he ends up losing his life, and unfortunately for him, this is something that happens pretty regularly. He gets caught out a surprising amount, especially last week. He was one of the, well, I mean, he was sick for one day, so he was sick last week, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but definitely so far this split, he just seems to be in random places, either trying to get vision or trying to set up for a play. But if we actually look at the state of the map, he thinks I'm okay because I have pressure mid and I have a Jarvan behind me, but the reality is it's way easier for Abadage to get this collapsed, and he's not that tanky this early on. And the Time Kench ultimate actually acts as a really strong zoning tool to prevent Norscarian from providing any support. And he didn't want to commit his ultimate because he thought that he could also lose his life. So big blunder there from Vizichachi, and Schalke find themselves a kill.
So little fun fact for you guys here, Abadage stole the feast and then feasted Vizichachi.
Yes.
So he now has 120 bonus health.
Oh, and you get to keep those,
You get to keep the stacks.
Yes.
So Abadage, if he can continue to steal that ultimate away from Chachi, gets a lot of damage out of it, of course, because strong AP ratio.
Yeah.
And will be able to make himself a little bit more tanky as well.
Ooh, Abadage, don't face check, don't face check. Good. Jarvan, though, he's looking for it.
Spots Abadage out. No one really here down towards the bottom side to react.
The Galio.
It's teleport for Odo, though.
Oh, he's gonna die.
That's what Vedius thinks. Abadage thinks otherwise as he steps away.
Well, that was tense. I was like, surely he's gonna die here.
I'll be honest, I was nowhere near as tense as you seem to be. Fight erupting in the mid lane a little bit as Upset jumps forward onto Chachi here. Has that Iceborne Gauntlet, it's very hard for the Cho'Gath actually to catch out the Ezreal now.
Sorry, that's seriously slide and glide. It was like, he threw his javelin out and it went at an awkward angle, and then he was like, whoa!
But pops the Rift Herald mid here.
Kennen in the top lane as well. Aha, the split push is beginning to happen, and Splyce trying to leverage this. So here we are, the 1-4. This is what we're talking about. Ryze now sits in a bot lane, trying to generate pressure. He has the ultimate to join if he needs to, and Splyce are technically a 5-man right now, which forces Odoamne to come down and help the rest of his team. But fortunately for them, Schalke, they actually just, even with only 3 people, postured, what's the word, very aggressively, very far forward, to basically say, you know what, Splyce, we're not going to allow you to approach the wave, which means that they didn't actually have a big enough minion wave to secure the tower, so Odoamne makes his way back up towards the top side. But that was a perfect example of both teams trying to play towards their comps, but also you can see how good the Ryze is in a side lane at keeping control of Abadage. So Schalke don't just have full control over the entirety of the map, they actually only have control of the side that the Ryze isn't in. Which means that Odoamne is going to be trying to avoid him and just slowly chip away at these towers.
Seems to be working okay for Schalke at the moment, about 1,200 gold lead here for them. You've got the Ezreal sitting at 2 items, you've got Rod of Ages already stacking up on Abadage as well. Odo finished that proto belt, building up towards wherever he wants to go next. Across the board though, Splyce in a very good position as well. Like 1,000 gold at this point of the game isn't too monumental at all. And so we'll have to continue to see exactly how these two teams want to play around. It seems like mid is their focus predominantly, especially for Splyce. They want to try and crack that mid lane tower with a Mountain Drake up in a few seconds as well. They'll probably want to play around that. Buster shot used from Kobe. That's the ultimate out from the Tristana, just a force upset away.
There's a lot of damage though onto the AD carry just before the Mountain Drake spawns. The bot wave hasn't been pushed out, and while the Ryze is top, no one's actually going to match him, which means he could be forced to TP here. Whereas no one from the side of Schalke. Well, I really want to see the Ryze actually start to move down. Unless Splyce have just decided, you know what, we'll give up this Mountain Drake and we'll instead just focus on getting vision towards top side, and we'll start getting rid of chip damage onto this tier 2.
Deep vision is Baron's about to spawn as well.
Yeah, but they're not just going to rush the Baron down, do you know what I mean? And it could just be a setup to make it harder for Odoamne to split push. Especially when there's nothing really to play for on the bot side. Remember that they haven't even taken the tier 1 in the top lane as well, so Splyce, I think, just accepting the fact that they don't want to try and 5v5 at this point. And so they decide to make the trade for vision, and they have pretty good vision set up right now.
Chachi once again caught out here by Ignar and Upset though. The knockup lands, Upset with the chase, Exhaust comes out, Chachi has the flash to jump across this wall, trying to hold it for as long as possible, will use it in the end. And Schalke once again find the catch.
So I had stats ping me the number of isolated deaths. But we don't have time because there's a fight in the top lane.
Odoamne caught underneath the tower, gets a 1-for-1 trade, but Humanoid and Xerxes are the ones to try and force the fight.
So they actually attack one of the side lanes and successfully find a kill onto Odoamne, but he does a great job of trading it back. Now the Ryze, actually, rather than push his advantage, is being forced to base because they're afraid of Izuchachi in this 1v1 against Abadage, who he could actually look for a dive here.
Possibly. Doesn't have a stopwatch, which is always a little bit tricky. Teleport coming in behind him as well. This is Splyce joining the party. Humanoid on his way, Ignar on his way as well, but Ignar no ultimate, no teleport from the Ezreal either. Abadage needs to put on his fancy feet. Rooted up, but Ignar and Memento have the flank position now. Norscaven in range for the ultimate if he's going to join that fight. But nothing actually comes out of it. The teleport, a little bit of a waste there from Humanoid.
A little? No, it was a complete waste. He actually achieved nothing. And all he does is force Schalke to base. So not entirely sure why he invested that teleport if they weren't willing to commit to it. But let's have a look at how this play happens. Use the round walk to bring in Xerxes. Odoamne very quick to use his ultimate. Doesn't have the stopwatch available, which means that he ends up losing his life, but fortunately for him, towers do a lot of damage now. And that was enough to help trade a 1-for-1 at the very least. Does cost him his flash though, which means he's going to be a little less impactful in these fights. But note how he has gone for an early Void Staff, like that against all the magic resistance that you're seeing on the side of Splyce. Very quick fun fact, if you're sitting at around 80 magic resistance, then it's worth getting a Void Staff. That is the point at which you should try and buy.
Yeah, if the enemies on average
enemies,
are sitting,
yes. If you have 80, it doesn't matter. But
don't penetrate your own magic. Do you just see the Mio mana completed on the Ezreal now, so that second tier is going to start stacking up for himself. Humanoid's finished both of his double scaling items, except Rod of Ages has a couple of minutes left before it's fully stacked. 2 items on Corby as well. That Tristana, you have to watch out for her. I played a lot of AR Earth, and she's very strong in that mode, so I assume she's pretty good on Summoner's Rift as well.
True, very, very true. You're also seeing how strong the Ryze is in a side lane. This is why I really like the pick. I think he does well into both Silas and the Kennen. He's now a whole level ahead of both of them, and he's just generating a lot of pressure in a side lane. You can see how far ahead he is in terms of the farm. He's even built himself up a 550 gold bounty. He has the fully stacked tier, now the Archangels, and the Rod of Ages very close to being fully stacked as well. So Humanoid looking very, very strong.
Yep.
And it's all about this other side lane that Splyce have to be careful of because they don't really have anyone to deal with the Sylas or the Ken.
I mean, will there ever be a point that the Cho'Gath can deal with them? Is there ever a point where he's just too tanky for them to actually work their way through?
I think he will be able to deal with the Cannon because the Cannon will never be able to one-shot you. I don't think he'll ever be able to deal with the Sylas because the moment Sylas, I think, completes Void Staff, he's just too consistent at team fighting that you can't really do anything.
This guy was looking for the flash engage, instead going to go in with the Hero's Entrance. Ignar flashes away. Xerxes popped his ult there as well, but no Summoner's Burn on the side of Splyce, whereas Ignar had to use a flash for himself.
Just trying to generate some pressure as the good ulti.
Buffers the jump though, that's something you can do on the Tristana. Looks like Chachi's trading on the top side as well as Upset forces Norscamen away. Chachi just trying to keep Abbedagge around, who does use his own flash there. Respecting Humanoid with the Realm Warp.
Yep.
Interesting that Chachi doesn't have the flash at the moment. His Cleanse Teleport on that unsealed spellbook.
Yeah, it's because he used his flash earlier. I remember when he got picked off from the bot side jungle.
I do.
Yep, so forced to change to the cleanse now is pretty good against the amount of CC that Schalke does have. But yeah, also Abbedagge being forced to use his flash is really bad when he's the one that wants to generate pressure on a side lane. So
sneaky.
This is risky.
Very risky, but if you get it, you finally manage to open up that mid lane.
Spidey senses are tingling right now for Splyce. They know something's up.
So you got Realm Warp on Humanoid. You've got Splyce getting some vision in the pit. Chachi off towards the side lane, immediately teleports in. 3,000 HP on that Baron. Xerxes jumps in as well. He gets the smite. He steals it away. The slicing Maelstrom will hit onto 3 members, but already Odo is down. Momentum very low as well in the backside of the fight. 2 kills, 3 kills for Splyce. They take the Baron. They take everything away from Schalke. Upset even jumps forward. Maybe a little bit too risky from him. It's a double for Humanoid. Realm Warps down towards the bottom lane just to get himself out of dodge. And what a great play from Splyce. Incredible stuff from them. They steal away the Baron. They get 4 kills, and you have to think that Schalke just made a big mistake there, went for a very sneaky Baron. Spider senses from Splyce were tingling, and immediately they collapsed.
Oh, it's just so painful to watch as we bring up the replay. You've got to look at the decision making. Splyce, I don't know why they're trying to force a Baron in this situation, and you can just see here, Memento in the smite fight versus Xerxes, he jumps over the wall, and you can see the rest of his team right now is just sitting there being like, what's going on? What's going on? What is this? I don't know why they tried to force this Baron. Like, literally, I was just thinking this all the time, Medic. I couldn't understand why they tried to force this play. They're playing this 1-3-1 comp. Their scaling was going fine. The worst case scenario for you is trying to group up in a Baron pit and force a fight, and it ends up like this. Good stuff for Splyce. They're now in a commanding lead. It's very difficult now for Schalke to really threaten on a side lane because Splyce are the ones with the Baron. They have a very strong rise. And now Schalke have just kind of handed the game on a silver platter.
So there's basically nothing you can do. And then you've got Tristana only scaling up in terms of rage. Schalke trying to do something as they catch out Humanoid and Xerxes. Ignar got the flank off with the Abyss of Voyage, but Humanoid flashes away. Upset forced back towards the bottom of the fight, and it's Schalke who make the play, but Splyce who answer back immediately.
The Splyce still in a perfectly fine position. The Tristana very close to completing those 3 items. Just slowly sieging onto the base. Note how that top lane has been abandoned. This is the classic 1-4 Medic. They don't really care about that wave. They're just moving between mid-bot. Utilizing this rise to generate pressure and then grouping up with the rise to actually siege onto the turret. But right now they actually have the Tristana in the solo lane.
She's got the rapid fire cannon as well, so all you need to do is step forward, get that one strong auto attack down. You chunk away at the tower so quickly with Tristana if you use your explosive charge. They get the mid lane tower, they now come down towards the bottom side, and Splyce are well in control of this game.
Now, if you, in an ideal world, Splyce would have full vision control over this top side of the jungle, so they would sweep all the vision out, but now Schalke are going for a fight.
Odo engages, Hero's Entrance used as well. Stolen away there by Abbedagge. Xerxes puts them in the Cataclysm though. They still call out Humanoid. There's the counter Hero's Entrance coming out from Norscamen. Upset's done! He's dead! Schalke lose their AD carry, and maybe they're going to lose a lot more than that, because once again they start a fight, and Splyce are the ones who come and knocking at their door. They take him out. It's another kill. The resets for Carby abound. Ignar, the next to ball, you have to feel he's done. It's a double for Splyce, and Schalke make the play, but Splyce just blow them away.
Elation on the faces of Splyce as they are on the track to secure a massive win for Schalke, and as the race for playoffs heat up, Splyce will secure another win.
Schalke tried to make play after play, but it was just not their day today. Splyce come a knocking at their door. They'll take down these Nexus towers. They'll take the Nexus. And they look Schalke in the eye and say, we are the superior team today.
Really like the draft from Splyce. I felt like it just played towards their strengths. We saw a really good 1-4. We saw good team fighting. We saw them punish the mistakes of their opposition. And once they had the lead, they knew exactly what to do with it. 26 minutes, 54 seconds. That might be the fastest Splyce game we've ever seen, Medic.
It's quite possible. Not known as a team that plays incredibly quickly. I mean, their average win time is 37 minutes, so it's 10 minutes quicker than their average game time. But you have to look across the pond. You have to look at the other side of the rift, Vedius. Schalke made a litany, a slew of mistakes, a plethora of mistakes this game.
And they're still yet to win a game in the second half of the split now. What are they, 0-4, 0-5?
0-5.
Wow. A devastating second half so far for Schalke after they had such a commanding first half of the split, sitting in that second place spot. I was one of the analysts giving them so much praise, saying that how much they reminded me of the Fnatic from last year. Looked like they could literally do everything, and it just feels like that they've been underperforming. They tried to force so many things, and they end up getting punished every single time.
It's disheartening for them because now they sit equal with SK Gaming at 7-7. They sit only one win ahead of Fnatic, who play later today, only one win ahead of Misfits. Origen are at the same scoreline, but Origen still have a game to play today. And you're looking at Schalke as a team fighting for 6th place now.
It's almost like every game counts,
It does. Every game counts. Splyce, though, incredibly happy with this, have separated themselves a little bit from that chasing pack.
They're 8 wins now,
They're
right?
8-6 now.
Ooh, so they're like solely in that 3rd place spot.
Origen could catch them if they win today.
Really exciting next couple of weeks, but huge win for Splyce. And again, I cannot reiterate how happy I am to see Splyce just kind of go back to this. Like, yeah, it was a little slow. Yeah, it wasn't the most exciting
That's their
game,
play style.
but I just feel like that it was controlled. I felt like that they picked the right moments. They punished their opposition very well. I feel like that just overall, really great draft, really great play, really great stuff from Splyce.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted to do. I think if you look at Splyce in the coming few games, you know, they've got a couple of hard ones, but assuming they can take one win, they're pretty much guaranteed playoffs, because usually about that 9-win scoreline. So you're looking maybe at the Fnatic game, maybe at the Misfits game, maybe at the SK game for a win for them. Key player of the vote is that was
Player of the game vote.
Yeah, do you want to read it for me, mate?
Is now live at LOL Esports on Twitter. Your options are Visitachi on Cho'Gath, Xerxes on Jarvan, or Humanoid on Rise. I personally would give it to the Cho'Gath because I think he was a fantastic Cho'Gath player.
Yeah.
I thought he did an excellent job.
Even though he didn't max fail scream.
Even though he didn't max fail scream. But still, very, very good. You could give it to Humanoid as well. Xerxes also got the Baron Steal.
Yeah,
so
I mean, you could give it to
you've got the wealth of
players.
options here.
That's why we give them the 3 options.
It's up to the fans, really. Enjoy. Have fun with that one.
It's definitely up to the fans. For more on Splyce's win, let's check in with Law and their mid laner.
Thank you, Medic, and thank you, Humanoid, for joining me. Congrats on this victory. I mean, you win on red side, you win under 30 minutes. This isn't something we're used to with Splyce. How come?
I mean, I guess we were tired of going into late game every game, so we just wanted to end it early.
Did you plan it to end this early?
Well, not really, since we have like really outscaling comps, so we kind of wanted to go late again, but yeah, we won some fights, so it was pretty early end this game.
I gotta say, seeing you play over the last few weeks, I felt like you were less confident than you used to. Do you feel this way too?
Yeah, the last few weeks were pretty tough for us, and we didn't play our best. And I think our drafts were not ideal some games, so yeah, it was. And the confidence was like, if you start losing, your confidence goes down as well, so yeah.
What do you tell yourself when this confidence is down, as you say, to pick it up back? Because you were popping off today.
I mean, I just say that we can do this game and we have to win. And if we win, then it will all be good. And no one cares about past losses if we can win this game and go to playoffs.
Absolutely. And you have 2 more weeks to reach playoffs. It's going to be harder for you guys to gain this consistency, because we talked about it with Duke a few weeks back. So what do you guys need now to find finally this consistency to reach playoffs? With the time you have?
I think we just have to play like we did today in the next games. So if we can do that, I think we have a pretty good shot at making playoffs and going pretty far.
So a faster version of Splyce, maybe?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, we'll see if you can make this happening. Thank you for joining me. And we'll send it back to Quickshot at the desk.
Thank you very much, Lon. Congratulations to Splyce picking up a monumentally important victory over Schalke, especially when you consider the race for playoffs. I managed to catch up with Broken Shard very briefly, one of the coaches and support staff for SK Gaming who just took down G2. He started by saying that Schalke 04's comp was poopy. He used a different word. Let's talk about the drafts because, Amazing, you were saying, you know, off air backstage that you actually quite like that both teams' comps kind of fit their identity.
I kind of understood what Schalke was going for. I think they basically wanted to have the 1-3-1 elements continuously in the comp. That's why they, for example, picked the Tahm Kench. They had the Ezreal to basically cover the mid lane, then Sylas and Ken on both sides. So actually, I don't think the comp was bad at all. And it actually makes sense to pick Sejuani against a team like Splyce because obviously they are going to trend to 1-4 at some point. So you at least want to have some engagement within your comp. But I do think that Splyce kind of understood their identity even better. And they started 1-4ing at 17 minutes, which basically means that they actually really thought about this and understood, hey, if we just walk down mid lane and they cannot stop us, we're going to win the game.
And it's also the fact that they had so many tools to walk down mid lane confidently, the likes of the Jarvan and the Galio, these high engage options. So you do talk about, you know, like the Sejuani. If Splyce are going to 1-4, you want that long range engage tool to try to punish that or catch out that 4-man unit if you have a numbers advantage. Splyce were thinking the exact same thing, had the late game insurance policy with Kabe on the Tristana and had the engage tools that when they were ready, they could pull the trigger.
It felt really good that both teams kind of played to their team's strengths, so to speak, and today it was Splyce that came out on top. Let's talk about a few of the plays, though, that helped define the game, starting with that first blood up in the top lane, Vizicachi's Cho'Gath. Initially, the dive looked pretty good from Memento's side, but obviously Vision Reveal gave Vizicachi a lot of time to think.
Yeah, basically, you obviously have a 3 versus 1 situation, but you do not account for the Ryze and Galio to come up. Like, obviously, the Ryze was going to follow up anyway, but the Galio actually comes out of vision completely and then walks up to top lane to basically give enough backup, especially with the ultimate, and turn this dive around.
And the thing was, we were talking before kind of about what are the actual options that Memento have to gank. Like, where is he going to attack on the map? And I don't really know if I fully agree with looking at the top side and saying the dive on the Cho'Gath is the way to go when you didn't have perfect information about where everyone else was on the map.
Yeah, I think if you open up the bot lane first, basically you have the exact opposite scenario coming in for you because Tahm, similar to Galio, also has the ultimate available. So actually you can open up the bot lane first, have Tahm roam into mid lane, and then you actually exert the same amount of pressure, if not more, that basically Splyce did in the end. And I think that would have been the better play and the better rotation almost to make that play happen.
So of course now, as the mid game played out from that first blood up until this next replay, which we'll get to in a moment, the game felt close. The game felt, you know, it felt to me like Schalke were playing the side lanes better as their comp allowed. It felt like Splyce would force a couple plays here or there. The Rift Herald used slightly suboptimally, so to speak. So Froskuren, what do you think leads to a decision where Schalke say, let's try sneak a Baron?
I think that they were trying to drive tempo of the game. They felt like they were really strong on the itemization that Upset. You know, he was playing very aggressive, very far forward, trying to land all these skill shots. He probably felt very powerful, and he was. And so they move it into the Baron. Now, we discussed this kind of back and forth. It's like, was it the right call to pull the trigger on starting the Baron? Or should there have been more prior setup to try to take small skirmishes or fights around the Baron before doing it?
I'd like Maurice to answer that question when we actually run through this replay and draw some of the attention to specific moments that, you know, stood out in your mind.
I mean, I'm just confused by is basically starting this national. We just had this question. I think even with, and as we see it now, as soon as the darkness fades, Abadage actually had the feast available, so he basically could make the true damage happen. And if you coordinate that with the jungler, that's around 1.6k, 1.7k burst at this point in time, and the whole play actually becomes efficient. But if you do not coordinate it and you're all like on the back foot because you see a Chachi TPing in, also having a feast, and you start panicking, that coordination actually does not make sense anymore and doesn't help them.
And of course, as you mentioned, coordination. Abadage on the Sylas had stolen the feast. Not exactly the most traditional, you know, burst combo, and not something you get a huge amount of experience with. You can see that gold graph. It was Schalke in the lead with a 2,000 gold lead until Splyce, in that Alienware replay, getting Baron and then winning the game, Froskuren.
And again, it's just kind of this idea of, you know, Splyce make the clutch plays when it happens. We can levy all the criticisms we want at them in terms of kind of their stalled out mid-game, but when push comes to shove, they do make the teleport play. They get into the Baron pit. They manage to find these smite seals. I believe also, I think there was a jungle level disadvantage there as well. But, you know, the TP came in, they knew that they had the Feast also on their own Cho'Gath, and it just came to who's going to use the Feast Smite combo better here.
And in the end of the day, it was the champion that owns Feast, Vizichachi and Splyce. Look, it's actually Xerxes that ends up winning Key Player of the Game. He gets 43% of the votes, and with Splyce picking up a hugely important win in the standings, we will be taking a look at the playoff checkup with Medic in just a few minutes. Schalke 04 are now on a 5-game losing streak. Froskuren, what do they have to fix in the last 2 weeks of gameplay, knowing how competitive this race is and knowing G2's just dropped the game? So teams like Fnatic are hot on the heels.
The first thing that Amaze and I looked at is why is Ignar on Tom Kench when he had champions like, I'll just throw it out, Blitzcrank available to him? Why not these aggressive supports? And you see a lot of Tom Kench as high priority in the LCK, and I think he can fit into this composition. But like, you're in the LEC, just play the LEC style. When Schalke were on fire, it's because Ignar was making plays and roaming around the map.
I'm always a fan of taking responsibility in some shape or form, especially when I see like I have rookies or players that are not as confident on my teams. For example, last year, obviously, when I came into Schalke, I had the approach, okay, if I screw up, it doesn't matter. I'm a veteran anyway. I can take the criticism. I can take the responsibility. And I want someone on Schalke right now to take that responsibility and to say, okay, I'm going to play the carry champion. I'm going to play this engaged champion. And I'm going to make it happen whether it fails or not. Because right now, they're just playing to lose instead of playing to win.
Yeah, I get that. Playing to not lose the game. It's overly safe. Well, listen, Splyce end up with 8 wins. And after a catastrophic... Well, that's congratulations to Splyce. Fastest win of the split. Well done. Stop. Moving on to the next one. After a catastrophic start to the split, Fnatic have started their comeback run. Their eyes are set on yet another 2-0 week. We'll see if they can pull it off after the break. Oh, I almost messed that one up.
They're going to get stunned up by the Sedge one. Abaddon doesn't land the stun, but the Glacial Prison comes out. Chachi already down, and Ignar and Upset join the party. Chachi off towards the side lane, immediately teleports in. 3,000 HP on that Baron. Zesty jumps in as well. He gets the smite. He steals it away. The Slicing Maelstrom will hit onto 3 members, but already Odo is down. Momentum very low as well in the backside of the fight. 2 kills, 3 kills for Splyce. Schalke lose their AD carry, and maybe they're going to lose a lot more than that, because once again they start a fight, and Splyce are the ones who come and knocking at their door. They take him out, it's another kill. And they look Schalke in the eye and say, we are the superior team today. Welcome back to the LE studio and this episode of Medic's Playoff Checkup. As Fnatic and Rogue gear up for our next game, let's take a closer look at the race for playoffs. Although we've yet to see any more teams actually lock in a spot in the playoffs, I wanted to quickly update you just about how Splyce's win has affected our overall playoffs picture. Now, Splyce have been able to separate themselves from the chasing pack, now sitting at 8 and 6, and they are looking hungrily at that third place spot. Now, although third place doesn't actually guarantee you a spot in Rotterdam, it does give you your choice of opponents when it comes to picking those quarterfinal matchups. This win for Splyce puts them at 8 and 6 and evens out their head-to-head with Schalke, who are sitting just below them. That means if they stay even on win and loss at the end of the split, they would be a tiebreaker match played between the two teams. But Splyce still have G2, SK, Misfits, and Fnatic left to play, and it's a tough way to round out your split, so the Snakes will be grateful for every win they can get. They're pretty much secure in playoffs now, but their position is anything but safe. Schalke, on the other hand, they have Excel, Misfits, Origen, and Rogue left to play, so you can be pretty hopeful if you're a fan of the Royal Blues. Playoffs are anything but are pretty much secure, assuming that they beat Excel and Rogue. The question remains, though, can Schalke get out of this 5-game losing streak? Up next is Fnatic versus Rogue, and for any of you who like a little bit of a long shot, I have a bet for you. Coming in today, Rogue are not yet eliminated from playoffs. Out of 10,000 scenarios where teams were given 50-50 odds to win, Rogue are only locked in 9,998 of them. So here's hoping for that dankest timeline.
Thank you very much, Medic, and welcome to the cast today's Quick Shot and Ender here. And just to reiterate that, out of 10,000 simulations, Rogue are eliminated in 9,998. So the odds are not in their favor.
No, if this is the Hunger Games, they are definitely, you know, fodder.
They're one of the first people that dies before they even get to the weapons cache.
Yeah, they're going trying to pick up the knife, and Fnatic just cuts them right down. But they've got to win them all if they want to make it happen.
Okay, but the playoff race, of course, does get very, very exciting, with Splyce just winning, with Schalke losing, with G2 taking down other way around, G2 losing to SK. This is actually problematic for Fnatic, because Fnatic and SK are fighting for the same spots.
Exactly, and I think if you actually look at it with SK, supposed to be beating XL yesterday and then of course beating G2 today, it sort of evens out in the end. So Fnatic fans ultimately shouldn't be too concerned, but you have to remember that every game counts here for Fnatic squad.
And that's a hashtag which you'd all be using at home. As we jump into the draft for Fnatic versus Rogue, reminder that we are playing on patch 9.4. It is the Hotfix Conqueror patch, and with Finn being in for Rogue, he is a Kled one-trick in solo queue, hence the reason he's been banned every single game that Rogue has played.
Exactly, I love it here. Finn drawing the respect bans, and probably one of the best things he can sort of bring to the team is like, you know what, let's free up some picks here for the other players on our roster. Of course, on the other side, Rogue taking away the Jarvan that Bwipo dominated on yesterday.
Well, let's see what Bwipo gets his hands on today. We've had 2 games played, 2 first pick Silases. Do you think that trend continues if he finds himself not banned?
See, I would say yes, but right now I see both Jace and the Lucian more importantly open. Fnatic, of course, ban away the Lucian to secure a good bottom lane here for Rekkles, which indicates to me that, again, they're going to be looking for a more scaling pick in the bottom lane. It's the arms race for AD carries whenever Fnatic is in the game, and Rekkles is going to look for something that can teamfight super, super well.
And, well, there's the Kai'Sa. It's something that Rekkles has played several times. He picked up a pentakill several weeks ago on that champion, but the Sylas is open and available. Insta-swap, and there's big grins and smiles on Bwipo's face. My gut tells me he's going to get it, but we need to see the rest of the draw.
Yeah, I mean, Bwipo would love to have it. I bet Nemesis also would like to see that go into his hands as well. So if you're over on Rogue's side, what do you take up against it? And actually, they're going to lock in the Rise very, very quickly. Actually, a snap with the Braum as well. And we know that with Galio off the table, Braum certainly does rise in priority. But now that Rogue have sort of taken themselves a mid laner, it leaves me with the question, do they go for a strong AD carry as their 3rd pick, or do they try to get Kikis on something that can facilitate a strong early game for Rogue?
What would you prefer to see them play? Now, we need to get a few more picks before we answer that question, but do you have a preference?
I do have a preference, and I want Kikis on something that can slam early game. He's taken the Olaf in his last 3 games. I think there's also some other good options with the Rek'Sai as well. I would like to see him on a champion that can try to combat Fnatic here in the early game.
And of course, just to go back to that Rise that you picked on, Ezreal and Braum to round out phase 1. Rise into Sylas in the mid lane is something that Amazing has been talking a lot about backstage. He likes the champion into Sylas. Rise's kit, especially when using Phase Rush, does very well. And we get to see whether or not Senkax and Nemesis will go toe-to-toe there.
Exactly, because of course the Rise still can go into the top lane, the Sylas can go top or jungle as well, so these teams gonna be playing some mind games. Of course, we do have both bot lane duos locked in, and Fnatic, once again, they go for the Xayah Rakan duo, and they're sort of the only team in Europe at the moment that likes to go for this combination. And what it brings Fnatic is sort of twofold. One, it gives them strong pushing power in the laning phase. You can try to clear the waves out here if you are the Xayah, but also protection here for Rekkles later on, because the rest of Fnatic likes to play comps that dive right on in there.
Okay, let's see how Rekkles round out their draft. Sorry, Fnatic round out their draft.
Rekkles is calling the shots, let's be real.
I know. You know, the words left my mouth and I was like, but listen, you mentioned the Olaf. It is banned away along with that Nocturne, the Rek'Sai, the Jax as well. So we're going to be digging down the jungler pool just a little bit, but Lee Sin, definitely something that would work. We just saw the Sejuani coming out for Memento while it didn't win the game. A couple of different options available to them.
Yeah, and Kik is stealing away the Lee Sin from Broxah. Of course, that is Broxah's most played champion so far in the split. And this is where Fnatic reveal their hand. What is the choice going to be? Because we've seen when Broxah loses some jungle options, he goes back towards the Zac. That is what we would expect a few weeks ago, but I much prefer the Elise that gets locked in here for Broxah. This champion is absolutely terrifying. When sitting in the Fog of War looking for a Cocoon, you can burst almost anyone on this Rogue team.
And for anybody that has been watching the European scene for a little while, I'm sure you will remember Broxah's debut games on champions like Elise and Lee Sin when playing into Cassiopeia's. He dodged every single petrifying gaze for his first few games on this stage. We round out the team composition with the Elise and the Aatrox, so still got the FLICKR possibility, but I can see a furled eyebrow, and What do you make and where do you think it's going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what's sort of going on here in Fnatic's mind, because I think they felt they needed a little more AD in this composition with both the Elise and the Sylas locked in. So Aatrox at the moment can go top lane, does get pushed in by the Ryze early on if it is going to be that Ryze, but now it gets even scarier because this is going to be a Camille in the top lane here for Finn. One of those unique picks that he's sort of bringing out of solo queue here, because it's been a while since we've seen it in the top lane, but it was a classic good matchup up against the Aatrox for its ability to force onto him and take very good trades from close range.
I really want to break that down once we're in game. Let's step back and look at both team compositions. What do they want to do to unlock a victory?
Yeah, well, looking at these two teams, I think Kikis has a lot of tools to play with here in the early game. I mean, Lee Sin into the Elise is sort of a volatile matchup. You know, I think Elise does get the advantage whenever they fight against each other, but Kikis has top lane he can look for ganks, mid lane as well with the Ryze to sort of set him up. I'm going to be tracking him specifically to see what he can do for this Rogue team.
And what about the Fnatic squad? Same question.
Same question. Well, I think they have some stronger engage tools here with the Rakan. Fnatic used that to be able to engage onto multiple targets and sort of chain CC multiple members during yesterday's game, rather. And they have the tools of Broxa plus Nemesis. These two players haven't worked super well together in the past, but I think as we sort of push forward here with Fnatic on the rise, these two players with these two champions can have a big impact in the match.
And one of the things that we looked at yesterday, myself and Amazing with Elise in particular, was just how with strong lanes, a champion like Elise can play any number of options. Phenomenal at tower diving. And when you think Aatrox, Sylas, Zyrakan, like literally Broxa has the pick of the litter for easy tower dives with lots of damage, lots of CC.
Oh yeah, I mean there's CC all across the board right here. And it's going to be a very exciting one here for Fnatic. This is such an important match. They got to keep on the win streak.
Well, take a look at the fans here in Berlin. Fnatic for playoffs, in the race for playoffs. Looking towards Rotterdam here in the LEC Spring Split. Fnatic have come back from a disastrous start. Ignore the pause, ignore the pause. Hype building,
no,
hype
keep
building.
Keep clapping.
But it really is such a phenomenal story. At the beginning of the day, we used the term redemption arc for Fnatic because they had just a really disappointing start to the 2019 season after making finals, after losing two keystone players in Caps and SOAS, and now they are, you know, just a couple wins away from playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they are, and it's scary, too, if you are one of the teams at the top of the league, right? Your G2s, your Vitalities of the world, because even though this Fnatic roster is trying to sort of slip into playoffs as one of the lower-tier seeds coming in, the way this squad has been playing is not of a sixth-place team. They are definitely on the rise, definitely trying to contest the top of the table.
What's amazing to keep in mind and remember is that a week ago, we thought Fnatic could take 5th or 6th. Today, they might go as high as 3rd. You know, like, the game is so close, the league is so close, and so competitive right now for a number of reasons. And we need to see where they're going to end up. Of course, Sandcuck's getting his chill on.
That's some resident sleeper right there, quick shot.
Definitely taking a small breather. I will give you guys an update as soon as I know a little bit more details as to why Rogue have decided to pause the game. Can confirm from production it is a reported performance issue on one of the PCs on the Rogue side. I believe it is Kikis. Our league officials are currently investigating. Once the investigation has concluded, I will then give you guys an update. But one of the things that you mentioned during draft, Ender, was that Fnatic's team composition has a few more tools for engage. I think the Rakan, the likes of Elise, at least when it comes to picks. But what about the side of Rogue? They've also got a lot of pick power. The Ryze, the Lee Sin, the Camille. So once the game plays out, like the mid game especially, is it a team that whoever has the tools, whoever has a gold lead, can just stay ahead because they can just keep killing you?
Yeah, I would say that the team with the gold lead is definitely going to be favored because when I look at both these compositions, I see a lot of similar tools, right? You have very strong solo laners, very strong early game junglers, and the ability to sort of 1-3-1 with, you know, your Camille versus Aatrox, your Sylas versus Ryze. So whoever does have the gold advantage should be favored, but I almost think that if it's kept within, you know, 2,000 or 3,000 gold to either side, that you are going to have the ability to outplay your opponents because these compositions are so similar. similar overall. I would say, though, that looking at Rogue in particular, they have more defensive tools with stuff like the Braum and Lee Sin to kick members away, whilst Fnatic have those abilities to go right on in there.
I really like that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping right back into the game as Fnatic are taking on Rogue. And Fnatic have got their eyes set on that playoffs position. And as we've already mentioned, out of 10,000 simulations, Rogue are eliminated from playoffs in 9,998. One of those includes losing this game. If Rogue go down, then they will be eliminated mathematically from playoffs. So there's a lot at stake here for Rogue. I mean, 2 out of 10,000 simulations is not great odds to hold on to.
Nope,
and
definitely not.
Let's be frank, we are expecting Rogue to drop out, but that also means they can play spoiler. If Rogue pick up a win against Fnatic, then all of a sudden that 6-7 scoreline, 6-8, you're now one step behind the playoff race when you see Splyce at 8 wins, when you see SK at 7-7.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look back in European history as well, spring split of last year, you had a Misfits squad that should have made it into the playoff race, and they ended up losing to a Rocket, one of the teams that was just here to play spoiler. So you have to remember that when some of the head-to-heads don't necessarily go your way, you still have to be picking up every single win that comes along here. And it's no different for Fnatic in this game, as again, my eyes are going to be on the 2 junglers here in the early game to see how they end up impacting the match.
Okay, talking about that, we'll see decision-making. Red buff start for Broxah, blue buff on the side of Kikis. Going to start making their ways towards the top half of the map. And I want to draw our attention very briefly to Bwipo, as he has traditionally been left on an island, has traditionally been sacked in favor, especially in Fnatic's winning ways of the bottom lane. You can see solo kills, though. Picks up 4, his Jarvan yesterday helping that out a lot. Today on the Aatrox, I wouldn't mind seeing some more attention for him.
Yeah, I'm like, solo kills against Camille probably not going to be super likely, but hey, if you look at sort of setup for ganks, Aatrox has a lot of CC tools in his kit, and I think that this top lane is going to be super explosive. I think Fnatic have the edge in terms of early game 2v2 right now if both junglers were to make it up towards the top side of the map. So I'd expect Finn to play maybe a bit more defensive until he gets a first base under his belt, until he gets a Tiamat, so he can start contesting the wave clear.
And what I really love is we get 2 Conqueror top laners that are going to be trading, 2 junglers heading towards the top lane. If you look at the mini-map, at least they're going to be clearing out the Krug camp as well as a Scuttle Crab for now. And no real attention just yet. If Bwipo keeps pushing, maybe he's at a little bit of threat, but he's got a lot of tools available to escape any potential game.
Yeah, and you can see just by how Finn is playing the lane that he knows that the junglers are mismatched at the moment. He's actually getting chunked out pretty substantially here by Bwipo, and you can see Nemesis and Broxah on the prowl. They're going to meet Kikis here inside of the jungle.
Tower dive! Tower dive! Bwipo's going to be backing away. Here comes Kikis. Defensive flash already used. Broxah swaps back to human form, looking for the cocoon, needs to throw it through the minions. That's first blood already picked up. Secured solo for Nemesis. Now Kikis is in trouble. Next, Nemesis takes 1 tower shot. Repel up, drop down. Fnatic find 2 beautiful kills.
That was absolutely perfectly played. Now Senkux is here. Teleport comes in from Finn. Is he going to flash for it? The answer is no. Oh my word, Fnatic just outplayed Rogue 2v3 underneath the tower at 3 minutes, Trevor.
That is exactly what we expected. That's why you picked an Elise. Now, I didn't expect Nemesis to roam. I will give them that point. But, you know, we talked about Bwipo's island yesterday. Reckless in the post-game interview said, we can play around any lane. Today, they prove it.
Exactly, and I love how they're trying to, you know, redefine our own expectations of this team. First, it starts off, let's send multiple members to top lane, but then consider who it is. It's Broxah working with Nemesis, and this is what we wanted to see more out of. I think Nemesis and Broxah juggled the turret aggro so perfectly to make sure they got out unscathed, because honestly, that was a pretty hard play to pull off that they did just about perfectly.
Yeah, really nicely done. Nemesis walks out of that tower range. Broxah uses the repel flawlessly, and it gives Fnatic a 1,000 gold lead before 5 minutes. And it gives a kill to Broxah, a kill to Nemesis. We've already seen just how dominant Sylas can be. 3 games in a row, 3 first picks, and it secures first blood in actual fact solo.
Yeah, let's just watch this one more time, because I think it starts out with Bwipo getting a fantastic trade. Actually cancels the E there from Finn. So both go low.
Fight, fight, fight. Infernal Chains flashed away from. Bwipo's not going to be able to continue the chase, but that's Summoner Spell used. There's the Darken Blade used once and twice.
He has hook shot, he has hook shot. He's
all right. Finn's looking for an opportunity. If he gets the knock-up, it can work in his favor. Not going to do it just yet. I'm waiting to see for the trade. Literally, Ender and I are as close to the monitors as we can get because we're waiting for something to happen. And Broxah, on a tower diving champion, is looking for another kill.
Oh man, Finn's in a terrible spot right now. Luckily for him, Bwipo is fairly low, but he knows Broxah can just solo dive him. So without the flash, without the teleport, he has to back away from the minion wave, and that means he misses 6 minions to that tower. He's going to fall further and further behind into CS. And to make matters worse, I believe that wave should end up pushing back in towards Bwipo's side. So Finn will have to overextend himself.
Okay, now we saw the really strong start here from Fnatic. We've not talked too much about this duo lane. 48 CS to 48. HeQ is already backed. Compliments of the teleport. Returned with that Sheen and is shoving into Reckless. So Reckless is at an item disadvantage and will be waiting to return and shop. But nothing too worrying just yet because all the action has been focused around the top lane. And that's a good sign for Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to focus around the top lane. You can see that Rogue and specifically Kikis identify properly what is going on with the minion wave top lane. So now you have Kikis coming out of his base to path up here towards Finn, but he's on a ward. Broxah knows exactly where he is, and Broxah wants to fight him.
All right, so here we go. 1-on-1 in the top lane, 1-on-1 in the jungle. Fnatic are winning both. Broxah's not going to find the cocoon, but the repel is just in range. Kikis is looking for a target. He's flashless, remember. Red buff is ticking away. Very cheeky play on the Sonic Wave. Broxah's not done yet. Look at the minimap. Nexus is coming. Nemesis is coming up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like that play from Kikis, but again, now I'm concerned that Finn just gets zoned off the tower one more time. It ends up being that Nemesis and Broxah want to back away from this, but look at the wave. Finn actually cannot farm.
All right, Bwipo is going to try to keep Finn at bay. The chains are stepped out of. Bwipo actually does a big Q and not going to stop the wave just yet. Fighting it because Broxah, they smell blood in the water. It's like a Jaws movie. Dun, 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 dun. Finn, goodbye, buddy. There's not much you can do. Hextech ultimatum will buy a few seconds, surely. And here comes Broxah, Venomous Fang. Come on, one more bite. We'll be able to pick it up. Looked a little dramatic at the end, but just easy, beautiful, clean League of Legends.
Yeah, and I think that this is actually one of the big things that separates top teams from bottom teams. And I'm going to say that with Fnatic right now, they do look like they are pushing towards the top, and they know how to play around top lane. And specifically, it's Broxah with a winning jungle matchup that's just owning right now. And Kikis just gets chunked out of his jungle and can't actually support a Finn who is now 20 CS down to Bwipo.
There is a lot of pressure in the bottom lane. Reckless gets chunked a little bit low. There are a lot of Fnatic fans here in Berlin, and after Finn kept getting killed, you can hear the cheers and chants now. Even the fans here are like, "Ooh, that hurts." Like, be nice. Rogue have families, you know? It just feels like bullying at the moment. 20 CS advantage, 2-0 on Broxah. Sork shoes already completed. And that just means he's going to get more damage to get more kills and snowball this advantage as we get to 10 minutes.
And he's going to run even faster, so that means he's going to get to your lane more quickly. He's going to be looking for the kills, and it's not going to be pretty. But right now, actually, Broxah is sort of working towards the bottom side. It's actually interesting because HeQ has stayed on the map for quite some time. He's very low on mana and doesn't have the teleport, so Broxah is going to try to either just get a good reset or Fnatic, or if HeQ steps a little too far forward, then maybe they can try to get a summon.
Are you a fisherman at all, Ender? Because right now, Fnatic are using some bait. Gonna chase down into HeQ, down to 100 HP. Here comes Nemesis from behind, though. Reckless summoning heal has already been used. He's holding on to Flash. Nemesis looking for one. Gonna flash forward. HeQ sidesteps for a few seconds, but this is a 4-man stack in the bottom lane. Nemesis isn't done yet, and he's got a Dragon Rage kick.
Yeah, he gets the kick, too, so he's gonna just punch Kikis right back into the team.
Oh, this just feels so bad, man. Nemesis keeps hunting and chasing down. Here comes the rest of Fnatic. Vander's running for his life as Kikis has got red buff available. Not gonna be able to do enough, and Vander, the only man to escape with his life.
This is just super clean League of Legends here from Fnatic. They always have mid control here with Nemesis. And Nemesis and Broxah, I have to say it again, they are absolutely on the same page. Whenever Broxah is making a play, Nemesis is there to back him up. And you can see Hylissang goes for a beautiful engage here onto HeQ, who has no mana, has no way to fight back. And then Fnatic play a little bit slowly. You have Nemesis on the side to get HeQ.
Nemesis is unshackled on the Silas right now. He's roamed for every single play, nearly 100% kill participation, and really just stepping up when Fnatic needs it.
Yep, and this is the frustration of playing against Silas. Kikis is like, okay, maybe I can do something. Nemesis uses his own ultimate to punt him right back into the rest of Fnatic to set up for yet another kill and more turret plating. And now we go top lane 1v2.
All right, 1v2. Bwipo may be able to win this. If you look at at the minimap. Support is coming
He's
up.
going
Bwippo
in.
is chasing. 1v3. Now he needs to be a little cautious. Remember, playing a little bit of the bait game. Hylissang and Broxah are now coming out. The recall starts to get channeled from Finn. Kickers finds himself running into some trouble, and Bwippo is playing on the knife's edge of aggression. But look, it's 10 minutes in. It's a 3,000 gold lead. Let's not kid ourselves. A lot of people anticipated Fnatic to win this game. The manner in which they are playing is what is very, very impressive.
Exactly, and this just sort of goes back to the thing we've tried and hammer home all day. It's that Fnatic are a 6-7 team, but they're not a 6-7 team, Trevor, right? In the last 3 weeks, they are on a solid winning streak. They've got momentum behind them, and the way they're playing the map right now is really, really impressive.
And let's see what they can do to accelerate this further. Near instantaneous use of the Rift Herald. Got control of the mid lane. Plates are still up. Fnatic have secured 3 plates in the bottom lane. Tower, first blood bonus in the mid lane. A plate in the top lane. And it's just domination.
Yeah, I mean, that's the 4-man plate gank in mid lane, Trevor. I mean, what can Senkux actually do? He's like, guys, this isn't really fair. There's no one on my team. And in the meantime, I mean, Hikyu is trying to push up top lane, but he can't get anything done against a Bwippo that's going 1v3. And while Rogue had gone for the swap and Fnatic won the trade around the Rift Herald and ended up picking that objective up, you also had Reckless down bottom lane, sort of free farming until eventually he pulled a teleport out of Finn. So right now it seems like Fnatic have all the options and are going to be looking to take as many plates down as they possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going to extend that gold lead even further. Fnatic are just doing such a great job, and I want to go back to something we've said a few times today, at least, is that the playoff race is incredibly close. It's incredibly, you know, high levels of competition between 8 teams, and with G2 losing, you know, if they lose another game, they could lose that first seed going to the postseason. But one of the interesting thoughts that I've had several times today is Finn may get some support here from Kickers, is if you were to do power rankings and start looking at S-tier teams, A-tier teams, B-tier teams, it becomes very interesting to see how different that is from the standings. Now, Bwippo's got World Ender available. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Bwippo continues to fight. Infernal Chains will not tag Kickers, but with just the use of the ultimate, Bwippo escapes.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Broxah on the other side of the map looking for the flank here with Hylissang. Lands a beautiful cocoon here onto Rogue, and Nemesis on the prowl as well.
Oh, so nicely done. The Charm finds 2. Here comes Nemesis once more. That's a killing spree for him. Turns his attention. Broxah is on a rampage. 6 kills apiece. Or 6 kills they've been involved in. While all that's going on, Kickers is trying to farm between 2 towers, and it's not working. 15 turret plates secured and 2 towers. Correction, 13. I couldn't do math. Turret plates secured and 2 towers for Fnatic. A 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic putting Rogue in a really tough position, because you look at Kickers, right, and he knows Brox is going top lane, but there's nothing he can really do about it. Even if you're sitting under that tower, Fnatic are still going to 4-man you, still going to punish you. He tried to go for the retaliation play on the bottom side, but Natrox just isn't going to die. And Ezreal, however, he probably is, especially when 4 people on the side of Fnatic get this beautiful flank down on towards Hikyu. And you can see that really the difference in this game is mid laners. You know, I think that Nemesis has the push every single time he's making these rotations, while Ryze wants to be doing the same. He has the Realm Warp, but he never has the lane power to actually be able to activate on it.
And this isn't a lane matchup that Ryze, in theory, on paper, can do okay into Sylas, but he never got the time to. Nemesis just shoved and pushed mid lane every single time, and he's duoed up with this Elise of Broxah to give Fnatic this phenomenal lead. First dragon will be secured shortly. The last tower is going to fall over in a moment or two, and for Fnatic, it's just a matter of how long will it take him to finish this game?
Yeah, that's definitely the question. I think that, you know, as we have a little bit of time, it's nice to re-examine this Sylas pick, because we look at it and you say, yeah, you know, maybe the Ryze has a good matchup into it, but that's a defensive matchup, because Sylas, in basically every single lane he plays, gets the push priority. He has the Q, he has the passive to clear away these waves, and Fnatic first picked that. I think it was a mistake from Rogue not to ban away that champion, and we're going to continue to see teams that pick up the Sylas, push the lane, and make plays around the map, and I think Fnatic has done an excellent job of executing on the power of this pick.
Well, near flawless play. 15 minutes in, over 7,000 gold up. And Fnatic, 4 towers to 1. They've just lost their first tower, but it was to allow them to secure the dragon down bottom, both bottom lane towers, And you can see itemization-wise, Rod of Ages is slowly stacking for Nemesis. Reckless has got himself that Essence Reaver double spell pin already picked up for Broxah. Got himself the Sork Shoes and Oblivion Orb. And Kikis is like, nope, do not want none of that, because he would have just been killed so quickly against Bwipo.
Yes, he would have. Right now, actually, the Observer's doing a good job of pointing out that Rogue put down some pretty solid vision there, thanks to Kikis and some of the efforts here of the team. But vision only goes so far.
Yeah.
It's going to be used to help stop the bleeding at the moment. But we looked at it earlier. I think the comps are very similar. When you look at a 7,000 gold lead, you really just have to be trying to hold on here if you're on the side of Rogue.
This is the type of game you expect to see against a #1 team in a league and a #10 team in a league. You know, this is the type of game, if you took nameplates off, you might think G2 were playing on Fnatic's side. At least before today.
Yeah, before today,
yeah,
Trev.
Correction on that one. And it's really impressive. And I think if you are a Fnatic fan, and you are looking to the postseason, you are looking to the next few weeks, seeing how well Broxah, Nemesis, and Bwipo are stepping up is very impressive. Nemesis goes a little bit of a tower dive. The volatile Spiderling not going to be enough to kill Senkox, but look, there's so much damage, and there's no support from Rogue. They're behind the tempo of the game, behind the tempo of the play. They lose their 5th tower.
Yeah, I mean, it's so painful here, because no one on Rogue ever wants to be in the side lane anymore, especially up top lane, because Fnatic just keep pushing mid and collapsing on that player. Senkox is lucky to escape with his life. He has the cleanse and flash as well, so he was probably never going to die in that situation. But you can just see how Fnatic sort of just ball up, bring 4 members, and brute force their way through the jungle. And this is what we see from basically every team that builds up a strong advantage. It's all about just walking with all of your players, making sure we can't get picked off one by one, and using that power to take objectives and take control over this northern quadrant of the map, because that's what sets you up for the Baron and for the best chance of getting a pick later on in the game.
And of course, if you're in Fnatic's shoes right now, you anticipate a slightly slower pace for the next few minutes. They obviously can take any objectives that are presented, but play it safe, push vision, wait for Baron, get Baron and finish the game then. Because when we look at the league standings, Fnatic are still pushing towards playoffs. You can see, look at that. 8-6 for Splyce, 7-6 Origen, 7-7 SK. If Fnatic close this game out, they are 7-7 with SK Gaming. Origen, if they lose a little bit later today, they have the ability to go 7-7 or 8-6. Either way, tied in that 3rd through 8th race.
Exactly, and Fnatic are looking at Schalke as well, because they're just trying to tick teams off of the list right now, because Schalke fell down to that 7-7 mark as well. So Fnatic have the chance to go from being tied with just 2 other members in the standings to potentially 3, to potentially surpassing them in the coming weeks.
All right, so we mentioned already, or at least I was alluding to it, Fnatic, they've got a mid-inner turret to push for. Baron is only up in 2 minutes, as you can see the timers on the top of your screen. And that was Rogue's vision. They have no control of their jungle. They no longer control the top half. And the ring of Fnatic control wards being pushed from river up is very, very strong. World End has been used by Bwipo. He's in a 1v2, but this may not be the end of the world. He does actually get revived, and here comes some support from Nemesis. Bwipo manages to survive a few seconds longer. Not going to pick up the kill just yet. Dash away from Infernal Chains. That's the first kill for Rogue. Now Nemesis is in a lot of trouble. 4 members of Rogue are pushing in, but look at the top of the map.
Yeah, Fnatic just continue to push, and it's because of the teleport from Nemesis. He forces all 5 members of Rogue to commit to the bottom lane. So Fnatic get away with an 18-minute inhibitor tower.
Unbelievable. 6 towers secured. Complete vision control at the top of the map. And that gold lead just continues to grow. Yes, Rogue got a kill. It's not worth it for the investment, for the tower going down, and for the amount of vision control Fnatic have set up.
No, it's definitely not, and we've seen this multiple times so far this game from Rogue. They know they can't engage onto the 4-man stack of Fnatic, so let's go for Bwipo, but he's on this Aatrox, and the power of this pick is that even when he's getting 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, 5-man, he can buy so much time for the rest of his team and even look for that 1v2 kill. But you'll notice also from this play too, Nemesis coming in with the TP looks kind of troll at first. He's like, wait a second, you're outnumbered, how could this possibly go well? But it makes it so that Rogue have to commit not just the 2 members, but all 5 members to secure that play, and they lose the tower for it.
I mean, look at the item disparity because of this gold lead. Black Cleaver already completed for Bwipo and got a couple more items of Thrift Shopping versus a Sheen, a Phage, and a Tiamat. 2 items completed for Nemesis, 2 items for Reckless, and only really Hiku is sort of on the curve right now thanks to some of that additional Klepto gold, but even he's still down 50 CS. Senkux is stacking up a little bit on that Archangels, but yet to upgrade and hasn't yet hit a stride he can contest.
And notice here, Senkux, as you mentioned, he's walking straight through that bottom lane. Realm Warp was going to be coming up relatively soon, but Bwipo has no intention of sticking around bottom lane. He's going to group up with Fnatic now, maybe try to bait a teleport out of Finn if they want to commit harder towards Baron, because there's 4 control wards all around the entrance to the river.
All right, Ender, I want you to grade Fnatic's Baron setup. Talk to me what you like about what they're doing, and if you think they're skipping any steps, if at all.
They're not skipping any steps. They have 5 control wards in a super tight area around the Baron. If anything, I say they don't go far enough with their vision denial, but they walked into the jungle with some of those sweepers trying to clear away wards. So right now, Rogue have one ward on their red buff, and that is it. Currently, Fnatic can push mid, step back into the fog of war, and for the next 30 seconds until the minion waves meet again, Rogue are going to be wondering to themselves, have Fnatic actually started that objective?
Well, we're going to find out, because for the time being, the answer's no. Fnatic did pick up that Cloud Drake a few moments ago. He's going to be able to complete the recall. I held my breath for a moment. And of course, because Fnatic are not necessarily playing around that objective right now, it gives Rogue a little bit of time to contest some of the shallower vision. Nemesis once again has hijacked that Braum ultimate. I think he's used it like 2 or 3 times this game already.
Yeah, the challenge here for Rogue definitely going to be trying to reclaim some territory on their own side of the map, but you'll see that because the side lanes for Fnatic are always being pushed in and they're controlling the waves relatively well, Rogue never have more than 3 people to sort of contest for that vision, so they can only get these very, very shallow wards. You see Vander trying to place it in unique positions so that Fnatic won't see it on the clear, because he knows the fact of the matter is Fnatic can walk in whenever they want and try to deny vision.
This is exactly what you expect from Fnatic, from a team that has, you know, nearly 8,000 gold in the lead. There's a little bit of trade between Finn and Bwipo in the bottom lane. Thank you for bringing that up on the screen. Fnatic will use this timing window to secure themselves at least one more tower. We'll take a look down the bottom lane. Finn may actually be winning this fight for the moment. World Ender is at max stacks, and Finn flashes for his life. Bwipo ends up winning it entirely. That's some advantage, and obviously Finn does not want to commit when the revive passive is available for Bwipo.
Yeah, I mean, the theory's there, right? You know, Camille should be a counter pick scaling into the side lane, but when you don't even have a Trinity Force at 22.5 minutes, you are never going to win a fight. And now, Rogue, without their top laner, without any vision, they're gonna try to get some back themselves.
Okay, Bwipo's got some sustain here. Will get taken out by Senkux. Senkux is able to pick up the 2nd kill of the game. 1 or 2 people are clapping here in Berlin. But Fnatic, I think, wisely, they saw the True Shot Barrage. They backed away, playing this one a little bit safe. They do not want to risk a throw. They do not want to put themselves in a position for a 50-50 Baron and give Rogue the tools they need to buy time to claw back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic are playing it slow because they know probably the only way you lose is by throwing at the Baron buff, but this is actually pretty smart here from Senkux. He gets the pick over here on towards Bwipo. Bwipo just so strong that he almost trades 1-for-1 or even gets the solo kill right there, but I think this is actually the first point where we saw some miscommunication here from Fnatic. We're gonna have to hold that thought because they're going in.
All right, they are indeed. Vander's gonna be the first target. Hilly continues to chase into the back line. Red buff, I didn't see who picked that one up, but Hilly bites off more than he can chew, and he gets taken down. Now Bwipo is going to be the next target. Realm Warp will only deliver Vander, and he won't be able to bite with any Winter.
So if bot lane was the first time we saw some miscommunication from Fnatic, that was the 2nd time, because Hylissang goes really, really deep, and they actually didn't know where all the members of Rogue were at the start of that. So the squishy little Rakan gets popped almost immediately. Bwipo expends the teleport as well, and the rest of Fnatic couldn't quite follow up.
Yeah, please take a look at the item disparity once again. Death Dance finish for Bwipo, Infinity Edge finish for Reckless. 280 CS at 24 minutes. 7 towers secured. I mean, that is a terrifying Xayah. Yes, he's playing into an Ezreal, but still, like, nobody wants to be hit by those autos because he will burst down anybody on Rogue sides with no traditional tank. If a Cocoon finds a target, they are going to die. Hiku forced to flash for his life. Fnatic unable to find another kill.
Fnatic playing this pretty tentatively right now. You can see what they're trying to do. Bait out the Arcane Shift. with the Cocoon and then follow it up, but the rest of Rogue now do have the right idea. You know, they've got 4 members sort of grouped up. They think Senkux has the best bet of 1v1ing Bwipo in the side lane, but probably not of 2v1ing Bwipo and Broxa in the side, because right now Broxa is on the Dragon, but maybe not for long as Bwipo is baiting Senkux in to go for the duel.
All right, the Dragon is alive. I'm looking at the minimap. No support yet from the rest of Rogue. I'm going to ask the question as we are 25 minutes in, and Baron is currently being 2-manned. By the way, Illy and Reckless, they started it off. Obviously, there's a gigantic lead for Fnatic. If we ignore the itemization and the advantage, do you prefer one team's scaling options, just champion for champion?
Champion for champion, that's a difficult question. I think that Rogue, in theory, at 6 items, you have a Camille that wins side lane theoretically up against the Aatrox. You have the Ryze scaling as well, and you sort of have 2, you know, shotgun players in the backline. You have Senkux and Hikyu with heavy sustained damage, but they have to get there, frankly, because Fnatic aren't trying to leave them an opening.
No, they're not going to get a chance at this rate. And we'll see whether or not we're going to explore that discussion. If you look at the minimap, Rogue, they have a feeling this is happening. Baron has already been secured. Rogue sitting, waiting for a call. Senkux was standing inside the red buff area of Fnatic. True Shot Barrage comes across, and Fnatic just steal away an uncontested Baron.
Yeah, I mean, we've all played these games, right? Where you're just, like, helplessly behind. Right now it's 9,000 gold. You have no vision control over the map as well. And we all know that, like, what do you actually do in that situation? Well, you probably sit pretty close to your base, try to farm up as well as you can, and hope you don't risk giving over the Baron. But if you walk into that Baron pit as well and try to take them in a 5v fight, well, you lose all 5 members, you also lose the Baron, and then you immediately lose the game. So while you might look at Rogue and say, well, you just need better vision control, right now, they honestly just can't do it.
26 minutes in, 35 seconds on the clock, and Finn has finally completed the Trinity Force. 199 CS, 0-3. I mean, he's been picked on, right? Fnatic have kept this Camille down. And Ender, you were talking about how Camille could be good in a side lane if given the chance to play League of Legends.
If equal itemization is true,
but he never did, and this is all credit to Fnatic. They played this game fantastically. So 27 minutes in, they've got themselves their hands on the Baron buff. They're pushing pressure mid and bottom, and it's just a matter of do they go for a tower dive, or do they just chip away at the towers and play safe like they have done?
Well, right now Rogue might be looking for a fight. Notice Kickus on the side of this fight. He has Flash, he has Ward Up, he has Kick available. If you're going to kick someone in, it almost has to be Reckless. You have to try and pick him off, and Rogue see the time ticking down. Both towers now reaching that 50% mark, and just a few more waves could explode their base.
It's so difficult to do. Reckless has got Featherstorm, has got Flash, has got a heal available. So a lot of tools to dodge that potential kick. Kickers will land a Sonic Wave, isn't going to follow it in just yet. Tower number 1 falls, tower number 2 just a couple orders away. That's fallen to all inhibitors are exposed. 11, 12,000 gold lead, and Fnatic are just really content. They are playing the threatening game. They will win any fights that Rogue starts as long as they don't get surprised. There's the Hextech ultimatum. Bwipo does get chunked out. The World Ender used. This is because Fnatic are putting pressure on the top. Now, Bwipo goes down, but the inhibitor should fall. That's at least a catch now. On to Broxa. He gets taken out. 2 quick kills for an inhibitor, but Baron's still up. Can Rogue get themselves any more? The Realm Warp will only deliver a couple of minions.
Ooh,
quickness is used
out the
defensively.
quickness. That's a good play there from Rogue, but they can't chase any further because there's minions on their Nexus towers. There's minions on this bottom lane inhibitor, and while they do get 2 important kills, including a big shutdown there onto Broxa, you have to feel like the odds are continuing to stack further and further against them.
I mean, it's really interesting when you look at that and you go, oh man, Fnatic lost 2. Oh man, there's kind of maybe a tiny sliver of hope.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter because it's the objectives that win the games. And look, I want to give some credit here. Rogue did have to pull the trigger. They did it the only time that wouldn't cost them the entire game. But it is such a difficult scenario to be in.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you notice what Fnatic actually did is they didn't split up super hard until all of the inhibitor towers were down. And then once that happened, they went to all 3 lanes as Kickus goes in here onto Nemesis. But that's a hard guy to kill.
Yep, you're not going to win that fight because Reckless manages to land the last auto. And that's 9th kill of the game. That's the first for Reckless. He increases his bounty value to 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I promise Reckless has been helping this game, guys.
360 CS at 29 minutes. I mean, you cannot deny the fact that he is controlling the side lanes, farming it up, being given a lot of resources, because the rest of his team are farming champions.
Yeah, this is definitely the Blippo, Broxa, Nemesis show at the moment. Reckless, you know, sometimes it's nice to ride back easy. Now they're going for the next.
They are indeed. Reckless does get jumped on by Hextech Ultimatum. Summoner heal buys some time. Featherstorm buys just a little bit more. Knockup from Hylissang will allow a kill to be secured onto Finn. Kickers will just be respawning as the rest of his team is trying to defend the base. Nexus turret number 1 is very, very low. Baron buff did expire, remember. Hylissang will not find a target, and Rogue are able to hold on for just a few seconds longer. Senkex tries to interrupt, and Realm Warp will be a few seconds now before Rogue can potentially chase with it. The double super minions in multiple lanes, and Fnatic, they are literally dancing with death, threatening Rogue to engage because they want to kill Rogue.
Yeah, they want to kill Rogue, and they're also actually trying to get both Blippo and Nemesis back to base so they could TP back in on these next super minion waves. You can see 2 supers set up in the top lane, wave down bottom, and a teleport onto the fountain.
Fnatic are just moments away from picking up their 7th win of the spring split. A dive goes forward, and that's already a kill into Hiku. The Nexus turrets are falling. The Nexus is being focused while Fnatic still fight themselves. Just a few more kills. Blippo uses a stopwatch behind the Nexus to buy some time. Will survive a few seconds longer. The Nexus is being focused. Blippo goes down, and Fnatic are 1 step closer to the playoffs.
The streak continues here for Fnatic. A very clean game of League of Legends from them, trying to defy some expectations. Broxa and Nemesis coming in and performing so well alongside one another to completely control and entirely dominate the map. A solid win if there ever was one.
2 weeks in a row, Fnatic go 2-0. That means they now tie themselves up in the standings with SK Gaming at 7-7. 1 win behind Splyce, who are at 8-6. And it is just a really, really interesting position to be in when you consider Fnatic still have to play Splyce. And they are currently 1-0 up over Splyce. So that could be a very pivotal matchup when we get towards the end of the spring split.
I mean, there's so many important matchups coming up here for Fnatic, and it's really incredible too, because you look 2 weeks ago, and even though we thought, yes, this team is doing better, they still looked hopelessly out of playoff contention after winning so many games in the last few weeks, following it up with another win here this evening. Well, this team looks like they're trying to go straight to the top.
I can't shake this idea of power rankings from my head. And you know, fans at home and viewers watching, if you were to rank the S tier teams, the A tier teams, the B tier teams, how do you delineate them when we say SK taking down G2, Fnatic on a streak?
Well, honestly, I like the question. I think you have to say G2 Vitality first, and that's where the playing field really opens up to me. And I think you can make a healthy argument for a Fnatic that we just saw win, an Origen that took down G2 prior. There's a lot of teams that can sort of defy expectations and move their way up very high in the standings. Or there's a lot of teams that can also just slip right on out of there, and we don't even see them in the postseason.
I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, Rogue are now eliminated, of course, from a playoff, so they will not be able to make it in 2 out of those 10,000 simulations. But they still have the ability to play spoiler. They still have the ability to ruin other teams' chances over the next 2 weeks, and you cannot take that lightly. You cannot make that mistake. Look, we've got a couple of highlights from Fnatic's earlier game, you know, from this, and I think it all started with this tower dive. Look at the minimap. You'll notice Broxa and Nemesis both coming up.
Oh man, this is just so beautiful right here. And not an easy play to pull off, right? Tower diving 2 members is not easy, but Blippo absolutely smashed Finn right there. It sets up for an easy kill. Then now notice how Nemesis holds on to the tower aggro. He takes all the shots he can to allow Brox and Blippo to finish off the kill onto Kikis. Brox is the first one to attack as well, so he gets to repel and leave the aggro behind. Then after another play up the top side, they make their way right down towards bottom lane and continue this snowball effect.
And I think the biggest thing to take away from this game is just how Fnatic were completely in Broxa, Nemesis, and Blippo's backpack. You know, they really played to enable Blippo. Nemesis and Brox in particular, the shining stars for today's game. And Fnatic show us a convincing win, and also more importantly for me, 2 very empowering games for somebody like Bwipo, for somebody like Nemesis yesterday and today?
Yeah, I mean, Bwipo, his record speaks for himself, but for me, I'm most interested in Nemesis because previously in the split, you know, we saw him laning and he looked like he was a pretty good player, but Fnatic never gave him the resources he needed to succeed. So he said, you know what? Maybe you guys don't give me resources, I'll just win lane on my own and then just hard smash every lane on the opposite sides of the map for you.
Take a look at the damage Delta Champions graph. That tells a story. Bwipo really in the thick of things. Now, to be fair, he also was in a number of more skirmishes when Rogue was trying to chase him down, and he actually got away from more than I was expecting. But a very impressive win, and of course, it's the reason why Bwipo is one of your players of the game, along with Broxah and Nemesis. If anybody else was there, I would have been heartbroken. Go on to Twitter and vote for your key up player of the game at LOL Esports. Ender, who's your player of the game? You have to pick one.
Nemesis.
Say Nemesis. Yeah. Do you know what? The words left my mouth, and I'm like, oh, I know he's going to say Nemesis.
It's easy.
It was a bad question. We'll see if the fans at home actually agree with you or not. Twitter. At LOL Esports. So, well, final thoughts here. Rogue eliminated from playoffs. Fnatic one step closer. 7 wins, 7 losses. And it's much more spicy when you look forward. You know they're playing Splyce. How high can they go in the standings? That's the question I ask you.
I think they can get up to 4th or even 3rd. All the other teams around them are faltering at the moment, and Fnatic look like they're just playing really solid League of Legends.
4th or 3rd. See if you guys at home agree. Coming up next, XL Esports look to continue shaking things up here in the playoff race as they will be facing off against Misfits. We'll be right back. Broxah swaps back to human form, looking for the cocoon, needs to throw it through the minions. That's first blood already picked up, secured solo for Nemesis. Now Kikis is in trouble. Next, Nemesis takes one tower shot, repel up, drop down.
Lands a beautiful cocoon here onto Rogue, and Nemesis on the prowl as well.
Oh, so nicely done. The Charm finds 2. Here comes Nemesis once more. That's a killing spree for him. Turns his attention. The Nexus turrets are falling. The Nexus is being focused while Fnatic still fight themselves. Just a few more kills. Bwipo uses a stopwatch behind the Nexus to buy some time. Will survive a few seconds longer. The Nexus is being focused. Bwipo goes down, and Fnatic are one step closer to the playoffs.
And welcome back everyone, Law here, and I was joined with Kassing ahead of his game against Misfits today. Thank you for joining me, Kassing. I'm so sorry because we didn't have time to talk about your victory yesterday. You took down SK Gaming and on paper they looked stronger than you, so how did you make this one happen?
I think this came down to our practice being much better. Like the past 1 week, I would say, or 2 weeks, we tried to make changes. I felt like our first month of playing, I just didn't feel like we were improving that much, right? And it showed in our games on stage. Like maybe our early game would be good, but then our mid lane game was just pretty shit. And I think it comes down to one, our structure. I felt like we didn't have much actually of a structure. I mean, we're still technically new, right, to LEC split, and I felt like I came into Spring Split knowing that we will face these kind of problems, but of course, how we deal with them is basically the faster we deal with them, then the better our results will be. And I felt like if we had had this kind of setup from now, since the beginning, I feel like we'd be a much better team.
And you look better now, actually. Do you feel like the fact that the playoff race looks more like a miracle run for you makes it easier to perform because you don't have that much pressure on you?
I mean, honestly, it's like my goal has been literally playoffs since the beginning for Spring Split anyway. And of course, we're going to try our hardest to just pretty much improve. I feel like at the moment, of course, playoffs looks pretty unlikely unless like every other team basically loses and wins in favor of ourselves. But I feel like that's quite unlikely. So I think right now we're just looking to improve every game from now on for Summer Split.
The league is pretty stacked right now anyway, and everything is possible. You have the best team underperforming. You had G2 losing to...
Yeah.
I didn't expect this to happen. And you'll be facing Misfits later. They've been playing on and off, let's say. Do you feel like you can take them down, and how?
Actually, I think our style matches quite well against Misfits. I feel like Misfits are not that proactive as a team, so us as Excel, like technically we're the underdogs or whatever, right? But in the end, as us 5 players, I feel like we're like just much more proactive than Misfits. So I feel like we'll get a lead no matter what.
Well, I wish you good luck on that. Thank you for your insights. And back to you guys.
Stylistic mismatch, Kasing thinks right there. Now, the race for playoffs keeps getting closer, and one team that can create chaos is that Excel roster. But against Misfits, I'm not quite sure where they start, Vedius.
Well, that's one of the big things. We've got to highlight that XL are on track to getting their first 2-0 week of the split. They looked really impressive yesterday because their win wasn't just through crazy picks or crazy plays. It was actually pretty standard. We saw some really solid team fighting. We saw Expect having a really solid performance on Renekton. And I just feel like that the whole team just kind of came together.
Yeah, and it was really about that top side of the map. We mentioned Expect, you know, he had some crazy numbers on the Renekton, but it was also how cleanly they played around Cadril and Special. I talked about him at the top of the day, you know, playing that Zoe, and what we thought was going to be kind of an exchange of Excel, we know what we get, we don't know what we get from Special. Suddenly you have all of this arsenal that Excel have to play with.
Yeah, but we really wanted to bring attention to this man on your screen. Expect really has been one of the best performing players of this squad pretty much throughout the entirety of the split, and his Renekton yesterday was fantastic, and that's going to be a scary thought for Misfits, because when we throw back to the last time they played, it was Expect that actually secured that Baron for them, allowing them to get that win.
Yeah, the sick Urgot steal by having the unsealed spellbook. He managed to swap it over to the Smite and then use the Disdain flash right on time. And we talked about kind of the inconsistencies of Misfits, because these, of course, are the opponents on the other side. I think coming into this, before people saw Excel yesterday, I know I was very high on the Misfits channel. I was like, they've got to get it together. You know, eventually it's going to click for them.
It has to.
But now I'm like, you know, Excel, they took down SK. SK, they took down G2. I'm all about the Excel train.
Through the transit of properties.
Through rock, paper, scissors.
Exactly that. And I'm personally not as bought into the XL hype. I think the SK really underperformed yesterday. And while it was a big win for XL, I still feel like that they rely on certain aspects to go right in order to find success. And today could be the day, because we do still have some skepticisms around Misfits. One of the big ones was actually their draft, looking at how things played out yesterday. We weren't really a big fan of the Urgot, were we, for us?
It kind of felt like Moose came on. He was like, it's 9.3, right, guys?
Yeah.
Right?
Right?
No, it was 9.4. It was a blind pick Urgot. But I don't think you make that mistake twice.
Yes, that's what I think.
But the concern then is like about the Sylas pick. So, you know, if you look at someone like Misfits, they don't seem to be prioritizing the Sylas as high as other champions. There's also the fact that Febivin still feels very attached to the likes of the Aurelia, went for the blind pick Oriana the last time around. And I'm kind of curious if, not that there's champion pool issues, but if maybe there's just a little bit of pushback on not grabbing what is kind of the most immediate in vogue or in meta for LEC.
Yeah, and I love what Kasing said early in the day as well, or just as we were coming off the interview, where he highlighted that he doesn't think Misfits is that proactive of a team, and I really have to agree with him, because I think one of the big issues I've had with this team is that they have an over-reliance on Baron in order to win games. I think that Maxlaw isn't confident enough to actually create opportunities and make plays for his team, and the one thing you can say about Excel is even if they are underdogs, even if individually they're not as strong as a lot of the other teams, they will try stuff and they will go for those plays, and if you're not on the ball, then they will catch you off guard, and I think they are one of the big teams to create a lot of upsets in our last few games of the split.
Well, we're going to see if Misfits are on the ball and see if they can bounce back against Excel as we leave it to Quickshot and Ender for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, FLICKR, and I'm going to turn my attention to Excel. Yesterday, they took down SK, who today took down G2. Therefore, by transitive properties, this weekend, Excel are better than G2. It's just how it works. It's how the stats line up.
And you know, Rogue beat XL that one time, so does that mean they're then better?
No, it doesn't, because that was several weeks ago.
Okay.
Stay on topic.
My bad.
Also remember, XL have a 1-0 head-to-head over Misfits. And obviously, you know, this weekend we've had some very crazy results, but you cannot deny the fact that yesterday, XL picked a confident win. It is a very difficult road ahead if they want to make playoffs. But more importantly, if they keep picking up wins, play spoiler to teams like Misfits with all of the superstars on their roster, it is a phenomenal, phenomenal achievement for a brand new organization to this level of play.
Yeah, and Misfits would hate to be forced out of playoff contention by another team ranked below them in the standings like spring of last year. That was when they got bumped out. They didn't have the head-to-heads in their favor, and they were not able to go on to the postseason. For this roster, as you said, they've had their struggles throughout the year. They came out hot, then they hit, you know, this really rough patch, and I think when the Moose came back in, they got their 2 wins. A lot of fans were thinking, this is the Misfits we were hoping to see. They're back on track, but after a questionable draft, I would have to say yesterday, I think that those fans have much more tempered expectations.
Now we're in the draft today as Misfits are taking on XL. Misfits had side selection. They chose blue side. Today was a little bit more mixed, a couple more blues thrown in. And as we get through phase 1, Silas is open and available as a first pick option, but with Lucian banned away, Misfits are on board the Hunt Summer hype train.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of power picks here, and Draven is one of those where we have a few 80 carries in the league where if Draven is up, they will take it, and Hans Sama is one of those players. You love to see him in the bottom lane, pair him with something like the Thresh or an All-Star, something that can go in and find these 2v2 kills, and you're gonna have a Misfits draft that just says all Misfits all day, all the time when you play through bot lane on a champ like the Draven.
What would you like to see XL Esports run into this option? Galio already locked in. We've got an aggressive playmaker in Jarvan that could go jungle, could go top. And I need to see what Kadril's going to get his hands on, because he's really been the front man, the first guy to burst through the door and try to set up plays for XL Esports.
Exactly. When XL are winning, it is because of early game playmaking from Kadril. You heard it from Kasing. He thinks that his team with Kadril at the helm is way more proactive in the early game than this Misfits squad, and I think that they're building a composition to try and do that. You look at the likes of the Jarvan and the Galio, that is some pretty serious wombo combo here for XL to try to punish some of these picks like the Draven Morgana bottom lane, which you know is looking to dominate the 2v2, but if you bring 5 members down there to punish, they're not going to have too much fun.
No, definitely not. And I really like the tools that have already been secured on both sides. It kind of fits both options. Jeskla on a fairly comfortable, self-reliant AD in Ezreal. And we enter phase 2. So Karthus has been taken off the table. Potentially jungle bans being looked at on the side of Misfits Gaming. And what direction do you want to see these teams go as far as phase 2 and locking in?
Exactly. I'm specifically looking here at XL because they have the option now, like deciding where does this Jarvan go. I have a feeling it's going to be in the jungle here for Kadril to give him some of that early playmaking potential.
Where would you think Silas is going to end up? Febiven or Soaz's hands? Because we have seen him flexed a couple times.
I like it much more in the mid lane. I think that you can avoid a lot of potentially rough early game matchups by just walking mid, using your shield to sort of clear away the waves, and then rotate like Nemesis was playing in that last game.
And with the Rise banned away, I think maybe that lends a little bit additional credence to that. Something we've expected as somewhat of a pick into it is the option I'll say with. All right, Irelia finds herself in the ban pool along with Karthus in phase 2 here for XL, and the final ban is going to be locked in now for Misfits shortly. With that Olaf, by the way, gives me an indication that they're expecting the Jarvan to go top.
Yep, and here if I'm over on the side of XL, I'm looking at a few different champions here in the mid lane for Special. I think the Zoe would be fantastic here to sort of follow up some of the longer range engage here of the Galio plus the Jarvan, but also Yasuo, a pick that he has liked in the past that could really benefit from some of the knockups here that XL have put together.
And of course the Renekton ban away because Expect destroyed SK Gaming yesterday on that pick. So huge respect ban in the final phase here of the phase 2, and of course Syndra now locked in for Special.
Yeah, the safe mid lane pick here for Special because XL, they're going to save counter picked for Expect now. This is the player that sort of, alongside Kadril, they will draft to give him early game advantages. They want him to be able to win inside of his lane. I mean, just look at the picks that he's played recently. It's been the likes of the Renekton, the Kennen, the Yorick, even the Jarvan a few games ago. So they're going to see here now where the Silas is going to go because it's likely going to be top now for Soaz.
Yeah, definitely anticipate that option. We are looking now for a jungle pick for Maxlaw to confirm the draft, and I like some of the options. Silas can steal the Cataclysm if he's going toe-to-toe with this Jarvan, and a slightly more early game option here in the Rek'Sai. So Misfits team compositions kind of screaming 1-2 items and get ahead early.
This is a scary early mid-game comp here from Misfits. I think the Rek'Sai is so good at generating early game pressure alongside the likes of the LeBlanc. You can look for kills in this mid lane near the Syndra. You can also just go down bottom lane because Draven Morgana has so much damage. You just land one knockup, then you're bound for an eternity, and Draven's going to be able to cash in on some money.
Well, let's see what the final ban. There we go. Nocturne now secured. I see a lot of tools that say fight, fight, fight on both sides of the Rift. So what do you make of the team compositions as a whole?
Well, fight. I agree with you, but for Excel, they need to wait for level 6. That's when they can maybe make some plays here with the Nocturne. Maybe you get that duo around this mid lane even. You have a lot of global potential with the Galio. Jarvan can even roam down and try to impact that mid lane, because the best way to stop Hansama and Gorilla from dominating the 2v2 is not actually by ganking them. It's by taking control over mid lane so you can bring many more members down to the bottom side of the map and punish that duo pushing up.
All right, well, let's keep an eye if XL can do it, because if any team is going to be able to have a jungle, have an impact in one particular lane, it is Kadril that's going to do that. XL Esports are looking for a 2-0 weekend, are looking for a 2-0 head-to-head over Misfits, and it can happen by shutting down Febiven and Hansama.
Absolutely can here, Trevor. On the other side of things, Misfits don't want to go down easily. They heard the words of slow early game. Maxlor's on the Rek'Sai and ready to make a difference.
Yesterday, XL Esports took down SK Gaming. Today, my stats team ran the numbers, and out of 10,000 simulations for the rest of XL's games, assuming they have 50-50 odds, 10 out of 10,000 scenarios get XL to playoffs. It is out of their hands. They need other teams to lose as well, but it starts by taking down Misfits Gaming today. It starts by picking up their first 2-0 weekend. And now we're going to be jumping into the game as Misfits will look to stop the bleeding, will look to even up some of that win-loss column and go into the last 2 weeks of the split in the thick of the playoff race.
Oh man, I'm already liking what I'm seeing here. Off the bat, Misfits using the distortion to get into the enemy jungle now, while the rest of Excel actually crept in towards that tri-brush. I'm almost expecting some cheese here at the start because they're trying to trade red buffs, it seems.
And I'm going to tell you this because we haven't had a chance to discuss it. I hate the word cheese. It's a personal thing. I love creative solutions. I love ingenuity in game, and I would praise it personally. Now, you're allowed to call it cheese yourself, just don't do it with me.
Look, I love cheese both on and off the rift, Trevor. So I'm sort of an expert when it comes to this sort of thing. Oh man, Excel, they want Gorilla.
Dun 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 dun! Gorilla gets caught out! Defensive flash already! Somebody heal has been used. Gorilla's running for his life. Mystic shot! First blood! XL Esports!
Oh man, what a start here for Excel. Not only do they get the kill, but they're going to have control over the red buff now, and Maxlor is going to have to leave the side of the jungle entirely.
What did it cost? 1, 2, 3 flashes on the side of XL Esports for the flash and heal of Gorilla. Hansama, by the way, is running flash, teleport, kleptomancy on Draven. Question marks around that one, and with a first blood going to his opposition AD, the bottom lane is going to be difficult.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be, especially because you're supposed to be slamming with this Draven Morgana lane. You're supposed to be able to do a lot, and as towards the kleptomancy mentioned from you, this is something we actually saw a lot on Draven in the past, and honestly, he used old Conqueror way better than he does the new Conqueror. Even though you see that a lot on melee champions, it's not so great for Draven, and the kleptomancy, of course, he's going to be able to just use pretty frequently by pressing his W repeatedly in lane, because that cooldown resets whenever you pick up an axe.
And we'll see what Hansama can do, because he's in a disadvantage now in the bottom lane. Compliments of that first blood. And the question is that the kill that Tilt is made of? It's very early on into the game. It's giving Kasing and Jeskla an early advantage, but importantly, Jeskla has not gone back to shop yet, so it hasn't equated into additional combat power in the laning phase.
But you have to think about how these teams actually wanted to play the game, because Misfits needed Maxlor to be pathing around the bottom side of the jungle. I honestly think he would have gone for like Red Crab, Scuttle Crab, and then seen if there was an opportunity to go for a gank, or just vertical jungle and divide the map up so he was on the bottom side. Now he's top lane and wants expect.
All right, here comes Rek'Sai, gonna unburrow, get the knock up on to expect defensive flash from Soaz. Maxwell takes one shot, Maxwell takes 2 shots. It's a trade, 1 for 1.
Oh no, Maxlor ends up going for the trade. It's still going to be a first blood over towards him, and some minions denied there for expect, but not quite as clean as we've seen so far today. Maxlor just a little bit late to use the flash there. Wanted to see if he could hold on to it, and it ends up costing him his life.
Hansama stepping forward a lot, really trying to maximize these Klepto pack stacks rather. Kasing down to 100 HP, but take a look at Cajal. He's coming in from behind. Got double buff available. Duskbringer will tag into Gorilla. That's one auto from Hunter. A second, the tower shot comes out. This will help Hansama. He gets an early cash in on the passive. Jeskla misses the Mystic shot. Hansama will pick up blue buff, a kill, and back away.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to teleport back into the lane as well. So almost a really rough situation there for the Misfits duo, but Hansama ends up outplaying and trading 1-for-1, and he's going to be able to TP back to lane, but he's still down a whole heck of a lot of CS.
Okay, 9 CS to 27. The bottom tower has just lost a plate, but if we look at the gold disparity in this lane, it's 500 right now between Jeskla and Hansama. Of course, Jeskla also farming up with that Klepto, sitting on 1,600 gold. That is going to be a hugely powerful back for XL once Jeskla can, and he's going to complete that shortly.
Yeah, and I just have to praise the early game here from Cajal and the rest of Expel to divide the map like this. Now notice, Hansama and Gorilla, as they should be, hard smashing in this 2 versus 2, but Cajal knows there's no flash on towards Gorilla, so he can set up the fear now and let Jeskla come in for the kill. Unfortunately, he steps a little bit too close in range of the tower. Hansama gets the kill and then has the clean dodge right there on the Mystic shot from Jeskla.
And hugely important, because of the teleport that Hansama's running, he's evened out that CS. The minion wave did not get denied to the tower. So he's clawed back up in terms of gold and CS, and now actually with a little bit of uncontested time, gets this first plate very, very low. May actually just be able to cash in, and he does. Even threatens a spinning axe auto underneath the tower, which I thought was a little bold.
Yeah, I mean, that was really impressive there from Hansama. Really good for him, at least, because he gets the solo money on that turret plating. Just knows he has Maxlor sort of waiting in his pocket in case Jeskla and the rest of Excel did want to go in, but now Misfits are more comfortable. They have the lanes, they have the junglers more specifically in a position that they wanted them to be. Maxlor hovering around this bottom side. He doesn't know that there's a ward here in the river, so he's actually setting up to come from behind Kasing and Jeskla. This is something that a lot of Rek'Sai players will do because ganking on this champion is so unique. And now we'll pop on out, see what camps are up, and knowing that there's no camps available, expects Cajal to be on the top side of the map.
Look at the mid lane as well. Febiven has already left, Special backed away, and is now just getting to his tower to defend it. Cajal will get into place, and I really appreciate that Kasing and Jeskla respect the potential dive. They had all the information to work with, and they backed away in time, but it is costing plates.
Yeah, I mean, the respect is definitely necessary, but unfortunately with level 5 Cajal, they're not going to be able to make a play down here on this side of the map, and Misfits sort of got away with murder right there as Cajal pops over the wall.
All right, here comes Kasing. He's going to look for the taunt.
Ooh.
Spell shield's going to be on Gorilla. Hansama forced to flash. Summoner heal is available for Gorilla. It has been used. The tick away from Ignite. Hansama's low. One more shot's all it's going to need. Not going to be able to land just yet. There's the Duskbringer! Cajal with the swag finish.
Cajal says he doesn't even need level 6. He's going to use the Blast Cone and make the plays happen himself. Very nicely done from Excel, and we continue to see them play around this bottom lane and just shut Hansama and Gorilla down.
All right, is there a potential tower dive here? Now Gorilla's in trouble. He's running away from his tower. Cajal's farming up Krugs. Hansama's going to make his way back. No teleport available. And Maxlor in passive will sense out Cajal's positioning. And of course, with Cajal and Maxlor both showing on the screen, talk just a little bit about this matchup and some of their stats. We'll get to that straight out of this replay.
Yep, watch this again from Cajal. He doesn't know if Rek'Sai is in the area at this moment, but he says he doesn't care. He's going to be able to impact this lane first. And Gorilla uses a great black shield, but it's on to himself, and Hansama doesn't use the flash sooner to dodge away from that CC. You can't help but feel like there's some miscommunication. And then in this play, I mean, Gorilla does a great job of blocking the Mystic shots, but you can't quite block the shadow of darkness that comes out of Cajal.
Now, I don't even know if Hansama could have sidestepped it or not, but as I was mentioning just before the replay, Cajal versus Maxlor, you can take a look at some of the kills plus assists at 15, as well as the kill participation. Notice the gigantic difference between Cajal and Maxlor. 82% kill participation at 15 minutes for Cajal. It really just keeps telling the story of how important he is to the team, and you can see it from plays like that down the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, this guy goes ham in the early game, and you can see it too, because it's not always that you see, you know, pre-level 6 Nocturnes actually making plays work for their lanes, but it was very well set up from Cajal, who knew his bot lane was in a tough position, rotates down and ends up getting that kill for himself. And
it's also just Excel just putting him in a good position to perform well in this match, because something we don't often talk about is actually the jungle matchup in terms of champions. And one thing that Nocturne can do is just actually trade pretty well against Rek'Sai, you know, when they get into these skirmishes in the early mid game, which is not something that a lot of champions can say for themselves, because Nocturne just gets so much AD when he tosses down the Duskbringer. When he's sitting on that, he gets a whole lot, and then the fear is very important in the 1v1.
Plus a spell shield as well, and it's really a lot of tools that help him out. And, you know, there's been so much action in the bottom lane. You can see the CS is now about even. Jeskla 201 got himself a fair item, you know, a fair number of items already. Looking at the mid lane, Merctrade's picked up for Febiven's LeBlanc. He's got the double dark seal, even on CS. And up in the top lane, Soaz has been able to extend that CS lead despite some early trades. His Sylas is now starting to pull ahead, and he's getting into a comfortable position.
Yeah, Maxor waiting right here. He has the flash up, so even though Jeskla has the Arcane Shift, he's not entirely safe. XL do know that Maxlor is here because of the control ward and some nice vision in the river, so they know exactly whenever Misfits are trying to make this sort of a play. And actually, because Maxlor was burrowed, he didn't even see the control ward behind him. So if he does go for a play down here, Expect can teleport and enter into the fight.
Caedrel's got Paranoia available to him. Looking at the minimap, remember Galio's not level 6
Oh, he
yet.
doesn't even see it.
Caedrel didn't spot him, but the dragon is going to be moving away because, of course, as soon as Maxlor burrows over the wall, the dragon will go after the nearest opponent or the nearest champion to attack. And in that scenario, it was Caedrel. So Maxlor wisely backs away. And we're seeing a roam now from Soaz towards mid lane.
Yeah, Soaz going to walk over a ward, though. So Febiven is trying to trade in mid lane, and Soaz doesn't have an ultimate just yet. He's probably going to try to pick up the Syndra one, if any, but now has to go back and pick up the top wave. I do want to bring up Excel's vision control at the moment, though, because they have a lot of forward control wards. I mean, just look inside of this river. They're setting up protection because they've seen Misfits trying to roam down bottom lane so frequently. That control ward up above mid lane as well is very important because it makes sure that Special can't be sort of collapsed upon from this area of the map where most of the time it's just going to be darkness for Excel.
Well, let's see what happens with Special in this mid lane, because yesterday he played the Zoe into SK, if I recall correctly. 715, 33% damage share, 75% kill participation, and of course Special came in as a substitute for Exile. And he really stepped up yesterday, finding his feet, finding his groove. He's got the Syndra even on CS into the LeBlanc, and his ultimates can be game-changing into a number of very squishy targets.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely popping off yesterday, and that's why I was sort of a little sad not to see him go for something along the likes of that Zoe one more time. Right now, he's just trying to pair up with Caedrel and take some more control himself. And actually, look at what Excel have done. They went for a reset down in bot lane because they knew the 2v2 wasn't going super great when they don't have jungle pressure, so they want to play now for the Rift Herald while Hansama trades for plating down bot.
All right, Febiven will find some chains in a Special, doesn't get the secondary proc. Rift Herald will be secured shortly. This should go Excel's way. Paranoia to deny some vision, and we've got ourselves a fight. Hansama's down in the bottom lane, though. He's pushing for the tower.
Oh.
Not going to be enough for a kill. Maxlor's able to escape. Oh, the flag drag dunk! Here comes Excel's Expect, and he gets himself one. Soaz running for his life. The tower doesn't even go down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, because Jessica can just TP right back down there. Misfit started that one up, or tried to contest in a 4v5 situation without calling the TP in from Hansama. Of course, once the darkness goes down, you cannot use that summoner spell, and XL end up getting away with everything.
Man, 700 gold advantage for XL at 12 minutes. Soaz fancies himself a shot, jumps on top of Expect. No ultimate available to either top laner, and just the kit of Sylas is obnoxious to deal with in that scenario, so he's able to push Expect back for now.
Yeah, and my favorite thing about that whole fight around the Rift Herald is Soaz actually had the Paranoia. So when both Nocturnes press Paranoia, neither of them can see anything, so neither of them can actually use the second cast of their ultimate, which ended up being pretty funny.
Well, that's why nobody did, I guess so. Well spotted. Yeah. I'm actually going to be looking at this now. So there's the Paranoia thrown down from Soaz.
Everyone's nearsighted. No one can move.
Oh, my word.
And you can see that right now Hansama is pushing down to the bottom lane. He can't TP in for 6 seconds while that Paranoia lasts. And a beautiful engage there from Expect. XL were able to sort of divide Misfits. So Soaz was on the opposite side of the fight and turns almost into a 5 versus 3 there for XL.
Well, XL Esports are at 13 minutes. Just ahead of the Misfits composition. And I think that's a very important sign when you consider Rek'Sai, Draven, Sylas. This is a good position for XL to be in. And it's one that they now need to transition. I mean, a 3-0-2 Ezreal with, you know, a tiers stacking and Iceborne Gauntlet already completed. Jeskla is going to be terrifying to deal with over the next 10 to 15 minutes, and he's been activated much earlier thanks to some great plays from XL and Kadril.
Well, here comes a TP now from Hansama to get back into the bottom lane, and notice actually Expect on the minimap walking all the way down from top into mid. They're going to crash the wave into the turret, pick up one plate here for Expect, and then try to maybe walk that into a Cloud Drake because they have everyone here perched around mid.
All right, that's a stun onto Febivin. Paranoia will throw down the nearsightedness. That is being used by Kadril. Not going to get enough additional pressure onto the tower. While that's happening, Hansama and Gorilla will pick up the first tower of the game. Hansama secures out in the bottom lane. The turret plates have now timed out, but with the use of the Rift Herald, that's a tower kill in the mid lane. This will go the way of XL. Soaz manages to complete the TP before he's able to take down the top tower. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It is still control for the underdogs XL.
Yeah, I mean, Soaz actually almost just died there because while he was TPing, the minions around him died. He was tanking tower, and Expect almost canceled that TP. So could have been a pretty dire situation right there for Soaz and the rest of Misfits. But even though you say XL have control, yes, they have control over the map, it would seem, but the gold is still relatively even.
So let's look forward. What does XL need to do, or what should XL be focusing on for the next 5 to 10 minutes?
I think they need to really be looking for sort of the 1-4 at the moment. What I mean by that is I want to see Kadril, Special, Jeskla, Kasing sort of all around this mid lane trying to set up vision around an objective. To me, that would be the bottom lane turret or the top lane turret. Right now, you have a Windrake down bot side, so I say set up in that southern quadrant of the jungle and use that pressure of the 4-man stack to try and create some sort of advantage because you have all of these fantastic ultimates to try and force engagement, and while you can take things slowly, I think you should be looking more often than not when those cooldowns are up and ready to use to actually set up the map for that type of a play.
Okay, we'll see if they can, because right now that Cloud Drake was just picked up by Maxlaw solo. He's tried that several times. This time will be left alone long enough to actually secure the objective. He's got the Proto Belt, got himself a Haunting Guys picked up for the time being. Hansama with the Bloodthirster and a pickaxe continues to play very forward. Small CS advantage for Hansama. And there's no big setups just yet by XL Esports, but Kadril's Paranoia will be up and available very, very shortly. And I wondered if he was going to fancy some sort of dive in the top lane. Instead, it's going to be a fight mid. Scatter the Weak will just block and dodge Febivin to the side.
And you'll actually see both top lanes having a pretty big impact whenever they make this roam towards mid. Here goes Maxlaw.
All right, Maxlaw, Void Rush is available to him, not even going to get needed. Soaz has thrown down the Paranoia. Will be diving all the way forward onto Kadril. The Fear comes out. Defensive flash from Kadril. That saves his life.
So close right there for Kadril, rather, going down in that fight. Of course, Special just a few seconds left on that flash, and it's a beautiful rotation there from Misfits. They got priority down in bottom lane. They call Soaz to come on over and end up setting up a pretty nice play.
How much of a problem is it for XL that Hansama seems to be uncontested in tower pressure? He's been shoving for 16 minutes, and nobody's really tried to go toe-to-toe.
Well, I mean, I think it's less about Hansama the individual than it is how these teams are playing the map, because a lot of times Hansama can go walk up, get the tower, but that's because XL are doing things on the other side of the map. I think that was the first time where we saw they weren't actually doing anything else, and Hansama went uncontested. But when Kadril is hovering around that duo lane of Jeskla and Kasing, that's when we see Hansama sort of being pushed in and not allowed to sort of exert any pressure in the 2 versus 2.
And of course, talking about Hansama, he just backed away from that tower, allows that cannon wave to just push a little forward. It means Jeskla needed to come up to answer. He's still doing very well. 2 items completed on that Ezreal, getting towards 2 item spikes. Fair number of members. Both Luden's Echoes are completed in the mid lane. And Special, his flash was available for all of 12 seconds.
Yep.
Literally instantly needs to go back. Febivin is hunting for a chance, and that's very, very proactive forward play from Febby. Not scared of the support Galio.
Not even a little bit. And right now, Soaz, I really like what he's doing. He's using the power of Sylas to push these lanes, to create pressure and really give Special a tough time in the mid lane. I also think that this Sylas pick, even though it was taken so early on in the draft, is super useful here at denying XL a lot of their opportunities. You can actually use the Nocturnal to make it so Kasing can't use his own.
Well, let's find out what happens now in this bottom lane. Stopwatch has been used to buy some time. A little bit of a defensive play. Soaz is running for for his life. He gets the steal, the hijack, the cataclysm, turns it back around. Ladies and gentlemen, so has Silas. Now Cagel's in trouble. Febiven's going to lock him down with the chains. Kill secure will be donated to Feby with one pitiful auto attack. And Misfits, with a very confident passage of play, are now in control with 1,000 gold.
Yeah, they just read XL like a book right there. They had control over the map, and Maxwell was just waiting right there the moment that XL wanted to go in for the fight. Again, keep in mind that Expect goes right in alongside Cadle. All the damage gets blocked here by this good stopwatch, and now it's split. Cadle thinks, oh, I can't really commit because the rest of Misfits is on the way. But in this situation, you're just going to get run down and taken out. And you have to look at the rest of the map. Where's your team? Well, Ezreal's walking top lane. Syndra and Galio are getting pushed in mid lane because of the really solid pressure that Misfits applied just a few seconds ago. So that play comes sort of out of nowhere, and Misfits have the ability to just punish it and drop it dead.
Oh, such a difficult situation to be in. Stopwatch by Soaz gives Misfits another series of kills. With all the time that Hansama's been farming up, he got his eye edge. Soaz just got the Leandri's Torment. Just a reminder again, if XL lose this game, they are out of playoffs. They have to win this game to keep the hopes alive, and even then, it is such a difficult scenario. And for a long time, the early game and the early proactive plays, I was super on board. I was getting excited for XL. Now we're in this tentative part. Neither team truly has a significant advantage or control, and the next few minutes and the next few kills and objectives will heavily impact who wins this game.
Exactly, and I think it was really interesting because XL very clearly had a super solid early game plan. They knew exactly how to shut things down, but then once they got that lead, they didn't quite know how to convert. And now you see Misfits are the ones with control over the map. Now that they're breaking down this middle lane turret, it's going to be so difficult for XL to ever press forward because now there's no protection, and they have to keep their flanks warded very nicely because we know Soaz and Maxor are always going to be looking to sort of slip right in there and attack the back line.
And it's such a difficult situation. We could see Maxwell waiting in the wings, burrowed. He was able to threaten a Void Rush as well as spotting out enemies. Soaz was able to steal away the Galio ultimate, so that could be game-changing in a big team fight. Febiven's able to poke down Expect, and now XL are on the retreat. Mountain Dragon's up and alive, and Misfits will get control of the mid lane, take the tower, and now peel down the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, XL, I like the idea from them trying to press down in towards the jungle, but Misfits do a good job sort of zoning them away, poking them out, and now with a Mountain Drake at their back, they're going to be able to use that to apply even more pressure towards this dragon. Because if we've learned anything from today, it's once a team gets an advantage and gets complete control over the Baron, what they're going to do is they're going to look to just sneak that away with a few members while the cooldowns of the blue trinkets, while there aren't wards on the sides of XL. And the dragon, the Mountain Drake, makes it so much harder. It shortens the window where XL have to look for the vision because Misfits will just take it down burstly.
Yeah, they got all the damage to deal it, and obviously the bonus stats now. That's a good Dark Binding onto Kasing, but there's no follow-up. And I watched an interview with Kasing fairly recently where he said that, you know, in XL, we know how to play the early game. We know how to play the laning phase, and the mid and late game, we're just struggling a little bit, and I consider myself responsible as the captain of the team. It was something that I really loved to hear and to watch because there's self-reflection on that.
They're going in now.
We need to see if Kasing can make the right calls to help XL. That's the engage they wanted. Now Maxwell runs for his life, survives long enough to need the Cataclysm. But here comes the engage. That's a turnaround 1-for-1 thus far. That's another kill for XL. They're managing to do it. Febiven gets the double. That's more damage and more kills. Everybody is dying in the fight. So far it's a 3-for-3. But Febi and Hansama are not done yet. Kasing will survive a few seconds longer before Febiven takes him out. No mana on special. It is a matter of time before he gets hunted down. The ace for Misfits is on the cards as the adrenaline rush comes out. And Special uses one last scatter the weak. Ender, can you finish this off?
Yeah, well, Hansama's actually going to take care of that one for us, Trevor. Hansama gets the ace, the delayed quadra kill for the Misfits AD carry. And now my question for Misfits is, because Special's death was delayed for so long, he's actually 30 seconds desynced in his respawn timer to the rest of the players in this game, really. So Misfits have a power play. They have 5 members on the map, and I would love to see them walk over towards the Baron.
I need to watch this replay again to see just how quickly it turned into Misfits' favor.
I mean, look, we needed XL to force an engagement and go go right on in, but it's actually this Galio ult that Silas is holding on to. He can re-enter this fight and buy so much space for Hansama. Look, no one can touch Hansama because of the way the terrain is right here. Expect can't quite get around the corner, can't pressure down onto the Misfits AD carry, and now he can just train you down because there's no mana left on special to fight back.
It took so long to pick up the kill onto Max Law that Misfits were just able to run down XL. 5 kills secured, 5,700 damage dealt in that last fight. And if you are a Misfits fan and you see a first pick Draven, you get nervous. But when you see a team fight like that and a recovery from the early game, now you start to get excited.
Yo, that takes me back to 2018 Hansama, right? The Draven Morgana lane we saw so frequently from this player. Now alongside Gorilla, finally once again having another one of those solid performances. He came back last week, looked good, and now Misfits once again set up, poised for another very successful game.
And a lot of credit to Soaz on the Silas as well. Crucial ultimates have been game-changing. He's used Paranoias effectively. He used Cataclysm at the Dragon fight. He's managed to use Galio ultimate as well. Let's see if we can get a clean sweep and do one of each before the end of the game. Soaz is now pushing down at the bottom. He's picked up another Cataclysm, and Misfits, with their 3,000 gold lead, pushing Vision deep into XL's territory, and it's now up to XL to play from behind, slow the bleeding, and try to buy some time to get back into this game.
Exactly, and you can just see how Misfits are waiting for blue trinkets to go down. They're actually going to end up resetting right now, but Excel have no idea what's actually going on, so walking forward to clear these wards is always very inherently risky, especially when you see the likes of a LeBlanc on the opposite side of the map. The champion just sort of pop forward, quickly burst you down. The champion doesn't really play like an assassin. It's more like a poke mage that gets in your face and tries to burst a lot of your HP away, so Excel are going to have to watch out for that once they're inevitably forced back out of this river.
And of course, immediately after this game, ladies and gentlemen, the match of the week here in the LEC, Origen versus Vitality, will be coming your way. New Turk and Cabo on your screen and see how they step up. Right now, Dark Binding will pop Special's spell shield, but he'll be able to escape for now. The Banshees, look at that damage onto Jeskla. Paranoia's been used defensively by Kadril and Misfits. They're on the hunt. Flash over the wall. There's the Cataclysm from Soaz's Silas. He manages to catch Kadril, continues to chase forward. The Whirling Death will pop the GA. Misfits will land yet another Dark Binding. Febiven cannot find himself a kill, and nobody from XL dies.
And now XL, specifically Kadril, is so chunked out now. The Misfits can actually walk over here towards the Baron. Keep in mind, they did take some damage themselves, and XL have an entrance in towards the Baron pit, but there's no jungler here for XL. This one could go down.
All right, Special does have an ultimate available if he can find a target. Here comes Expect. He gets the Cataclysm follow-up from Kasing in the hero's entrance. Febiven goes over the wall, but he's got no targets to find. Kasing gets the taunt. This is the fight that XL needed. That's 2 quick kills at the cost of Special's life. There will be another one onto Soaz. Febiven's trying to do what he can, but he can't get through the CC. He can't get through the taunt. He gets one into Kasing. Finally, Febby goes down. Baron is stopped, and XL are back.
XL take the 4v5, and they slam Misfits inside the Baron pit. Now it's their turn to start up this objective, and with no teleport on towards Soaz, there is nothing that he or the rest of Misfits can do to stop XL from taking down this objective.
Unbelievable turn of events, and a fantastic team fight that just brings all of the life back to the plucky underdogs. That feels real bad. That feels real bad. And that's, of course, the member that you really don't want to watch. Oh, no! What is happening? All of a sudden, now there's Kadril running for his life. Hansama's teleported in. He's got one. Jeskla died as well. Soaz gets a solo kill. Just as quickly as we celebrate, we trip and hit ourselves in the head with cake.
Trevor, they just lost all of their Baron buffs right there. They got nothing for that.
They got the gold, and that is it. They're going to lose the mid inhibitor turret. And they're going to lose the top turret as well. Mid-inner turret, correction. And just like that, I mean, oh man, the excitement, the chaos, the energy, it ends up costing XL. Special's going to take his blue buff, and that's just about it.
I mean, just look at Soaz up here in the top lane. There's no one that can answer him currently. XL going to have to bring 3 members up here just to stop him from taking that turret down. But you see Hansama go right in.
Oh my word, Hansama takes the unleashed power to the face, doesn't even care. Bloodthirster shield really stacking up high and helping him out, and the base has now just about been broken open. 6 towers to Misfits.
So as we sort of step back now, because, I mean, the last 5 minutes have been absolute chaos here for Excel, you have to focus. How do you win a team fight? And it's you have to kill Hansama. And the start, they try to do it, but the Zhonya's comes in, and then the Black Shield is late on Kasing's taunt. Beautiful play there from Kasing to sort of lock down the Misfits AD carry. And once Draven is out of these fights, it becomes very difficult for this squad to sort of go toe-to-toe, especially when they've been getting beaten on by that Baron buff. So remember, Excel, it's all about assassinating Draven and not letting Jeskla die to the Baron.
Oh, so difficult to watch. Soez just runs up. The TP Draven comes in for a cleanup kill, and this really, really hurts to see.
Exactly, and they killed the Baron buff before Galio and Syndra respawn. So you have Baron on 2 members because Jeskla died, Expect dies there, Cadril died before, now they go in.
Well, we're straight into another fight. XL are not done yet. They're trying to get something back. They will get themselves a GA pop, but it's just a kill into Gorilla. True Shot Barrage comes out. Misfits are on the retreat. Just like that, XL are trying to fight back. Cadril goes down. Soez stays alive a few seconds longer. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to ask a question. Will XL Esports win this game? Jump into chat and spam yes or no right now. XL are gonna find themselves just some more pressure. Yes or no in chat. We're gonna find out the answer in a moment.
And the answer is an outstanding yes. If they can continue to kill Hansama in these fights, the man's got no flash. He loses the GA in that exchange, and now it's XL's turn to take down all of these turrets to get more and more gold onto Jeskla, who is popping off.
31 kills in 30 minutes. XL give and take. We're gonna head 4 behind. And if you guys are watching at home on Twitch or YouTube, spam in chat, yes or no, will XL win? The game is as even as it's gonna get gold-wise. We've got another crazy replay, which started when we were in a replay.
Yeah, we have to see how this happens. Look, it's the 2 carries of Misfits too far forward. Febiven can get out, because guess what? You're playing LeBlanc, but Draven has absolutely no chance here for Hansama. And Excel just show up. They see the opportunity to go right on in. They lead with Cadril and then Expect sort of slam dunk right on down and get 3 kills in that exchange.
It has been a wild ride today in the LEC, and the fans at home are getting behind XL. 64% of the vote saying yes, they will win. A little bit of recency bias in that action replay most likely, but it is something that XL have done. They got ahead early, they've bounced back from the mistakes, and maybe they are now in control of the rift.
And I mean, I think all the fans right now are looking at these team compositions, because do you favor a heavy team fight comp that can dive an immobile AD carry Hansama, or do you favor this comp that wants to play a little bit more slowly, have Soaz and Febiven poking around in these fights? That's way harder to play.
What do you favor, Frierson? Because it sounds like you're on board the XL hype train.
I'm on board the XL hype train. I think if they can continue to kill Hansama, that's all that matters. Dive him, kill him in these fights, and you're absolutely gonna win. Also, Jeskla is so strong right now. He went for the Sorks as well, so his magic damage is just gonna be cutting through Misfits.
Got the Gunblade as well. Archangel's completed. Muramana, Iceborne, Gauntlet. We're starting to get to complete builds for some of the primary carries. Rapid Fire Cannon picked up for Hansama at 31 minutes to complement his IEBT as well as the GA. And now XL are pushing into the mid lane. Whirling Dip just to try and clear the wave, but look at the engage! XL pull the trigger! He's dead! The low mobility Draven! They've killed him before Febiven can start his recall. That's another one onto Soaz. The fans at home believed in XL, and they're about to take the inhibitor.
XL can go right on in whenever they want. Febiven wasn't with the rest of the team, and XL found the opening to get right in there. Cadril Expect the combo is just deadly.
10,000 simulations at 50-50 odds give XL only 10 scenarios at making it into playoffs, and it only stays alive if they win this game right here, right now.
Jeskala's dead!
XL lose Jeskla! Febiven returns! He manages to pick up 1 kill. XL need to back away. They're very low. Febiven's gonna threaten a follow-up engage, and just as it looks like XL are about to do it, they have to back away.
A look of pain on the face of Jeskla as he gets sniped out right there by Febiven. Febiven putting some stacks down on the Mejais. He absolutely wants to take this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, fans of the LEC, grab your family, grab your friends, because this game is heating up and it is not done yet.
How does this happen? Well, the answer is they just press their buttons. They go right on in there. Galio, Nocturne, Jarvan,
all layered on top of each other because they know Hansama has zero chance of escaping from that engage. That is the punish of the first pick, Draven. But then they get a little greedy. They overstay, and Febiven's able to get the pick on towards Jeskla and get control over the Baron buff.
Kadril will have Paranoia out before Baron is secured. Special is nowhere near the team, but that's two members that are going to be able to catch out Febiven. He's running for his life. Baron's going so low. Febiven escapes. True Shot Barrage is late, and Misfits, they sneak the Baron from under XL's nose.
The pick onto Jeskla was so pivotal. Misfits know he is dead. Special is in the side lane, and they have those two Mountain Drakes from earlier. They crush through that Baron buff, and now once again, I'd love to see a vote because it's Misfits with complete control.
Okay, we'll have to find out. So you're asking for the other side? Because we haven't prepped production.
I mean, I'm telling you that right now, if we voted, the fans would be saying it's time for Misfits to win this game. They have control over the map. They have the Baron buff. They're going to look for another Mountain Drake and try to fight back against this XL composition, because I got news for you, Trevor.
Yes.
Hansama, he has his flash. His Guardian Angel is coming up very, very soon. If he can survive the initial engage, Misfits can win out.
Oh, if he can survive the initial engage. Kadril and Kissing have made sure that has not happened. The last few fights, Kadril and Kissing, the two British guys on XL. Kissing, the captain, we mentioned it earlier. Late game calling and decision making. He bears that responsibility, but it is up to Expect and Kadril to find the targets, that dive buddy combo, and obliterate Hansama, but he's got that G up, as you mentioned.
Exactly, and if you're a Misfits fan, you get concerned when you see them split up into the 1-3-1. Right now you have Febiven top lane, Soaz bottom lane, and you know XL have all the tools to immediately force an engagement. So Misfits have to play so carefully here around XL's ability to just force the fight.
And the problem here for XL is they cannot make more mistakes in their shot calling or positioning on the Rift. Yes, they have supers in the mid lane that'll buy XL some time, but against triple Mountain Drakes and all of the damage dealers on the side of Misfits, it is so easy for them to kill towers, to kill Elder, to kill a Baron, and that means that there's no room for error, no mistakes in vision, no decision making in terms of who goes to which lane.
It's so true, and Misfits, they have sort of two things on their mind right now. One is, how much can we get with the remaining duration of the Baron buff? Because they only have about a minute and a half left. The other is, if we can't break the base, or we can't end the game off this buff, which is more than likely, stall out for the Elder Dragon, stall out for the next Baron buff coming up, because if you can maintain control, especially around this area of the jungle where Misfits are perched right now, they can just continue to push in, force down these towers, because XL are going to be forced to go in, and it's very difficult.
6-1-2. Febiven is pushing into this top tower. 12 stacks on the Medjais. Hansama, 6-4-4. He's pushing into the mid lane, and Soaz 2-3-8. He's down in the bottom lane. Teleports up for Soaz and Hansama. They're pushing back on those supers, and Febiven alone opens up XL's base.
He gets the tower, very well done from him, and XL, they have to make a call. Where do you attack? Do you attack a side lane for an easy kill, or do you attack the central mass of the Misfits composition? They go bot, they get the kill!
They've got themselves a kill into Soaz. Here comes the Paranoia. That's onto Gorilla. He's running for his life, but Febiven's going to take the inhibitor in the top lane. Gorilla will buy some more time. He goes golden, and Febi continues to put some pressure onto the Nexus turrets. Now, Baron will be wearing off in 20 seconds. And this is a very difficult, precarious situation, because supers will be top, pushing into XL's base.
Exactly, and XL, they might just want to take this minion wave in the mid lane. 35 seconds on Soaz and Gorilla. I don't think they can hard force down this mid lane. There's still 3 members of Misfits alive. The rest of their members are going to be coming up soon in the mid. Oh, he goes in!
Take a look at that! Febiven doesn't find the target. He flashes over the wall, but here comes Expect. Cataclysm comes down. Kissing follows on. That's 3 members of Misfits down. There's no flash on Hansama, and Kadril, how did you stay alive?
He lives with just a sliver right there. The whirling death, not quite enough, but it's Febiven who goes for hero play, dies for his play, but in the end, it's enough to delay the base kill from XL.
And the next game is match of the week, and we were wrong. This is the match of the week, because XL is just delivering 21 kills in 37 minutes. They have been behind in gold for a fair amount of this game, but they are finding crucial picks earlier in the game, which is set up the push.
Oh man, Thebevin tries his best, but Cadril has the spell shield, and he doesn't respect that fact. And expect, he doesn't want to give him a chance to escape this fight, but look at all the ultimates they used to actually center down and finish off that kill. It meant with the members respawning on Misfits, they weren't comfortable with even the 5v4.
All right, so XL's composition's easy to understand. It needs to obliterate the Fairbairn or the Hansama or the Soaz with that shotgun approach. Then, with the numbers advantage, win the rest of the team fight. We have Elder and Baron spawning in sync, so decision-making will be key. What does Misfits have to do in this late game at 40 minutes to win the game?
Well, they're going to be looking to control these objectives, and specifically the Elder Dragon. When you have 4 elementals at your disposal, that thing hurts so bad right now. They can even decide to trade the objectives, but honestly, with the power that Soaz has in the side lane, with their ability to now walk into the top river and sort of clear out jungle, I would like to see Misfits maybe play a bit slower, see if you can sneak off one member to solo away the Elder Dragon, because you have so many mountains, you can take it down pretty quickly and do it by yourself, or just look for the picks here if you are Soaz, because Misfits have control over the map.
Cataclysm is very important in a potential team fight. With Soaz sitting on that Cataclysm, hijacked away from Expect. 30 seconds on both objectives, as you've alluded to. Neither team's got the setup, but Misfits with the early vision means they are in advantage of the next few minutes.
Exactly, and with the super minions going top lane, it makes it even more pivotal to focus on this Elder Dragon. You know members of Excel have to sort of stop these waves from pushing in. You can see right now it's Kasing and Jessica on tag team duty to try and do it. But look at the minimap. There's so many wards here for Expect to look for a flank, to look for that perfect engage now on towards Hansama. Or they can just trade these objectives, which is going to be in favor of Misfits.
Okay, super minions in the top lane in favor of Misfits. Teleport is already being channeled by Jessica, and Soaz is pushing into the base. Elder Dragon is already secured, picked up by Misfits. Baron is still alive. Misfits have the opportunity to steal it. Teleport is now coming in from Soaz. Paranoia to buy some time. Baron is picked up.
Soaz is on the top. He has the Cataclysm. He's going to look for Jessica.
He's going to look for a target. That's a 3-man Cataclysm, and he manages to stay alive. The GA will bring him back up. Here comes Hansana chasing all the way forward. Thebevin is going to find one. That's another for Maxwell. Misfits aren't done yet. They're looking for Kasing. Cadril and Jessica are running for their lives. Misfits may have just done it. They get themselves Elder. They get themselves the ace. They will get themselves the win.
Misfits take everything, and they have the minions here as well. Hansama teleports into the bottom lane after destroying XL in that team fight, and they have nothing but the victory set in their eyes.
It is a heartbreaking defeat for XL Esports. With this loss, they are eliminated from playoff contention. And XL were on the verge of their first 2-0 week. Right now, today, Misfits take the win over XL. That is not the look of celebration on the faces of Misfits Gaming. They will be content with a win, but it is not celebration, because that man on your screen, Expect and XL, they made them work for that.
Oh man, XL looked like they were going to do it. They took down the mid lane inhibitor. So many very close opportunities to turning that game, but it was Misfits now with a cold analytical approach after finishing this game that were eventually able to set up the team fight after picking up the Elder Dragon. They knew they had the trump card. They had the scaling when they could pick up that objective, and they were able to get that beautiful flank by Soaz to shut down and finish off the Gale.
What a turn of events. What a game. And you know what I love about games like this?
What do you love?
You and I get carried away. We get to have a lot of fun. We get to celebrate in-game. But when we finish it and we get to discuss the implications, what it means, you see Misfits now congratulating XL and trying to understand in the playoff race how close, how competitive XL looked this weekend. But it was just a little too late into spring, and huge question marks for Misfits and their potential strength looking forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the thing. I feel like a lot of our teams have had this sort of mid-season dive, and now they're trying to pick themselves back up and make it on in there. Unfortunately for Excel, again, it was a little bit too little, too late for them, but for Misfits, they are still finding the wins that they need. They are still very much in that playoff picture, but as you get forward to week 8, week 9, those quarterfinals, you need to have better play. You need to have top-notch play and not look like you're almost going to fall down to a team like Excel.
Misfits Gaming are now 7 wins, 7 losses. You can see Hussein having a chat to the players. Misfits are tied in the standings with Fnatic, with SK, with Schalke. But crucially, Misfits have got the head-to-head of Fnatic 1-0, the head-to-head over SK 2-0. And these are going to be very, very pivotal as we get closer to week 9, as we get closer to the race for playoffs. But man, I just feel so heartbroken for XL because there was so many moments where it just felt like they had this game.
Oh, they absolutely did. I mean, they had the composition that could just go in and force on towards Hans Sama, and it worked 2, 3, 4 times during that game. But you then had hero performances from the rest of Misfits to hold on, from Soaz on the Silas, from Febivin just delaying the inevitable push from Excel into their base. That delay gave room for Hans Sama to eventually step up and be the carry Misfits needed him to be.
Keep getting glimpses of Febivin playing to strengths that we haven't seen for several years, you know, showing up when he needs to. I can tell you right now, by the way, that the whole time we've been chatting, I can actually still see both Hans Sama and Gorilla, as well as Hussein Pumandu on stage, busy chatting, discussing the game, because boy, there's a lot to talk about. Look, we do have to just look at least one replay. I believe it's going to be the final fight here. We'll pull that up onto your screen and just talk about Soaz. He had the Cataclysm, and it was enough disruption to help Misfits win.
Yeah, it was a great flank here, and the key thing for Misfits is that when they're the ones initiating, no one can touch Hans Sama. This man is full HP with a black shield on top of him. There's going to be no stopping this guy, and you have Febivin also on the flank making all the plays happen. And honestly, it's a 4-for-1 fight right there. So nicely done for Misfits because, again, they had the advantage of that Elder Dragon backing them up.
They absolutely did. A quick update, we will be joined by Misfits coach Hussein Mouzvi for picks and bans ahead of our match of the week. That's after the break. And of course, if Origen lose, we have 5 teams tied at 7-7. I know I sound like a broken record, but it is insanely exciting how close the race for playoffs is. Hold that thought. Key player of the game at LOL Esports, so is Febivin. Hans Sama, go.
I was going to say, you know, you might be able to say every game counts, Trevor.
I'm so proud of you. It makes me so happy when the young ones learn. How do you vote for player of the game?
Not easily. Okay. I think actually I would go Soaz. I think his early game impact, all of those roams to mid lane were really what put Misfits in a position to get the win, and then the flank at the end really set them up for the victory.
Well, I think I'm going with Febivin because he's sitting by with Law to be interviewed.
Thank you very much, Trevor, and thank you, Febivin, for joining me. Oh, wow, that looked messy from you guys. I mean, I saw Hussein talking to you after the game. You looked pretty serious. What did he tell you?
Sorry, what was it?
What did Hussein tell you after the game?
I mean, he told us that, you know, we all played pretty bad individually, and we really have to step it up, and we have to play even more solo queue and, you know, review our games better. And he also told us that we stayed pretty calm in the game, so that was good. So just some positive and, you know, enforcing feedback.
Positive and negatives, and you won in the end. I wonder, though, that was a messy game from you guys, and I feel like you had the draft to take it sooner. I mean, having Silas, LeBlanc, first picking Draven. What went wrong in the game for you guys to take so long to grab the win?
I mean, there was just a lot of, like, individual mistakes and, you know, bad calls that led to us being behind. Like the Herald call, you know, we died 3 people, and even like level 1 we died, I think. So yeah, I think we just had a pretty bad start, and we actually did a good job coming back. But I feel in general our games are pretty messy. It's not only this one, it's kind of disappointing.
We talked about this before. We know like you're kind of an all-star team. Do you feel like you maybe have so much strong voices in the team that it makes it hard for you to decide who can take the call at the right time?
Well, you would think that our team has like a lot of voices, like strong voices, but in the game we don't really actually. Like, so it's still difficult for us, you know, to make the right calls. And obviously, it's different in the different stages of the game, because I feel like in the mid-late game we know what to do pretty well, but in the early game we're still figuring it out, you know, and it just depends on the game state basically. So I would say in the early game we're struggling, but mid-late we are for the veterans, you know.
You're popping off, and we can see the stats behind you and in front of you on the screen. I gotta ask, the playoff race is what counts the most right now, and looking at the schedule you have ahead of you, you're gonna be facing Fnatic, who's performing better now, Schalke, who's underperforming, Splyce, who's, well, basically doing Splyce things, and G2, who looks unbeatable except of today. So what do you think about your schedule so far to make it to playoff?
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard. Like, we're 7-7 right now, you know, and the last 4 games really matter, and we're actually playing against good opponents, you know. So right now, you know, it just depends how hard do we how much do we really want it, you know. Like, we are not even secured into playoffs, maybe when everyone thought we would be, but like, we have to, you know, step it up even more, and we've been showing a really bad performance at least the last weeks, and really inconsistent. So the last 2 weeks and the preparation to playoffs, hopefully if we get there, has to be way better, because we are basically not good right now, you know. I mean, I don't want to go into playoffs knowing we are not going to be the best team, you know, because why do you go to playoffs when you know that when you're not the best team, you know, then you're just going to lose eventually, right? So that will feel even worse.
Feels pretty negative listening to you. I'm really sorry to hear that. And the worst part is, you know what's going wrong with the team. So how do you fix this?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, everyone is kind of underperforming, and I feel like we have mindsets that need to be really improved, but yeah, we're kind of struggling, and just individual play and mindset is just lacking right now. And we got the win today. It's 7-7, you know. It's fine. Like, I have hope, you know. Everyone has hope. It's just gonna be, we just need to be really strict with ourselves going forward, because else we're not going to win, you know.
And find another mindset. I wish you good luck on that, and thank you very much for your insights. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be match of the week, Vitality versus Origen. Stay tuned, guys.
Oh man, Excel, they went Gorilla.
Dun 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 dun! Gorilla gets caught out! Defensive flash already! Summoning heal has been used. Gorilla's running for his life. Mystic shot! Paranoia to deny some vision, and we've got ourselves a fight. Hunt Summers down in the bottom lane, though. He's pushing for the tower. Not going to be enough for a kill. Maxlor's able to escape. Oh, the flag drag dunk!
I can, we win this, Steven. We win this. We win this. Go. Penta. Let me. I'm gonna kill this guy. There's no team Penta.
Best Shield does have an ultimate available if he can find a target. Here comes Expect. He gets the Cataclysm follow-up from Kissing on the hero's entrance. Featherman goes over the wall, but he's got no targets to find. Kissing gets the taunt. This is the fight that XL needed. Well in depth just to try and clear the wave, but look at the engage. XL pull the trigger. He's dead. The low mobility Draven. They've killed him before Featherman can start his recall. If they win this game right here, right now, XL lose Jeskla, and the GA will bring him back up. Here comes Hansana chasing all the way forward. Featherman is going to find one. That's another for Maxlor. Misfits aren't done yet. They're looking for Kissing. Cagel and Jeskla are running for their lives. Misfits may have just done it. They get themselves out there. Right now, today, Misfits take the win over XL.
powered up.
Get the Baron buff power play with Shell V-Power.
Wait, are we starting already? Sorry, I was just watching Vitality slam OG back in week 3. Yeah, I mean, Cabochard was just a monster.
Cabochard just picking kills out of the woodwork. Blast cones away, but eventually will get taken out by Cabochard. Look at the damage coming out. The Fear Beyond Death. That's one Fear up.
In my opinion, Cabochard is MVP of the split. He's a leader of our team. He's gonna crush every top laner that is standing on his way.
Fari has been really stepping up lately, and I expect it to go his way this time.
It's Origen that have beaten G2 that teams and players behind the scenes are talking about could be the second best team in the league.
When we beat G2, I think all of us had this feeling of we actually did it.
Origen on the cusp of history.
Vitality, they're just not going to let them come in and take their spot from them.
They won against G2, something that they can be proud of. And just best of ones are really random and everyone can win against everyone.
If you beat G2, that doesn't mean now suddenly you're the best team. You need to keep grinding and you need to be on the top.
2019 is supposed to be a redemption year for Mithy, and so far it's looked good. But now he needs to take Origen to the next level, push themselves to Rotterdam, and that's what this match is all about.
When Mithy came back to Europe, I met him in solo queue, and I just laughed my off.
We got in this game and I inted it really hard, and then he all-chatted me, "See ya in January, XD." So here I am.
Even though I have so much respect for Mithy because he's a legend, but I think it's time for young blood to take over.
It stood in the back of my mind, so I do have that drive to win against him.
He gets the hook off, but there's the quickness. So much damage coming out from Patrick already. Mickey dead.
Doesn't matter what lane we choose to play for, because we can survive bot lane on our own pretty well. But if we have 50-50 matchup, at least there is no chance.
The best way to play against Attila is like, you just treat him like a normal person. You start talking about him, then he will start performing.
Never trust talking again, you little... That's what you are upset.
He's a good player, no hard feelings against him, and then we will just win.
Welcome back to the LEC Spring Split and our match of the week, Origen versus Vitality. I'd like to welcome Misfits Gaming coach Hussein Mousvi, who will be joining us for picks and bans. And just before we dive into the draft, Moose, what do you take away from that Misfits game?
I mean, we played poorly in every aspect. We communicated poorly, but we were a team. We were a team. And that's what matters.
I mean, they definitely all played League of Legends at the same time. Yeah. That's true.
They're all connected to the game.
I really appreciate your candidness on that one, and I look forward to seeing how the next week of preparation and social media goes. Listen, let's dive into the game because the players are just about ready to jump into draft. Vitality chose red side, OG versus Vitality. Hussein, who has the advantage in this matchup, and what are you expecting to see through the drafts?
With the way Vitality is playing recently, I would give it to Origen. I think, despite what happened last weekend, overall they're a very clean team. They play very systematic, and I think that's good against Vitality.
Looking at the bans so far, there's nothing too surprising. The Braum priority ban, do you think that implies something, or do you think that's just pretty standard in the current meta?
I mean, honestly, it depends on the kind of person. Because, for example, Mithy is someone that obviously excels if you can actually have a champion that kind of controls the pace of the game. And I think Braum, Alistar, and maybe even Tom Kench are really good at that, and they're also really tanky, so you can't really int it.
That's fair. That makes sense. So like, I want to try and take that one away. The Cannon ban, I think, is very heavily directed towards Alfari. He does love to play those carry kind of top laners. We're still seeing a lot of Karthus bans. Maurice, you told me that Karthus wouldn't really be prioritied or played much anymore, but he still seems super high on the ban table.
I think it's a champion that, I mean, did I say that? Whatever.
Coming into the week.
I guess I said it, you know? Like, in that case, I think Karthus is a champion that like people are just scared of, simply because he offers this level 6 spike that will impact the map no matter what. There's no counterplay to it. He's going to press R unless you're in the vicinity, you cannot stop it.
I can't remember which interview it was, but somebody said that it actually only impacts the clear speed something like 5 to 8 seconds. The reduced damage on the Q. Was it you?
That was also me, yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
every quote today is mine, yeah.
Hussein, I'm getting flashbacks.
Yeah, so, you know, I just realized wherever Alfari goes, he's never going to escape blocking in Draven, unfortunately.
But I do feel that given the current AD carry meta, with the recent Lucian nerfs, Draven is arguably one of the safest blind picks. Do you guys think that's also the case?
Yeah, I think so. I think as far as teams go, like they're either willing to trade Draven Lucian for something that's more strong, but with the bans that are there right now, I think Draven's perfectly fine.
Let's see what direction this draft plays out. Tom Kench is now locked in for Jack Troll's signature pick. Control yourself, Maurice. Control yourself. You're on the professional side of the desk today. And of course, it'll be an Ezreal for Attila. So slightly more defensive, you know, protective duo lane here.
So far, we know nothing about the draft other than, I mean, the thing is when you draft Draven, that's a lane you typically want to play through, but when you're going up against an Ezreal Tahm Kench, it's really difficult to play through that lane. So I don't know if it's going to be a certain strategy, but also in terms of the early game, Origen aren't really super proactive in trying to snowball their lanes. They like to try and go even, play fairly steady. The Tahm Kench, I think, is usually a pretty good pick into the Tahm Kench as well. So I think so far Origen are pretty happy. In terms of junglers, are there anything you think you want to get high priority on now?
I think Rek'Sai would be high priority depending on how OG
into
wants
Ezreal as well.
I mean, it's actually not a bad matchup. It's probably one of the best matchups for a jungler to get because
there's no jungler that enjoys playing against Ezreal anyway.
Right. So might as well take the one that does the most damage right now, and it's actually high in the priority.
Vlad would be okay over here as well.
Yeah,
especially in LCK, it's been prioritized really highly for top lane.
Give me a little bit of insights into why. What do you like about it in terms of, is it something that's been banned out? You know, Kennen and Jace gone, for example? Or
I mean, I think Kennen and Jace being gone is a good one. And then also, it's just a safe top lane that scales really well, has a pretty good laning phase overall against a lot of top lane matchups right now. More importantly, the meta also is catered towards top lane quite a bit. So in this case, Origen's drafted themselves a priority bot lane where they'll be able to control through mid. And along with that, a top lane that they can play through.
And especially with events like Jarvan out there, Ken out there, Jace out there, his laning phase should not be contested at all. We saw the auto Anne into, what was it?
Whippo's Jarvan.
Whippo's Jarvan, it didn't look that fun.
It did not.
I should have probably not gone that way, but still, you don't want to be contesting the lane phase as Vladimir and just scale a bit and you basically dominate side lanes as well as team fights in the end.
Yeah, I really like the Vlad, largely because we've seen only top lane nerfs over the last couple of patches, and that means that these mages have kind of risen in priority, but you can also flex it. Moose was kind of alluding to it. It is primarily picked for top lane, but into the Zoe matchup, it's not the end of the world. But I feel like the Vitality are giving a lot of they're giving a lot of information. Like right now, I think Origen are very happy with how the draft has been playing out because they've got a very safe bot lane, they've got a very strong top side of the map. They can now ban any kind of strong counters, and the only thing that's going to be problematic for them is a potentially bad jungle matchup because Vitality have priority on it.
No, I agree with that. I think the only way how Vitality can actually contest that three-man group so far is if they get a good jungle matchup, because in the end, like the whole comp screams, like it screams 1-4, it screams running it down mid lane, basically poking down the enemy, whereas Origen so far, at least they will probably win bottom and thus can create like first rotations into mid lane, and vice versa, probably play for priority matchup top lane too with bans that they haven't.
I think one more thing is with the Vlad being picked over here, they do have the option for AD mids, which is why you're seeing Vitality ban both Yasuo and Irelia out. They're decent matchups against Zoe, they can snowball, but also with Vladimir, they don't have to worry about mixed damage. In this situation, if they're not going to go for, of course, the only AD mid I think left is Zed.
And Nocturne mid.
Get out.
It's really good into Zoe. It's actually really good into Zoe.
I mean, would Nukeduck be bold enough to run Zed into, you know, Seiken Zoe?
For sure. For sure, actually.
I think the matchup is fine. I don't know if he wants to play it against Tom necessarily, but we'll see. I think he's going to go for AD jungle and standard mid.
Yeah, I think Orianna can also be... Wait, I actually think Orianna's not that great of a matchup into the Zoe because usually in the laning phase, Zoe doesn't have to approach the wave very often, which means that it's difficult for the Orianna to leverage her strong laning phase. I guess the one advantage is that whenever you ulti on Zoe, it sets up for a really easy shockwave and punish, but I usually quite like the Zoe matchup into the Orianna, so
I think it's more 50-50 because Zoe can't really walk up to the waves, like you said, so Ori can play for priority a lot. Or if Zoe walks up, then she has good trades, and then there's a lot of gank setup with the ult. So it's like 50-50. I think lane or Ori will have priority, and then Zoe will be good against it later.
Just so you know, this Champion Ocean meme continues to grow. 14 games on stage, Nukeduck's 13th unique champion.
But he's so good.
The only one he's played twice this split has been Yasuo. It's mind-boggling.
Maybe he's just bored, you know, like...
Nukeduck won both of the Yasuo games.
Used to play with him.
I mean, well, he seemed bored once in a while. Like, he came into the week, he's like, okay, I think Zed is good, you know? And I'm like,
well, listen, on a team that's doing pretty well, is in the playoff race very healthily. The last pick here is going to be the Rek'Sai and the Renekton. Hussein, talk to me about what you see about both team compositions and how they should play their comps to win.
I think a lot of this game will come down to mid priority. Renekton Sejuani against Vladimir, they do have a lot of pressure in that 2v2. And so they're going to be looking to play through top a lot with Ezreal Tom just farming it out. Draven Thresh will look for priority, look to help Ori control mid lane, and then see if they can cover top lane and scale.
Can I see almost like reverse pick bans from what I expected? Origen is, I mean, besides the top lane matchup, I think the amount of aggression that especially comes from the bot lane is something I expect from Vitality, not from Origen. So I'm really surprised by that. But I know, I like Origen's pick bans more.
Yeah, stylistically, I think this is kind of what I expect from Vitality in the sense of they have a strong top side of the map with the Renekton, but I think Alphari should be able to mitigate it, and I think it's really crucial that Origen have a strong 2v2, so I think Origen, in my eyes, actually come out with a better draft.
Absolutely love seeing Yamato Cannon and Andra Giotto there giving one another a hug on stage. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you down the line, team name only, who wins this game after seeing drafts?
Origen.
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 Easy 3-0 Origen, according to the analysts. It is time to hit the rift for our match of the match of the week. It is Origen versus Vitality. Medic, please take it away.
It's in the prompter, right? It's in there.
Thank you, Quickshot. I am joined by Foskewen and Ender, and this is our match of the... So I'm looking forward to how good this is going to be. Big stakes on the line for this game, though, of course. You know, you look at Origen, you look at Vitality. Vitality sitting in that second place spot, 9 and 4, but Origen been quietly sneaking their way up and up the standing.
The standing implications are much more severe for Origen here. You know, a loss here puts them right back into that kind of that playoff pack of death that they don't want to be seeding in, so they can get a leg up. But for me, it's really about this abstract idea of who is the second best team in the LEC right now. I think there's arguments for 3 names. Vitality, because they hold the spot. Origen, because we keep hearing these rumblings about their final form. And an on-the-rise Fnatic. So Origen can make a statement here today.
They absolutely can. And for Vitality, I think they've got a really solid spot at the moment. In second place, they just picked up a win yesterday after subbing in Seiken for that middle lane. He looked solid for this team, but it sort of takes me into this match too, because you have 2 really strong teams fighting against one another and 2 very different ideas that they came in with in the draft. I think it comes down to how you actually want to play this map, and specifically the junglers trying to split it right down the middle.
Yeah, because kind of following up what the analyst desk was talking about, it's a very strong 2v2 top side of the map for Cabochard and Mowgli. You expect that they should own this with the Renekton and the Sejuani, whereas on the other side, Patrick having control of that firepower, having the Draven, means that Cold wants to spend a lot of his time getting that one going and snowballing it. Exactly,
and we're already seeing something new here from the side of Origen. Cold is one of those players that's very smart in his early game pathing, and you almost never see a Rek'Sai start on a blue buff, but it's because he wants to path down for that bottom lane, because at level 3, level 4, there is so much kill threat here with the Draven Thresh lane.
And I think it's really important to kind of understand the different tempos that these drafts want to take place. You know, we have this idea of snowball, but when you look at the side lane hyper scaling, the fact that there's a Vladimir versus a Renekton, I think that Origen can play this game a bit slower. They have a Vladimir, they have an Orianna, yeah, they have a Draven, so they have some bridges from where they can play early game to mid game to late game, whereas Vitality, it feels like their composition really does need to come online much faster. They need to take control of the game and play a very quick pace League of Legends.
And if you're Vitality looking for someone to take control of the game, you always look up towards that top lane. Cabochard has been such a key carry for this team. Last time the 2 teams met, he went 7-1 and 7, absolutely dominated the laning phase, and now you're giving him a strong laner in the form of Renekton.
Absolutely, and it's a strong laner that actually isn't going to be punished here, because usually you see Renektons against ranged matchups be sort of bullied around. Think the Kennen matchup, for example, but Vladimir, frankly, doesn't do a whole lot of damage in the early game, and because he's paired up with the Sejuani, which is such strong kill threat in the top lane with the stacking of Sejuani passive, you can see that Alphari wants to let the wave push into his tower, because Cabochard is sort of going to have the run over this top lane matchup.
The one nice thing that I do like about Vladimir into Renekton, especially when you take the Sejuani into account, is that it's still really risky to dive him. Yeah, he's going to get bullied around, he won't have control of the wave, but he does have his pool that if they try to pull the trigger on the dive, he has some defensive options.
Mithy just got that blue buff right there. It was an early smite from Cold, and I think Mithy picked that one up with the play, so he's going to be pretty happy with that one right there, and denying that one from Mowgli.
Hey, Thresh got nerfed on 9.4, higher mana cost on the Q. Doesn't matter if you have blue, you can see Mithy spamming them out now. It's just free lassos for that Thresh in the bottom lane.
Exactly. The cooldown too, not going to matter quite as much here for Mithy in the jungle. We're going to get that picture-in-picture right now for Mithy.
Groups around the screen.
And yoink.
It's just an auto. It's just an auto. Just an auto for Mithy. It's Strong to see OG getting that 3 buff early on, though. It sort of slows down that speed of play that Vitality can have. You slow down the jungler a little bit.
And it's also a completely different look for Vitality. Normally, this is a team that like to have priority constantly forward in their lanes like Cabochard do, so they can open up Mowgli to blitz into the enemy jungle and play hyper-aggressive. But because Seiken lost the priority, because his bot lane lost the priority, really conservative pathing from Mowgli means that he is punished by getting rebuffed.
Exactly, and I think that losing mid lane prio is the big takeaway here, and it just is one of those things that happens in this matchup. Orianna is a champion that we don't see a ton of usually as one of those safer picks, but she has really strong lane control early on because she can sort of walk forward and bully you around with the wall without taking much return damage because she can ignore the minion wave while a champion like Zoe can't throw her spells through it.
And it's just props to Nukeduck for recognizing when he has the window that he can abuse an inexperienced mid laner in terms of the LEC stage. You know, making use of the fact that Zoe can't just auto-clear the minions right now. She needs more points in her abilities before she's able to match the push priority from Orianna. So Nukeduck's going to try to squeeze as much advantage out of this as possible.
And while Nukeduck is doing that, Mowgli is doing classic Mowgli things. He goes for the invade there, knowing that Cold was probably going to stick around bot side a little more. Go for that full clear, so he steals away a couple of those wolves and is now positioned for a play around this top lane.
I said Vitality wanted to play on the top side of the map, but Cold is here to answer. Ready for the counter gank. Cabochard looking for that empowered Ruthless Predator, gets it onto Alphari. The stun coming out as well, but Alphari dodges it. Cold with the knock-up of Mowgli, but already both Origen members quite low. Second stun onto Cold. He just wants to get away from this one. It's a good counter gank from Origen.
This was so smart here from Cold. He knew the lane was pushing away from Alphari, so he steps back. He waits to come for the 2v2, but he knows him and Alphari both lose this 2v2 early on, so it's a very defensive engagement where he goes in to buy time for Alphari to get on out, but when he knows it's time to leave, he gets on out of dodge.
And ultimately, while he does protect Alphari to make sure that nothing more comes of that, he still is behind. There's vision on him when he moves over to his wolf camp, so Mowgli will get information, as well as getting the Scuttle Crab. So still a win overall for Vitality.
You also have to look at what camps are available right now, because Cold, he has nothing he can actually farm, while Mowgli just grabbed the Scuttle Crab after counter-jungling those wolves. Now he has the Raptors as well as those Krugs to go ahead and pick up, and with Cold continuing to stumble across vision, now Vitality can sort of make a play on it.
Seiken gets a lot of damage down with the Paddle Star. Jackdaw is on his way up as well, but as soon as you hit the Paddle Star, Cold knows something's going on, so he's like, okay, I can back away from this one, not going to get hit by that sleepy trouble bubble. I want to just take a quick look at exactly where the lanes are sitting. CS lead for Nukeduck in that mid lane. It's about even in the top lane, and bot lane is actually well in favor of Patrick here. We haven't actually seen the junglers do too much down towards that, but Patrick with the Kleptomancy is sitting on about a 200 gold lead already.
We do expect this to go in Patrick's favor, however. Again, he got the Draven. It's a very defensive bot lane between Attila and Jacktrol, and it kind of feeds into this larger idea that Vitality are one of the few teams in the LEC that kind of have figured out how they themselves win. You know, it feels like a lot of teams are still kind of throwing different strategies at the board, trying to figure out what happens for them when you see a Misfits game, like, just carry through bot lane, just do it, and then they start to move things around. But they've pulled a lot of power out of Attila and Jacktrol, and they've just put them on defensive duty while everything goes into Cabochard and Jizuke when Jizuke is starting.
Exactly, and it's a formula that works. I mean, they've got 9 wins so far in the split, which puts them at a solid second place in the standings. Just right now, I don't think they've quite gotten as much as they usually would have liked to. You know, Mowgli and Cabochard typically really snowballing around that top lane. And the question arises is when Vitality play these slower games, it's Jizuke that steps up and carries in the mid to late game. Now, can Seiken have that similar level of performance to sort of match our expectations of Vitality?
But it should be a really easy call for Origen then, with the likes of the Orianna and the Vladimir, to just say, let's just absorb it. Let's just waste a lot of their time, and let's see if we can stall out Vitality and simply outscale them later on.
Because that's the thing for Origen. I think if you look across them, they've got 3 relatively good scalers in the form of the Vladimir, the Orianna, and the Draven. Vitality, on the other hand, I mean, I've played enough solo queue to know that Renekton tends to fall off as the game goes on. Zoe will always have strong burst, and the Ezreal is still pretty powerful, but you have to give the scaling advantage over to Origen.
Exactly. I think when you look at raw damage, OG by a mile win towards the later stage of the game. Where Vitality do have strength, though, is in their front line. You have very powerful tools to sort of buy space for your Ezreal and Zoe, but OG don't want to give them too much room here because Nukeduck and Cold are walking in to try and steal away this blue buff once again.
Like, Nukeduck walked over a ward, eventually decides to start hitting that one. Sleep's going to land on him. Seiken could put a Paddle Star down, but didn't really know where Cold was. This is the blue buff invade, but Vitality are able just to dissuade Origen from going any further.
Yeah, Mowgli's been quite stubborn about giving up his strong side of the map. In fact, also...
No, yeah, no, Mowgli just got it. Holy moly.
Yeah, Mowgli was really trying to donate that one over towards Seiken because he's been falling a little bit in this laning phase, just trying to use all of his spells to clear away the wave as it gets pushed in, but he's forced to smite it to stop the steal.
But that absolutely is a big deal because it means that you won't get mid priority against an Orianna that also has the blue buff, which is a huge pivot point that Nukeduck and Origen have, which is why Mowgli is here. He has to try to solve this lane and solve this problem.
Yeah, there's basically no mana on Seiken right now, so Mowgli shows up to push this one wave. The next wave won't be entering for quite a while, so Seiken can go ahead, get a reset off here, come back to lane with the Lost Chapter.
I was popping the ultimate here as Alphari trades onto him with the Hemo Plague. We'll just heal up. Ultimate for ultimate trade, it seems, in that top lane, and not really seeing that explosiveness that we expected from the top side of the map for Vitality, but also Cold on Rek'Sai, a champion that we talk about being strong from level 3 to 20 minutes in the game, hasn't really had that much of an impact either.
Yeah, he hasn't done a whole lot. Actually, mid lane, big trade here for Nukeduck.
Shockwave used on Seiken, he's still got the flash to try and get away. Nukeduck continuing to trade, the Ignite comes out, Seiken flashes forward, he's got the heal! Seiken looking for the pure 1v1 play here. Picks up the cleanse, doesn't land anything. Abyssal Voyage coming in from Jackdaw and Attila. They're just under the tower. That was not the place you wanted to go, I'll be honest.
Oh.
Whirling Death not quite going to connect either.
Oh man, Seiken really wanted that right there. Nukeduck.
No, wait.
Oh, I thought he had it.
The Observer's baited me.
Good play there from Seiken to end up escaping, and I mean, all of Vitality was on board with that play. The second Seiken was engaged on by Nukeduck there in the mid, you saw Till and Jackdaw both walking up, trying to get in there and finish off the kill. And now with no summoner spells on towards Nukeduck or Seiken, I'm looking in the next few minutes to see Cold or Mowgli go for a play around mid.
For me, it tells me that till those cooldowns are there, that we shouldn't have any plays that happen in the lane phase, which is why I feel like both junglers just immediately look towards the massive monster objectives, and Mowgli's like, okay, I've got control of the top side of the map, so the Herald is mine, whereas Cold is constantly cheating down to his strong side of the map, which is this bot lane.
Yeah, it's the common response here. Play towards your strong sides of the map. While they have been playing for both strong sides, they haven't been able to build up too much of an advantage, but I do really like the odds of Vitality playing around mid lane, because when you have a tool like Mowgli's Glacial Prison, I mean, Nukeduck has no way of escaping that now because you went for such an aggressive 1v1.
No cleanse, no ability to get away. You've got the Flash Prison as well that can come out from Mowgli. It's pretty easy to get that CC chain going into a sleep, and I do have to expect that Mowgli will be trying to pay some attention around that mid lane.
Yeah, so all eyes on Nukeduck. If we see it, surely Origen also see that there's just a massive target on their mid laner. So question for me, does Mowgli try to force the play into the bot lane? Or mid lane, does he try to dig out his bot lane, or does he double down with the Herald on the top side for this Renekton?
Well, I think you have to start off by providing some coverage here for Seiken, now that Seiken is the one with the shove. He's also coming down into this bottom lane to clear away some vision and try to get a good reset here for Jackdaw, or just go in.
Lantern comes out, there's the prison, but there's a cleanse for Patrick. So it's the ultimate burn, and then the cooldown coming out from Patrick.
See, I'm actually not a big fan of this play from Mowgli. I think he accomplished what he needed to do before he shot out the ultimate. He had the priority here for Attila and Jackdaw in the bottom lane. They got the plate, they could have backed away. Now without the ultimate, Mithy wants the hook, and Mowgli won't have that cooldown to have a big impact in a 3v3 or a fight around the mid lane.
Both junglers just showing that they are around, but not really expecting to do too much here. Team's still very even. It's so strange when we talked about, you know, sides of the map and how the map would be split, when actually across the board, it's pretty much even. A bit of a CS difference in that mid lane, kind of to be expected when you have a veteran in the form of Nukeduck against someone like Seiken who hasn't been able to get those blue buffs. But across the rest of the map, the gold is pretty much equal.
And frankly, it's because Mowgli has refused to give an inch. Like, early game, he was getting bullied out, he lost his early blue buff, and even though he didn't have a strong side on that bottom, he returned to his bot side jungle every single time. He wasn't just going to double down into the Renekton, who's constantly had this wave forced under Alphari, and maybe he just makes the decision that, you know, we can't dive the Vladimir at this point. He's got too many points in his Q, so the cooldown's too low, he has access to his W, and so he's just trying to even out the map.
Exactly, and this sort of goes back to Mowgli's own personal style, which is less about necessarily the heavy ganking and more about winning those small battles, getting the CS leads by counter-jungling his opponents. The Raptor camp he just took a little bit ago was the second one he's stolen from Cold so far this game. And it's just now he's trying to group up around Seiken and gain some control over the river.
Both teams just playing around the vision as much as possible. You've seen a litany of wards from Vitality around here. Control ward on either side. Rift Herald used. Cabashot's on his way down as well. Origen have to react. These turret plates are going to go down pretty quickly with that Rift Herald. Need to walk up just a bit quicker because there's only about 20 seconds left. Shockwave only hits onto one, clears out the minions. There comes the Rift Herald. Takes down a few plates. The sleep's going to land here as well. Patrick joins the fight. True Shot Barrage hits onto Nuke Duck. Attila tanking up the tower. The Rift Tower's still there as well, but the tower will not go down yet. Saken still jumping forward with the portal. They won't be able to get too much.
That's a beautiful plate gank right there from Vitality. They bring all 5 members not looking for any type of engagement, but just getting 4 plates right there in the mid lane to even up the gold across the board.
It's also just so punishing, even though they didn't have the, or as soon as the creep wave wasn't in front of Origen, the fact that it's an Ezreal as well as a Zoe, they're just free shooting at Origen underneath these towers. Fish in a barrel and massive damage across the board.
And now you definitely expect them, with how they've been playing this game, to come to the mid lane relatively soon to try and break that tower, because they've got really good vision control around that area of control wards in both buffs around this mid lane as Attila snags away that red buff. And with that turret being so low, if Vitality want to snowball this game, get it going quickly like we know they want to do, that's going to be one of the next moves for them.
Still no cleanse on Patrick here, but they do know that Mowgli is in that bush, playing very safely underneath their tower. Attila has just stolen away that red buff. Hook only hits a minion. Cold, you can see, waiting for the counter gap. Both these junglers have had the other man's number this game.
This is concerning now for Vitality if they were to continue, because Nuke Duck was the first person to move out of the mid lane, so they will end up backing off. And it's once again no play here, as at 15 minutes still neither team has a kill.
They've actually delayed their back. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie with Origen right now. Origen thought that Vitality are back, and they were actually trying to make a quick rotation into mid lane to try to force some pressure back onto that tower. But now that Jack Troll and Attila have revealed themselves to force in the wave, it finds Origen dead in the water and pulls them back to the bottom lane.
I'm just so surprised and in awe of the amount of vision control we've had this game as well. The amount of times we see Cold spotted out on 4 or 5 wards as he goes through his jungle path. Even these like sneaky ones that are just over wards where they wouldn't usually get spotted by a control ward. And then Origen think, oh, it's fine, we've got these control wards in the river, but the vision from Vitality is just that step deeper.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's so interesting to see how these teams play around their pressure points on the map, right? And you can see whenever they do have pressure, they put down the vision. These wards are all sort of, you know, after the fact. And when they pushed that mid lane with the Rift Herald, they gave them a lot of ability to play around this area on the map. It is good news, though, for Origen that Nuke Duck has both of his summoners back and available, and means that Origen can be a little bit more confident playing around the cooldowns of Mowgli's ult.
He is between buys, however, if you look at his itemization comparatively to the completed Luden's Echo from Saken there.
I think you have to remember as well, like, it feels like there's a bit of tension in this game. There's a little bit of maybe anxiety from the two teams as well. They're playing very well against around each other. But you have to remember how close the two teams are in the standings and how much a win, especially for Origen, would mean to them.
I feel like things are going according to plan. In Vitality's camp, again, they want to make the game go a little bit faster. They want to force plays, and so you see Mowgli constantly looking for opportunities, trying to be very proactive on the map, playing the vision war game while he's looking for picks, whereas on the other side, Origen, again, are just trying to absorb, play reactively, play a control style. It's much more about figuring out, tracking where Mowgli is, and then reacting appropriately to stay away from him.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you have your eyes on Mowgli here too, because Patrick, slowly but steadily, has been building up that bounty, 550 gold here on the Draven, and should be looking to cash in on that as soon as possible. The worst possible thing to happen to Origen now would to see him fall down in the next few minutes before he can cash in on that. But now my eyes turn towards Vitality, because they finally knocked down this mid lane turret. This is actually the tool that's going to give them the ability, I think, to start to push down that mid lane and rotate. But Jack Troll's caught.
Well out of position, has the flash, has the exhaust. Is he going to try and get away? Pops the thick skin, looking for the flash.
Catched in.
This is not your solo queue game today, Jack Troll.
Mithy catches out the young blood for the first blood.
The latest first blood of the split as well, coming in at 17 minutes 30 seconds, 5 minutes later than our previous first blood.
And unfortunately, again, it's the Vitality bot lane that just step out of position and are punished, because they had just taken down the mid lane. Vitality are saying, okay, now we'll have priority of the mid lane. We can use this as the pivot point to secure the Mountain Drake. But Jack Troll gets caught.
Did the same thing exactly last game. You can see Jack Troll, I'm actually not sure why he's stepping her, why he's running back in towards the river, maybe trying to go group up with his mid laners, but that is just poor positioning here
from Jack Troll, and it is Patrick that cashes on 1,083 gold. This man is huge!
Gone from a finished Bloodthirster to a straight finished Infinity Edge.
Okay, this is why this is devastating. Yes, there are hyperscaling tools for Vitality's composition on the likes of the Ezreal, but again, it's mostly a mid-game tempo comp. And when you have a Draven that is this far ahead of the clock now, if Vitality are ever trying to skirmish or fight when Draven is in the fight, you basically lose all tempo. Now Origen can match that and also have the side lane advantage.
Right now it's Mowgli walking here towards Alphari. Alphari has the ultimate, has all of his cooldowns, but Cold, his recall goes through.
Alphari has his Zhonya's now as well, though, so tower diving of Vladimir like that is so dangerous.
Now watch Jack Troll. He has the Abyssal Voyage, so they can bring 4 members toward this top lane. Alphari also has the teleport. Mowgli's gonna go in.
There's the Abyssal Voyage. Good call on the end. Alphari stunned up, pops the Hemo plate, goes into the pool, has flash, will flash away, gets to the lantern as well. Seiken flashes forward, picks up a flash of his own, gets hooked back. Nuke Duck and Cold here for the answer, but Seiken will use that flash.
And meanwhile, Draven is just cashing in everything on the bottom lane. He does trade the tower back. He gets free EXP and free gold.
Vitality using a lot right there to catch out Alphari, but with the defensive itemization and the assistance of Mithy, he's able to escape. And it's a big cooldown lost there for Seiken. He flashed forward to try and finish off the kill, but didn't expect Mithy and the rest of OG to be that close behind.
20 minutes in, it feels like the speed of the game, the pace of this game has just intensified that little bit more. About 2,000 gold between the two teams. Only that single kill sitting on Patrick, but we are seeing these first, second completed items. Ludens on both of our mid laners. You've got the Proto Belt now on Alphari as well, and Cabochard sitting on a Black Cleaver and a Tiamat.
And you have the double Kindle Gem power spike for Cold.
That's a jungler.
Thank you, Berlin.
That's a mistake.
Is that a mistake?
Yes.
Okay, this is what you need to explain to us then. Why is that purely a mistake? Why could he not be building 2 Kindle Gem items? Are there not 2 Kindle Gem items you'd want to build?
Nope, they also, I mean, you're going Black Cleaver, right? And then you're probably going GA. You're not going to be using that second Kindle Gem. He definitely just clicked on it too many times.
Well, that is a mistake.
I'm gonna take that blue buff.
Seiken's on his way.
Thank you.
He gets it, he gets it. Okay, so next steps for these two teams. We talked about how Origen are pretty happy to scale across the board. Can they still just say, okay, we'll sit in lanes, we'll do this normal laning phase allocation and just start going for that next rotation of towers, or do they need to do something else?
I mean, it's going to be pretty formula from here. You know that once your bot lane tower is down, you rotate around and you just have your little cannon ADC because he's strong, he's got the Infinity Edge, he has the Bloodthirster. Wherever he is, he just gets an escort service and take free towers. And wherever he is, Attila cannot match him at this point. The Draven just has kill pressure and will just win this isolated 1v1.
And the biggest concern now for Vitality is the fact they're being forced to play around their bottom lane. Because Patrick is so strong, because he can build such a large advantage, seemingly just by himself, they need to bring everyone up here, and it nullifies the power of this Renekton, who's at level 13 and still done pretty much nothing.
And all Origen need to do is be patient, because again, they cover the power spike that Vitality should have with how fed their Draven is. So I'm curious, do Vitality get desperate? Where are they going to try to break this game? Because they are on a timer, and I feel like it has to be around Cabochard.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it almost comes down to this Baron buff, right? Because Vitality do have a lot of good tools to try and poke out some members. Mowgli does manage to get away, but if you can control the vision, I like where their control wards are at right now. You can try to use this Zoe and use this Ezreal to get more of an advantage, but it just does not work when your top lane is getting smashed in by Patrick. And it opens up so much room now for OG to enter into the Vitality jungle.
You can even see like Vitality leaving Attila to a side lane, actually using Jack Troll to keep Seiken a little bit safer in this mid lane. Nuke Duck has had that Zoe's number throughout the course of the game and continues just to press that advantage as much as possible. Vision control for Origen is here. Again, Vitality have snuck a few of these wards in. They can see what Origen are doing.
And now while Origen have control, right? You know, oh, wait a second, Mithy gonna be okay. But Origen, they do have control. They have the lead. They have so much gold on Patrick. And here's where I think it actually gets really hard for them to close out the game with the composition they have. Because if you look at it, there's no great front line, there's no really solid initiation tools for them to go in, and even if you do land something like the hook, Jack Troll can just gobble up whoever it is that gets caught out of position and get away. So Origen have to play very, very smart and actually figure out a way to sort of bait Vitality into a fight where Origen will have a winning position.
Lure them, if you will. I do agree that not having the strongest engage tools, it would have been nice to have a Jarvan, a Sejuani, a Galio even, because like you're saying, they're pretty much entirely reliant on non-committal CC like the Death Sentence or the Shockwave. Which, never want to use your Shockwave, it's non-committal CC.
Yeah, that hurts.
That's true. That is definitely true. I want to talk a little bit about that side lane, though. We keep saying, you know, Vitality should play around the Cabochard if they can manage to make plays there. But it feels to me that Alphari is slowly getting towards the point where he can deal with that 1v1 pretty effectively. You know, you've got Zhonya's, you've got Protobelt, you get a Spellbinder on top of that. Is that the point where the Vladimir really starts to overtake the Renekton?
Yeah, I mean, I think once you have just enough AP, you can really start to press your advantage in the side lane.
What I'm asking, Andrew, is how much is enough AP?
How much is enough? Well, honestly, if I'm looking at it, I don't think you should be able to actually kill this Renekton in the side lane. You have a lot of good tools, just sort of go even with him. Where I think that Alphari is going to be strongest is when he does finish off the Rabbit on Zethcap, and you just use him as a flash initiation, not as an initiation tool, but he flashes into the backline, just unloads tons of damage onto the likes of Seiken or Attila.
Now, one of the thorns in Origen side, however, is the fact that they cannot crack this mid lane tower. They're still dealing with a ton of wave clear coming out of this Zoe right now, and so they're trying to get creative about how they problem solve dropping this so they can play around Baron, and it does start with a pick.
Cold maybe caught out just a little bit. Mowgli coming in from the side as well, but both teams will just back away, and you can still sense that tension. You cut it with a knife between these two teams. Origen looking for their 8th win of the split. They kind of just silently be rumbling towards the top of the table.
Look at Patrick.
I've looked at Patrick.
He's pretty far up, but he's got the Thresh behind him.
Yeah, Mithy just has to, like, again, escort, saving Private Patrick.
Saving It's like, excuse me, is that Sheriff? No, it's Patrick. It's like, that's who...
I don't get it.
It's probably before your time, young man, probably. But yeah, I want to come back to that point about, you know, Origen looking, quietly rumbling towards the top of the table, slowly picking up these wins. Last week they had a bit of a weak performance with 0-2, but once again, if they win this game, you know, they're 8-6, they're matched with Splyce, they're locked in that 3rd sort of tied spot.
And again, it's this idea that we kind of have this idea about how strong Origen is. You know, you hear those whispers, you hear those rumblings, you talk to a lot of the teams, and they all rate Origen very highly. But outside that big G2 victory, you haven't found the consistency or kind of the flashy play that you really wanted to out of this squad. But just watching them, they play such suffocating League of Legends. They're a very intelligent, meticulous team. And in a best of one, I don't think that gives them the room to really shine. Whereas if they make playoffs or secure their playoff spot, then I think in a best of series, that's when Origen become very terrifying.
Exactly, and not just, you know, the strategies and the way they play the game too, but you have to look at things like Nukeduck's champion pool and their ability to play many, many different champions, to play very different styles based on the drafts they actually go up against. Whereas I look at Vitality and, you know, maybe there's some flexibility, but they have a strategy that works for them, and that's fantastic because no one's really been able to stop them doing it too consistently. So Vitality definitely going to be sticking with that for the time being.
And we heard it from the desk. You now see it on your screen. The champion ocean that Nukeduck has under his wings, I'll say. 13 unique picks.
It's no paltry matter to play that many champions. I want to have a quick look at a couple of these itemization choices that have come out, because there's a couple that interest me. Firstly, Blade of the Ruin King is the 3rd completed item on Attila. We do see this from time to time, but a lot of Ezreal's recently been going for the Seraphs instead. Mowgli caught out here. Patrick starts to open up, takes the Lantern away. I think we will be allowed to talk about the items in just a second once again.
I mean, first I just gotta say, that was so slick there from the OG bot lane. I mean, Patrick knows that Mowgli is walking up there, Mithy lands the hook, throws out the lantern so they can get a lot of poke damage down on towards the Vitality jungler. But I do like that you brought up the itemization, because I think it speaks to the way Vitality want to play this game. You know, Attila could go for the double tier build, that's much more scaling, he has to wait a little bit longer before it fully comes online. But with the Blade of the Ruin King, you can see the Vitality want to force fights, and he wants to be able to combat against the damage that a Draven deals at this point in the game.
I also see the Spear of Sojourn coming out on the Renekton. We just don't see this item that often, so I want to bring a bit of attention to it. Of course, getting that extra auto attack speed, the extra attack speed and the extra cooldowns when you use your ultimate can be so effective on someone like Renekton.
Exactly, and it has the effect that the old Essence Reaver had before the sort of marksman item reshuffle and update. And what that means is he's going to have really strong dueling ability, because when he presses that ultimate, all of his auto attacks start reducing the cooldowns of his base abilities. And if you know Renekton, you know that his W is sort of an auto attack reset. He gets to unload a lot of those, so his cooldowns become very, very low, and it gives him a much better chance of combating against Alphari in a 1v1, or even just team fighting, getting extra sustain off of the Fury on his Q.
Yeah, that's the question for me, is this going to be enough to allow him to have pressure in that side lane and open up more options for Vitality, because they are a team that really do like to split up the map normally in their playstyle. But again, it's kind of been this back and forth for the last 5 minutes. I still think that the big thorn in Origen side is that this mid lane tower is still up. It gives Vitality easy and early access into rotating into the Baron River every single time. And with the likes of the Zoe and the Ezreal, they are so punishing around that pit. But the time is ticking. The itemization breakpoints are coming out of Origen's comp. Alphari's a ticking time bomb. Draven is pretty much exactly where he wants to be now, having the rapid fire cannon. He hits one axe, he's going to half health a squishy member.
Yeah, and as we get further and further into the game, you know, we keep saying we favor the scaling, the damage that Origen get as they continue to complete these items. But I can never discount a Zoe in a composition, because her ability, hold that thought.
Just looking for a single catch here. The heal comes out from Satan, trying to keep Jack Troll alive. He still has the flash, though. The hook. Oh, immediate cleanse there from Jack Troll. Does have to burn a single summoner, but nuked up, but a cleanse of his own.
Now Vitality going to be forced out of the jungle there as a True Shot Barrage gets a little bit of damage right there, and Cabochard is able to access this turret in the bottom lane. But it brings us back to this discussion around the split push, because so far Cabochard hasn't been able to do nothing. Alphari's been able to sort of nullify his pressure.
I actually really like this call, because when you have Zoe and Ezreal, you can leave the Baron alone and poke them off to commit Mowgli down here.
Alphari back underneath the tower. Didn't get stunned up in time.
Because it's huge. It's, you know, it's low risk, high reward. Because if you're able to kill Alphari down there and transition to a tower, these three should be able to hold the Baron.
Nukeduck has a perfect flank here, though. Mithy gets the hook in. Looking for Nukeduck's shockwave. Doesn't have it up. That ultimate not available. Teleport coming in now. Mowgli actually caught out Nukeduck unawares. Has to flash away. Cabochard still looking for the chase. Teleport in behind Vitality as well. Origen needs to re-engage his fight, because otherwise it's all on Alphari by himself. Goes in. Hits the hero play. Here comes Patrick. The whirling death runs its way through Vitality. That's one down. Cabochard goes. Satan shortly to follow, and Origen find the perfect team fight around the Baron.
So much damage there on the flank from Alphari. Mowgli is chunked, Attila is out of the fight, and Origen have complete control over this objective. It took us 30 minutes, guys, but finally Origen pulled the trigger, and they got the big win.
And boom goes the time bomb. There's level 16 Vladimir, that's 3 points in the ultimate. It is going to hit like a truck, and it melted through Vitality there. That was what they needed. They now have the Baron. The mid lane tower will fall over, and Origen should be in complete control.
And you can see Vitality off the resets. They're trying to run over and scramble for an objective with this Infernal Drake, but there's 5 members of Origen on the way, and they're going to make sure Vitality have no chance.
Origen have been so in control of this bottom side of the map. They've already got 3 dragons to their name. Vitality are trying to stop them getting this 4th.
I'm going to go one step further. Origen have been in control pretty much this entire game, outside some cheeky plays from Mowgli to try to plant his feet and say, no, this is my jungle. I will not let you create a strong side of the map. Origen have completely controlled every facet of this game.
They absolutely have. They knew they had the scaling as well, and it's 3 members of Vitality caught out. There was no Mowgli, there was no Cabochard. They were delayed in this fight, but it's not until Vitality overcommit, they step forward here to back up their front line, that the teleport comes through from Alphari. And watch this, man. He loops all the way around, gets a full channel on the E into the Hemo Plague, and all of the damage just rips through the rest of Vitality as Patrick comes in to clean up shop.
Good stuff all around from Origen. I thought for a second they were too split up to retake the fight, but Alphari showed us why his name is always bandied around in those top laners in the European LCS. Now Origen, a 5,000 gold lead, 32 minutes in. They have the Baron sitting on them as well. It looks like Cold is going to be the one to push down towards this bottom side. It seems to be a 1-3-1's been enacted.
Now the one advantage that Vitality do have here is they still have an abundance of wave clear, and they have very safe wave clear on their composition. And we talked about how Origen don't have a lot of hard engage tools. Again, the rapid fire cannon, if he hits one person with the axe, that's all you need, half health someone. but it's really on to Vitality to engage into Origen, to pick the fight. So Origen should be able to say, okay, we're probably going to get an inhib, or that's what we want, but unless Vitality fight them, it's very hard for them to force that.
It definitely is, but Origen right now, you can see they're sort of splitting up the map. They have Cold splitting down in the side lane on the Rex site, Alfari as well up top lane, building up, double stacking that way for the maximum pressure, but Vitality have 5 members around the mid lane, but can they pull the trigger? I don't think so.
I really like this split though, because Cold can join the fight so quickly. Patrick cleanses away immediately out as Mowgli went for the engage.
And without that huge ultimate here from Vitality, it gets even more challenging. You have to be relying on a sick bubble here from Seiken, but with now these Baroned up minions whacking on the towers, Cold doesn't even have to do anything except sit here and keep the buff on top of them.
The more I watch Origen, the more they seem like the silent assassins of the LEC, the team that lies in wait, that are patient, that are methodical, and then eventually just strike and take you down. Of course, we have to remember Vitality playing with a substitute mid laner today, but Origen continue to go from strength to strength.
It does feel like you don't want to take everything away from Vitality because it's not the full roster, although I don't think that this game was Seiken's fault at all. But at the end of the day, both teams played well, one team played better.
And Cold is still in the bot lane, they want to go in.
Abyssal Voyage from Jackshot, but it's just a the fight straight away. The sleep lands though, Alfari down as well. It's a 1-4 trade support for top laner, and now we'll see if Origen want to keep pushing forward because Cold's still down towards that bottom side. Mithy goes to sleep, Seiken there, landing the paddle starts from long range. Attila jumps forward, but the redemption's enough to heal Mithy. Mowgli jumping now. There's the shockwave though, it hits up to 2. Patrick's going to turn this one around. Look at the Draven. The axes are spinning and Vitality are falling into their graves. Mowgli lands the long-range glacial prison. Seiken forced off towards the bottom side, but Cold's going to keep chasing them out. And now this will be 3 inhibitors for Origen. You have to feel they're looking for the base.
Cold is still looking for it. Seiken trying his best to hold on, and it's just Attila. It's just Mowgli trying to hold on. Both towers go down. What can they do?
Game by game, kill by kill. It looks like Origen are realizing their true potential. Mowgli trying to do what he can to stop Patrick, but you just can't do enough. Patrick landing the axes into the back of Vitality, into the heart of Attila, and Origen will take down Vitality.
And with that win, Origen now place themselves a cut above the competition around them. We had some questions, you know, who truly is the second place team? Well, Vitality still hold it in the standings, but Origen are making a very strong case for themselves.
Origen breaking out of the pack, making playoffs seem so much easier. The road there becomes so much simpler when you do have the advantage over all of those teams, that massive group fighting for 6th place, 5th place, trying to sneak in. And now Origen, their eyes aren't on the teams beneath them, their eyes are on the teams on the top.
And before we really dig into the praise for Origen, I do want to turn the mirror, look at Vitality. Again, playing with a substitute mid laner, Seiken did play well, and ultimately this game didn't come down to one team, you know, just playing worse. Both teams played well, one team played better, and I think it goes back to Origen's game plan, how controlled they were, making sure that they had defensive options in the top side of the map so they could absorb a lot of the pressure that they knew Cabo Shard and Mowgli would throw at them. Huge props to Alfari.
Man, I think that the Vladimir pick was so key here for Origen to just stop Mowgli from making anything happen on the map, and it just slowed the entire pace of the game down. Origen knew they could scale up. All they were waiting for was Vladimir to hit level 16, and then you saw it. Team fighting became a thing of beauty here for Origen as Alfari made the teleport flanks and got the big wombo.
And it did feel like that big breaking point, while it did kind of crescendo to the team fight, was Draven picking up that massive cash in. To go from a Bloodthirsty to an Infinity Edge meant that Vitality could no longer just force the tempo of the game if Draven was in the fight, because he was going to hit like a truck.
I think you have to take a second just to appreciate Patrick in that game as well. Like, his positioning was always on the front line. His teaming up with Mithy for the lanterns, his cleansers were on point. This is a man that when we saw him on H2K last year, we would have said, you know, he looks like he has potential, but does he really shine by himself? Now, I think we see Patrick really realizing his true potential.
Oh, he absolutely was, and it was him alongside Mithy as well. I think that's sort of the unsung hero in this duo because, of course, Patrick, team fought great. He was kiting, he was doing everything he needed to do to smash in these fights, but it was Mithy that protected him early, that found the picks with the hook, and it was that duo that took Origen to the finish.
I mean, everyone knew what their responsibility was that game. You know, Alfari, I need to absorb pressure. Nukeduck, I need to help Cold control Mowgli, and Patrick and Mithy just go ham, be that kill pressure and be that early game bridge point. And that's the thing, when it comes to Origen, every single member has a case for an MVP from their game, and that's why they're so terrifying as a team.
I think we give it to the control wards. Vision control was paramount.
So Mithy.
It means no one loses out as well, right? You just give it to something that isn't one of the players, because everyone was so on point. Just coming back to playoff potential and how these teams are now looking coming into playoffs, I want to stress both of these teams should make playoffs now, right? They both got Rogue and XL left to play. Those are not guaranteed wins, obviously, but they're games these teams would expect to win. Vitality alongside that have G2 and SK, probably two of the tougher opponents to face, especially after seeing SK play today. And Origen have SK and Schalke. So I think they're looking at 3, maybe even 4 wins out of their last 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vitality especially now have to not necessarily worry, but keep in mind that it is possible to fall out of the second place spot. We've seen what the new playoff format is, how important it is to be top 2 and guarantee yourself at minimum a 3rd place finish and that ticket to Rotterdam. So they're going to go back after this loss, I think, try to think through where the opportunities were that they could have pressed the envelope and made a play, and then come in stronger next week.
Thankfully, we didn't have to pick the Kia player of the games, but our producers have picked Alfari, NukeDuck, and Patrick for your match of the week Kia player of the game. Candidates, vote on at LOL Esports on Twitter right now. Go over there. Chuck your vote in. We've had a vote today that was 33 votes different. Yeah, go on.
Let me get in there.
You do that, Frosk. You get on there. Enna and I will talk a little bit.
Yep.
So, Frosk, really good color cast.
Patrick.
She's fantastic.
On Draven.
But also sometimes gets a little distracted.
You just click on the vote button, Frosk.
It's all about the comments.
You made it look harder than it is. But yeah, would you give it to Patrick on Draven?
I mean, I think so, because he was the flashy play and he was such a pivotal point of that. But again, I think it's just a team effort from Origen, and again, that's why they're terrifying.
Patrick gets my vote.
Okay, well, NukeDuck's going to get mine because I know he's standing over with Law, and we're going to go and see what he thinks about taking down Vitality.
Nice toss.
Thanks.
Thank you, Medic, and thank you for joining me after this game. I gotta say, this looked effortless from you guys, but how do you go from 0-2 to 2-0 this week?
We just we got a bit complacent, I think, after winning so many games. So we didn't focus that well on our macro and team play. So that was a huge focus this week, and I think that's why we can win games, without outplays or anything like that. Even though we played good, but yeah.
And you're getting closer and closer to playoff, which is good. When I asked Gilotto about this yesterday, he said that the games matter more than the opponent itself. Do you agree?
I mean, I don't know what this is trying to say, is that, each game matters, but of course we study our opponent for the game, but yeah, we take it step by step. So first we think about Splyce, yesterday we think about Vitality, and yeah, we just take it step by step.
I got two more questions for you. Medic was saying that you should get player of the game. Do you think you should, or someone else in your team? What is your position on that?
No, I don't know. The people can decide. I didn't play bad, but at the same time I didn't do any sick plays. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe Barney or Patrick or anyone actually can get it. Yeah.
But do you intend on playing a new champion every time?
No, but I like to surprise the opponents each time and just learn more styles. But it's more like as the meta develops, I always try to stay ahead of it. So like last weekend after I lost with the Zoe against Oriana against Fabiven, I thought that's a pretty good matchup, and it's like if you play it well, it can be pretty good. I could have played better, I think, but yeah, I just try to learn and adapt all the time.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good strength from you guys. Thank you for joining me for this interview, and congratulations on the 2-0 week.
Thank you.
We're gonna send it back to PGL with Trevor, Gilotto, and Attila.
Thank you very much, Laura. Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby after Week 7. I'm Quickshot, joined by Amazing. We'll be waiting for Andre Giotto from Origen to join us in just a few minutes. Unfortunately, Attila will not be joining us for this one. Before we get Andre here, Amazing, what's your take on the game? I mean, it looked pretty clean, pretty controlled from Origen start to finish.
I think what the Moose said before the game was kind of true. If you play control against Vitality and you deny the early game plays, especially towards the top side of the map, the game becomes so different against them because they keep repeating the same moves because that's what they're obviously practicing, and they are stuck in a repeat cycle and nothing's working, and then basically you just take over the game because the other lanes outscale.
It must make you a little bit happy to see a team win in a controlled manner against Vitality, and the reason I say this on a personal level is you were mentioning at the top of the show in Ready Check how Vitality have this style that is counterable, and it was demonstrated very flawlessly by Origen.
Yeah, it needs discipline. I think a lot of teams nowadays kind of lack discipline to a certain extent, where they just rather match play for play instead of actually analyzing what's happening on the map to then find a counter for it. So someone like Origen, a team that is vastly different to a lot of teams in the LEC, is actually playing control side. They don't have the best individual players, so they have to rely on good macro, good shot calling, and honestly analyzing the enemy before they're actually doing something.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the fact that Seikun was obviously playing in for Jizuke. Yeah. How much of an impact does this have when coming up against a guy like Nukeduck, who's 13th unique champion in 14 games? We heard him there saying, look, he lost this matchup last week, decided to play it today. So, you know, how difficult is it for the team? Because they are playing wounded.
I think it makes a huge difference simply because Seikun is not going to be getting the lane priors in a way that Jizuke gets them, because Jizuke in the first 3 levels especially, someone that will always almost stand almost at the turret, enable Mowgli to invade, enable his team to basically just work around him, whereas Seikun, especially when he goes against Nukeduck or Febvin, I can't blame the guy, you know, he's going to get pushed in, his lane's going to be controlled, but he still did really well.
Well, definitely did. And of course, I can see Andre Gahota is ready. So please come join us on the set. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Elation. We saw you. Okay. We saw you jumping. Yeah, it's backstage thing. We do fist bumps on the show, so we've got him well trained.
I don't know.
I'm sick.
Trained.
Like otherwise,
so is Chachi.
I want to be infected.
So is Chachi. But I would prefer to have a Chachi sick playing than a Maurice sick playing.
What? Straight with the burns. Okay. Welcome to PGL. Andre, we saw you jumping with Elation when we saw Patrick picking up a kill backstage. Yeah. I saw you run on stage, hugging him, picking him up. I mean, how does it feel seeing your team play that cleanly?
Gragas Predator. That was so fun. No, I mean, I actually went to run to Barney because we were playing with pings since Barney is sick to a state that he actually can't talk. So this play right here where he managed to TP and he's just like pinging that he's coming, and then we're like in comms saying, oh, we are flanking with Vlad, and then it does this. Then that's why I think this win meant a bit more just because of the state of Barney and the way that he performed. The excitement on the Draven kill is just because I saw the plus 1k gold on Draven, so that obviously feels so well. So
managed to pick up the Infinity Edge immediately. Yeah, I see you running straight to Barney Alfari there, giving him a hug. And just before you sat down to join us, Andre, during Picks and Bans we had Hussein joining Vedius, amazing, and myself, and all 3 of my analysts were saying how Vitality have a playstyle that is counterable and is something that you can actually, you know, sort of download, so to speak. What was it like preparing for the team and knowing they had a substitute this week?
I mean, the substitute didn't change that much, or at least I don't like to see that they have a weakness mid, so we should change our old plan from the week just because they had a sub. I think they actually played a comp that is a bit different from their usual style, with a lot of poke and lack of engage, with only Sejuani being the engage. But we played that comp yesterday. We played against that comp a lot of times during the week, so we were also ready for this. But it was definitely, I was definitely expecting a different thing from Vitality.
Well, listen, Origen end up going 2-0 on the week. Key player of the game is Patrick. He picks up 53% of the votes on that Draven.
Yesterday was robbed.
It's got to feel good. Why was he robbed yesterday?
You see his score? It was 1v9ing, and Nuke, just because he Tamkench ulti into the backline, just gets player of the game.
Amazing. What do you think when you see Origen's 2 wins this weekend? Very controlled, very calculated. You know, it's this like 2000 IQ style of gameplay, you know?
Dude, I mean, given that this guy is coaching, I don't think it's 2000 IQ, but...
Okay, 212 IQ, right? So, but I mean...
I don't understand this.
But like, it's 2 wins that are in pretty similar fashion, right? Like, Origen are in control, they dictate the tempo, they dictate the moves.
No, I like that this style of play is actually working now. I think in the first couple of weeks it was a bit harder because the game pace was faster than it is now, but due to the 80 changes, for example, top lane changes, all the changes that have come in, it has kind of slowed down the pace in general. And I think teams that have picked up on it first, like Origen, are now actually succeeding, whereas teams, I mean, I guess Schalke would be a good example of teams that not adept.
Yeah, you would.
They actually, like, you're basically falling behind in a way where you get outscaled way too early, and Vitality may be another victim of that, potentially.
We'll have to find out. Looking very smug there, Andre. Care to chime in?
No, I mean, It's one of those rare reasons where I agree with Maurice, but honestly, I also think that it's not only the pace of the game; it's also the fact that we managed to learn, and this game kind of proves it, at least for me, against a team like Vitality, which is really aggressive, on how to control the aggressiveness of the enemy teams. Yesterday, I saw a lot of comments as well that same old Splyce, they don't do anything, and then they're just waiting for a mistake, and now just win the game. But this game was kind of similar to yesterday, just against a team that is way more aggressive and do look to do stuff, which means that I think that we are just doing a good job on controlling that aggressiveness, and even knowing what play they want to do first, and then just doing another play ourselves if we are not strong enough to fight them. And then we just outscaled. I saw that at some point, both Oriana, since Tamkench was sitting mid, was getting a level ahead. Ezreal was giving up some waves, so Draven was getting ahead. And then it's just slowly choking them down. And
until you win the game. I mean, it's clean, it's controlled, it's calculated.
And I fulfilled my promise that I made to Attila.
And what was that promise?
That Draven would be open.
Well, there you
He's
go.
always crying on Twitter. Draven is never open against me. Draven was open.
Yeah, but you cheat because you steal it in first pick.
But
Still
they chose side, though. They had side selection.
They did indeed. They chose red side. It didn't help. Listen, let's turn our attention to the standings. There's only 4 games left for each of our teams. And in the race for playoffs, Origen are now tied with Splyce at 8 wins, 6 losses. You're also tied in head-to-head at 1 win apiece. So, you know, depending how these next few weeks play out, it's very, very exciting. What's your reaction here, Amazing?
I mean, that looks a lot worse than I had it in my head, you know?
Wait, wasn't Schalke 7-2?
They were. They're on a 5-game losing streak.
Oh, okay.
It's difficult.
Oh, what are you trying to do here, buddy?
Nothing. I was just asking. It's the first time that I see the standings, you know? Okay.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Listen, what's happening with Schalke in your opinion, Andre?
I think that they found a lot of success with playing the same picks mid, and they managed to create some good routines with their mid jungle. But now either teams figure out what their routines are. I also think Memento is misplaying a bit, some stopwatches and some timings that is getting wrong. But overall, I think that their mid jungle just became a bit weaker as a duo, and that reflects on Odo also playing worse because he has less river control, so he wants to play super, super aggressive, but now he can't and he can be punished. And their bot lane, to be honest, is just being still consistent, but they are usually falling behind, and they usually have those picks of just scaling and try to do well in team fights. But if they
can't get to team fights, you can't shine.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a difficult situation. Of course, if you look at the rest of the table, XL and Rogue, with their losses this weekend, they are now eliminated. They can no longer make playoffs. And amazing, I'm going to turn to the rest of this middle of the table. 2 teams at 8 and 6, 4 teams at 7 and 7. I mean, it's super, super tight with only 4 games left.
I mean, I still expect Schalke to make it, honestly. I don't think they will necessarily have bad matchup against, let's say, Misfits. I think they face them next week.
They do. They play XL and Misfits next week, and then Schalke play Origen and Rogue to complete the split.
I mean, if I was talking about prediction, for example, for the playoffs, that I think the teams that are going to be in playoffs are obviously G2, Vitality, Origen. I think Splyce, Fnatic, and Schalke are my favorites right now. So I'm kind of surprised by...
So that means for you, Misfits, SK drop out, right?
I would say so. Like,
what is Splyce schedule?
I tell you right now, Splyce will be playing G2 and then SK, then Misfits and Fnatic. So that's a pretty tough schedule.
I mean,
that's actually tough.
But if they go 2-2, I think then they're in, no?
Yeah, but what 2 do they win, though? Because Fnatic is looking quite strong now.
SK and Misfits, they can win.
Okay.
So, Quixote, we've heard Amazing. Amazing believes that Misfits and SK will drop out. They'll be 7 and 8, all right? So the other teams will play 6. Which 2 teams do not advance to playoffs, in your opinion?
Oof.
And I have the schedules here, so
I mean,
I want to know who people are playing.
Don't say anything wrong here, buddy.
No, I don't know. I think that Schalke, of course, has 1 loss already on those 4 games, and unfortunately for them, because I really...
They play Origen, that's what you're implying.
Course. But they also have XL and Rogue, and I think that only us and Schalke have XL and Rogue on their last 4 games.
Yep, I believe so too.
Which means that our schedule is in theory a bit weaker or a bit more accessible. But then, to be honest, it's super hard to predict. I would say that Misfits is going out, and I would say Splyce is going out as well. But it's so hard to predict because just like we showed a different face last week than we did this week and the week before, Splyce showed two different faces this weekend. SK the same, even though today, I mean, just G2 decided to give the win. And Schalke, it just depends. If they can find their success then before, then they can win against Excel and Rogue. If not, then it might be a tough one. Excel is looking strong now.
Okay, so where do we land? Because you gave me like pretty much every team. So you said Misfits definitely out.
No, I say that I think Misfits and Splyce will be out.
Okay, got it.
But it's just hard to predict because of all these factors.
No, of course. And we're not going to hold you or quote you on this, Andre. But it's just like gut reaction,
you would.
You know?
You actually would, Rigoletto.
I mean, I'm looking at now the Misfits schedule. I don't know if we said it, but they play Fnatic, Schalke, Splyce, and their final game's G2. So it's also a very difficult schedule, you know, which is also why gives you that feeling that Misfits are going to struggle if they play it the way they did this weekend.
Yeah. That Misfits Splyce is super important. I think whoever loses is definitely out.
Misfits Splyce definitely out. All right, so that one I will quote you on because that one I really like.
Whoever loses.
That is absolutely repeatable. Listen, we've only got 2 weeks left of the regular season, okay? And that means we're starting to get closer to MVP voting as the spring split is going to close up. Earlier today, I challenged Amazing to decide who is his MVP of the split so far and who is mine. What we're going to do is we're going to present our cases. Andre, you're going to be the deciding judge, but I'm also going to ask the fans at home. We're each going to argue our pick. I'm going to start with it, and then I'm also going to ask the fans at home which player. This is collusion. Don't jump in there.
I mean, he's offering
one opinion is right, one opinion is wrong, no?
Exactly, and mine is the right one. So we're going to start with, okay, my selection. I have decided that for my MVP of the spring split, I have selected SK Selfmade. The reason I have gone for Selfmade, we have a jungle matchup. I forgot it's a matchup graphic. Amazing's gone with Yankos, is I believe that without Selfmade, SK do not even get to 7 wins and 7 losses. I also believe if you look back over the opening weeks, Selfmade was the reason they picked up wins. Now we started playing a few more scaling champions. The team is starting to play around them. I think Crownshot's development is very impressive. Also, earlier today, Selfmade took down G2, one of only 2 teams to do it.
Oh, he beat Junkos.
He did.
How did he do that?
Do you know what I mean? If my guy beat his guy,
that's obviously, that means he's better. Yeah, I agree.
But I think the main thing that I do want to take away
who won the player of that series? Was it Perks?
I believe it was Crownshot that actually won.
Wait, why wasn't it Perks?
What are you saying?
Before we get to the flame, the reason I think I want to go Selfmade for this one is obviously the value he brings his team to me is higher than anybody else in the league. So give me a defense for Yankos.
Okay, so for me, it was going to come down to either Jankos or Caps because both of them are on the most successful team in the league. And honestly, I think Caps, while he's been doing well, Jankos has been the most cerebral jungler in the league. He has been the best early game jungler. He has been the best in team fights. He has been the best at facilitating, like, basically his knowledge to his lanes, as well as obviously pathing correctly every single game. I've seen no mistakes of him in the early game. There's been rare occasions where he's actually had a screw up, and it's only been like mid-game when G2 is basically starting to troll. So I think Jankos, if he wasn't on that team and was replaced by an average jungler, G2 would not nearly be as good as they are.
You really believe that?
Yes, I actually believe it, because the average is a lot worse than people think.
Okay, so the average jungler does not make G2 as powerful.
Not because especially the bot lane would struggle a lot more. Mickey and Perks, they're not really, they're a decent bot lane, but they're not great. They're not upset and Igna on the top level, for example, if I had to draw a comparison. So he actually does a lot more for the lanes than people think that he does.
Well, listen, fans at home, keep voting Selfmade or Yankos. We're tracking it behind Andre. Andre, you're going to give us your vote. Who of us has won in the argument?
But does it have to be one of those two?
It does, unfortunately.
Now, just say, like, who's right? Like,
if it's one of those two, but just letting it clear, I don't think it's any of those two.
Perfect.
But if it has to be one of those two, I think it's clearly Yankos, just because for me, most valuable player cannot be on a team that is struggling to be in playoffs. That for me is just
so define most valuable player, because I think this is where our viewpoints will differ.
Most valuable player for me is not the most valuable player for his team, is the most valuable player in the league, the best performing player in the league itself. And even though Selfmade has been performing really well and all your arguments are true, he's not the best performing player in the team. Otherwise, his team would be getting a lot more wins as well. At least that's a really traditional sports view But that's how I see it. It's not like some guy from Milwaukee Bucks, if they don't go to the playoffs, will get the MVP of the split.
I don't know what that team is, but I'll take your word for it.
It's an
fans at home, thank you for voting. Amazing has won with 52%, by the way. So Jankos has won. I will give you a chance, Andre. Who is the MVP of the spring split right now, in your opinion?
I actually think that Caps does more for Jankos than you think. But I also think you had... Okay, let's not talk about it. But I think, because like the way that I see it is like Broxa was a god when Caps was on Fnatic.
Oh, yeah, maybe I can see that.
And Jankos is now a god, where last split or last year he was not that good when Caps is on that team. So I think that Caps became really good. Obviously, he had the help of Maurice when he was growing up. So this obviously helped. But
I showed him
hey, just take the credit. But I think that he influences a lot his junglers around him. And if not him, then I obviously think Nuktak should be a candidate as well.
I mean, I'm a huge fan. Year of the Duck is maybe happening this year.
You abandoned the hype train. You abandoned the hype train.
I did. I had to choose, unfortunately, 2 heartbreaks. But I mean, let's explore this idea. Caps makes his junglers look better.
No, for
what do
sure.
you think,
I mean,
Maurice?
for sure. Besides me, because when I played with him, I could not get along with him. Maybe it had to do, I mean, obviously, like there were a lot of other issues coming in, but Caps, what he demands of the jungler is just attention. He will not necessarily communicate that, but either he's dead at level 2 or the enemy is dead at level 2. And the jungle decides, your own jungle decides whether or not it's him or the other person, So basically you're forced to play around him, and the amount of lane pressure Caps creates in general and the amount of roams he creates is basically making your job easier. Because if he roams top level 4, drops the wave mid lane, I can pick up the wave, or I can roam top with him. I'm happy because I don't have to actually plan everything out, and he can do stuff for me. So I do think that Caps does a lot for his junglers, and I can see the argument there.
I mean, we saw it today, no? I mean, they invade on blue buff. I think Caps dropped like 2 waves in a row, just so Jankos could secure the blue buff.
Well, that's a nice play. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it didn't help G2 win the game today, but it is fun to discuss. Congratulations, you win the argument by 4%, 52 to 48.
I mean, a win is a win.
Yeah,
that seems like the Quickshot fan base actually giving him a couple of votes.
Listen, we're going to move on a little bit now to the key player of the game leaderboard. Selfmade is still in first place. He's picked up 6 wins. He's followed by Caps and then by Jankos. It actually just worked out that we picked those 3 names. It actually was not by design. Very important to note, in the event of ties, the player that has received the highest percentage of votes then comes out on top. So, for example, Caps, significantly more percentage over Jankos, etc., etc. And there's your boy Nuktak as well.
Yeah, I mean, he should get 3, because Patrick, I think he deserved yesterday. But to be honest, I also feel that our wins come a lot from team play, and it's hard to stand out, especially if you're not a carry. I also think that yesterday Alfonso Mithy did an excellent game with Thresh, so he could be there as well. But yeah, there's no love for supports and Bino.
There's not a huge love for supports, at least not at the top of the table. We're going to move on to the Alienware Big Plays, of course, as we are now going to be closing out week 7 of the Spring Split. We're going to look back at some of the best moments from the Rift in our Alienware Big Plays. First up, it is Vitality Saken. He was thrown to the wolves when he stepped in as an emergency substitute against Misfits, and the French mid laner rose to the occasion, putting Maxlon Soaz in his rune prison.
Maxlon maybe
dangerous.
Forcing onto Saken here. He has the teleport, has the realm warp as well, but Maxlon going in. Tower goes down in the mid lane. Vitality on the chase. Maxlon gets the knockup, but Saken just trading. Winning the 2v1 at the moment. The Abyss of Voyage comes in as well from Jackdaw. There's the redemption. And Saken, he's pulling his best Jizuke face on because he takes him out in the 2v1. The realm warp coming in for the chase as well. And there's something about Vitality mid lane is playing Rise in the side lane because today is Saken's day.
We're going on. Kill Rek'Sai together. Go in them. Redemption, stay in redemption. Go on them. Okay, go Nash. We need to go Nash now. Go Nash together. Go Nash. Flash.
Man, Cabo communicates a lot.
Yeah.
I love, by the way, there's like analysis here. All I'm doing is getting excited. I'm trying to watch Saken. But what do you think of when you listen to the comms and you see Saken substitute come in and like step up?
I mean, he seemed really calm. I think Attila also gave an interview saying that he was quite calm. So that's good. I mean, it's just another EU mid laner that can perform. But I don't know. I mean, to be honest, Maxlor, he has no MR. He's a Rek'Sai, just goes there to Rise. But I also think that Rise kind of fits well with Vitality, and he should probably know the style because I know that they are really close with the academy team. So I just think that he did a good debut, and hopefully we'll see him again in the future.
Yeah,
not for Jizuke, because I love that guy.
Yeah, exactly. All the best to Jizuke, who is currently unwell. Let's move to the next one. Fnatic and Bwipo, they had full control from start to finish against Schalke yesterday. The top laner summoned the troops for battle, yelling out, Demacia!
Wait, for real? Wait, did that really happen?
Can we contest it?
Yes, I can move. I can move.
I'm moving on him. I'm moving on him.
I'm moving first. I'm moving first.
Yeah, I'm coming too.
You should get 3 on that.
I won't be 3. I missed a bit of XP.
I should kill top here.
I have it. Nice job, Sob.
Abadage behind them. Schalke trying to find an answer to this early Fnatic pressure. There's a teleport in from Whitbo. Abadage, the one caught out. He jumps back. Teleport. Whitbo looking for the knockup. Memento needs to dodge away, but he can't dodge from that. Whitbo on a killing spree. 3-0 now on this job.
I don't want to really tank though. Like I want to kill people.
I'm going.
I'm holding.
I think they're both dead, by the way.
I think we should do Nash.
Oh, listen. I got him. Okay, nice. Woo! Game's over. Nice.
All apologies to everybody listening with headphones or loud on speakers. Did not mean to blow those up. But I mean, it's good to see Bwipo playing confidently, being supported. Similar today on the Silas, if I recall correctly. Really good performance out of Bwipo and Fnatic.
Yeah, of course. I mean, so far when Fnatic has picked up the wins, it's been through bottom, mostly reckless carrying. But Bwipo actually stepping up and giving them another dimension to play off of is really good for Fnatic, especially coming forward when you play the likes of Vitality, for example, in playoffs, if you happen to be there.
Yeah, it was the Aatrox, not the Silas earlier. I forgot that one. Finally, earlier today, SK Gaming pulled off that massive comeback against the superstars of G2. The underdogs could see the victory on the horizon as they pushed into the base for a thrilling finish.
SK looking for the inhib. Teleport comes out. Caps immediately goes for the inhib himself. G2 trying to stall SK, but SK might just take the fight. Wonder down to about half HP. While jumps in, pucks, cleanses it away. Great knock up. The Cataclysm comes out as well. But already Jankos is down. And now SK just trying to turn and burn on this fight because Caps is on their inhibitor. He's looking for the base. One down. Jankos falls. Crown shot takes down the inhib. Takes down Mickey as well. Is this it? Is this the moment that SK keep their playoff dreams alive? They take down G2 in their base. Wonder trying to do it again. Perks there as well. But already the second Nexus Towers fall. Caps is on the Nexus Towers, but SK are on the Nexus, and they will take down G2.
Okay, look at the base, eh?
They're pushing, just push.
Okay, look, guys, look. Okay.
Just
fight them. Tarba.
Lantern, Poppy lantern. I don't have lantern, okay? I don't have lantern, guys.
Tarba.
We need to base, guys.
Downwards, downwards.
We need to kill tower.
Be close to the wall. Tower.
So chaotic.
It's hype. It's messy.
Yeah, I like it. It's good.
It's exciting to watch. Look, Crown Shot again was one of the guys that I personally was very critical of at the beginning of the split. His Jinx today, very, very impressive. Self-made with the help of SK. They pick up the win. Say what you will about SK. You got to be good enough to catch the throw and punish the mistakes, and that's what SK did today.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if I had to do a comparison, it's more like they are a basket and the ball just went to the basket. It's like that's how they catch the throw, in my opinion. But obviously, it's still really good that they managed their composure, and I think that their mental strength was quite good, especially coming back from yesterday's loss. And as you said, they managed to penalize it. And even though it seems really easy. And it seems now it's easy to say that the Caps decision is wrong. It should be really hard for SK on that stressful situation to make the right call, to ignore Caps and to keep pushing. So obviously props to them as well for that win.
They absolutely did. And of course, if you're a Fnatic fan, you absolutely hate G2 for that, because now Fnatic are in this very difficult situation. SK would have been one loss down. Look, let's turn our attention to next Friday. We do have another set of games coming up, as we are only 2 weeks away from rounding out the split. Next Friday's games, Andre, you guys are playing SK. We've obviously got Splyce versus G2 for top of the table battle. Fnatic versus Misfits, both teams sitting at 7-7. Huge implications. I mean, which games are you going to be most excited to watch?
Well, Origen SK, I think that's a big one for both teams.
You shouldn't watch that one.
I shouldn't watch
Listen,
Schalke XL, that's for sure. I don't know what's up.
G2 killers, all right? That's what happens.
Yeah, one stomped, one throat. So, no, but I think it's actually super interesting. Like, Schalke XL is, it's obviously just a game for Schalke to break their losing streak. But Fnatic, Misfits, Splyce G2, and obviously Origen SK have huge implications for the playoff race.
If XL play the way they do today, and yesterday to a degree, like, what's your take on Schalke's shot against them with playstyle-wise?
I'm honestly not quite sure Schalke's playstyle anymore because like I've been advocating for like the AD carry-centric style, but I think honestly Schalke will go into the XL game with a completely different confidence to what they've had beforehand, because it's so far always been about like, okay, we have to beat this playoff team, we have to beat this playoff team. But against XL, honestly, it depends on how you see it. There's less pressure or more pressure. But I think with how I see the players on Schalke, they probably see that as more of a warm-up game for the rest of the weeks.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And of course, obviously,
it can be dangerous though.
Of course,
that can be really dangerous.
How do you combat that? Because you know, Origen take down G2, they come back the next week and go 0-2, right?
Yeah, because we thought they were warm-up games.
All right.
Kind of. No, it's
I know
not
what
really,
you mean.
but
It's an oversimplification, right? But
yeah.
it's like bravado, ego, overconfidence.
Yeah,
it's a very fine line.
But I think that the Schalke is kind of the opposite, you know? It's like they think that, I think that they are just balancing between the edges, according to what you said as well. So far they have like this insane pressure of we have to beat this team because they are direct contenders to the playoff race as well. And then it's obviously extreme pressure for them. But if they go with the other extreme with oh, it's just XL, we are beating them for sure in their preparation legs, or they just prepare for the next day, then they are on the extreme of relaxing and they can be caught by surprise. XL is not playing that they are not playing bad at all. I mean, their mid to late game is a bit questionable, but Schalke is not getting to mid to late game, so
yeah. I mean, it's going to be difficult. I mean, XL showed it today. Very exciting early game against Misfits and managed to get a few plays that got them into the game. Just as an update, Fnatic versus Misfits will be the match of the week next week, so make sure you tune in for that. The race for playoffs where #EveryGameCounts is heating up. That just about does it for us here. Before we go, though, over in the LCS, Week 6 is about to start. Their pre-show will be followed by Clutch Gaming versus 100 Thieves. Not too excited about that. If you want to watch more of the LEC, it'll happen after the rebroadcast. What I do want to ask about is tomorrow's LCS game. Cloud9 taking on TSM. Andre, do you watch a lot of NA, just for interest's sake? Not a lot?
No, I can't watch.
Okay,
it's painful.
We're not going to get into Flame. We're not going to get into Flame because it's super easy. But Cloud9 versus TSM, I mean, it's a classic. It's a legacy matchup. TSM beat Team Liquid. Are you excited about this matchup, Maurice?
Yeah, actually am. I think TSM right now may actually have a claim for being the best team in NA right now, because they beat TL and they're actually on a win streak now too. So it would actually be the question, who's going to upset TL in the end? You know, Cloud9 or TSM, and whoever the winner is can now like kind of have that claim to fame to a certain extent.
Yeah, try and chase towards the end. Listen, that does it for us here in PGL. Andre, do you have any message that you'd love to send to the Origen fans or supporters who are happy to see you bounce back with a 2-0 this week?
I mean, I think that most of all is also to appreciate when we went for the 0-2 week, all the support that we got. Obviously, I know how demanding Spanish fans and Origen fans can be. So it was really important for the team to see their support, and that helps us a lot bounce back. And now we are just happy to give back that support, and now we hope to just keep that to the rest of the split and in playoffs.
Well, definitely looking forward to it. We'd like to thank you so much for joining us for Post Game Lobby. Maurice, amazing Stucky, thank you for joining me all weekend here on the LEC. That does it for us. We will be back next week after these two are going to continue talking about wardrobe. We'll see you for LEC Spring Split Week 8. Goodbye and good night.
Gee, that's actually
I said it right. I didn't say the wrong one.
actually.
Well, knocks back one. Mickey comes in, but the ban goes down. And now it's only Caps and Mickey in the pit. They get put in the box. Caps getting a lot of damage out, but Crownshot's still alive. And SK take down 2. Is this it? Is this the moment that SK keep their playoff dreams alive?
Howard!
Shachi off towards the side and immediately teleports in. 3,000 HP on that Baron. Zesta jumps in as well. He gets the smite. He steals it away. The slicing Maelstrom will hit onto 3 members, but already Odo is down. Momentum very low as well in the backside of the fight. 2 kills, 3 kills for Splyce. Schalke lose their AD carry, and maybe they're going to lose a lot more than that, because once again they start a fight, and Splyce are the ones who come and knocking at their door. They take him out. It's another kill. And they look Schalke in the eye and say, we are the superior team today.
Lands a beautiful cocoon here onto Rogan. Nemesis on the prowl as well.
So nicely done. The Chomp finds 2. Here comes Nemesis once more. That's a killing spree for him. Turns his attention. Bwipo uses a stopwatch behind the Nexus to buy some time. Will survive a few seconds longer. The Nexus is being focused. Bwipo goes down, and Fnatic are 1 step closer to the playoffs. Paranoia to deny some vision, and we've got ourselves a fight. Hunt Summers down in the bottom lane, though. He's pushing for the tower. Not going to be enough for a kill. Maxtor's able to escape. Oh, the flag drag! Featherman is going to find 1. That's another for Maxtor. Misfits aren't done yet. They're looking for Kissing. Cagel and Jessica are running for their lives. Misfits may have just done it. Right now, today, Misfits take the win over Excel.
Attila jumps forward, but the redemption's enough to heal Mithy. Mowgli jumping now. There's the shot though. It hits up to 2. Patrick's going to turn this one around. Look at the Draven. The axes are spinning and Vitality are falling. Patrick landing the axes into the back of Vitality, into the heart of Attila, and Origen will take down Vitality.